All right, guys, welcome back to the main event. Just come back off the dinner break here with the chip leader, Nick Economos. Got an absolute monster in front of you. Bit of a reg down here at the King's Room. You popped in the commentary box a bit last time as well.
Yeah, I did.
Bit of furniture here, right?
Yeah, that was good fun. It was a lot of good fun.
And how you running at the moment? You seem to be
yeah.
right.
We just played a very big pot, like a over 1 mil pot before, and got the better of the other bloke, which was good.
I actually caught you getting Timon as well. Did you river Trip Kings? Was that right?
Yeah, I was ahead prior to the Trip Kings, but yeah, that sort of made me not worry about anything, and yeah, just jammed it for value. And he called me off with the top pair on the flop, which was a 10. So yeah, got a bit lucky there and won a big one. Yeah, but yeah, obviously a very long way to go.
Yeah, right. And I mean, just over here, I don't think you can see it, but Edwin Chu, another serial crusher. You're only 4,000 ahead, but both of you same table, 2 chip leaders. Can you get a bit of a battle going on with Edwin?
I mean, it's pretty wild to have someone also with such a big stack, you know, on my left. But you know, I'm not too worried. I'm cool with that. We'll see how we go. Yeah,
excellent. Well, I hope you run day, mate, and best of luck.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Nice
20 seconds pre-flop, 30 seconds post-flop. Your time banks are going to be worth 30 seconds each. There will be a +2 addition at 45, 18 and 9, as well as at the start of day 3. No player will have more than 8 time banks in total. So you can collect them, but no one will get more than 8. Okay, it's 20, 23, 30 post. Time banks are worth 30. No more than 8 total time banks. Okay, guys?
So how does it work again?
Chinese food, anyone? All right, guys. We are good to restart, please. Your blinds are 6.
Am I in the right place?
6 fold.
So welcome back here to day 2 of the main, the Colossus. Day 2, $750 buy-in. As you can see, there's time banks now in play. Indicated right there from Don Parker, who's just taken a seat now at this feature table, dealing out the cards. Time banks are a maximum of 8 of them you can have, Berkey.
Yes, I do love when shot clocks come in, man. I'm a big fan of the shot clocks.
If you want to use one of them pre-flop, you get 20 seconds to act.
Oh, is that Troy sitting there as well?
It is, and post-flop, you'll get an extra 30 seconds for every time bank you want to chuck into the
10 seconds.
pot to make a decision on the hand. Time banks are those kind of brown looking chips that you can see now that have been introduced. The maximum you can have is 8. This is the concluding stages of day 2 of this main event, as Troy here, Troy Sweet, one of the ambassadors for King's, got to whack it all in on the button with the Queen 10 of spades.
5 fold.
Let's see if he can get this bad boy through and pick up the blinds. The action's going to go round to Addy. Dahari in the hijack. With the ace-10, Addy did make the initial raise to 30k, but facing the action of an all-in jam from the ambassador is going to get that one done. Addy having 599k in his chip stack, and just to let you know, the big event that they also had on here, the big stack shot clock, I believe is approaching a new record. There's the main event notable stacks out there. Nicholas Economos, who was the gentleman that you saw previously being interviewed by Jamie Hall, has got 1.254 million. And Edward Chu, who always finds
serial crusher.
Yeah, another serial crusher who always finds a stack, has got 1.25 million in chips.
Oh, Kenta Ito as well.
And Kent is also in there. So some big time notable players out there with some big stacks too, for that matter. As we get back to the action right here on the feature table, a couple of new players, whole new table being selected now. So Ricardo Bono's in there from U2.
I saw that.
1 fold.
I saw that.
As Eddie's going to fold ace 9 under the gun +3.
We've done a lot of commentary on a lot of these people now. Bono being up there.
We have.
Yep.
Down to 101 players now out of 788 entries. As Salvatore, the hijack, is going to pop it up and make it 25k to go. Mike Shin can't call with Jack-8 on the button. Giuseppe Brogna, who we've also commentated on, is going to fold the 5-4 off. Round to Thara. I'm guessing that's how you pronounce his name.
That would be my guess as well. And if we're both agreeing on something, it's probably wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, good call.
4, 3.
Both of them, natural 9. Monkey, you enjoying this battle so far?
The T's probably silent. It's just hard.
Yeah.
But we'll find out shortly. So it's Jack-9 versus the ace-8 off. In a raised pot situation, just a call from the big blind. So heads up action. Here we go to the flop. The flop comes down 10, 5-4. No help to either player. Salvatore is still out with the lead at the moment. Ace high, 78% of
6 check.
equity in this particular hand at the moment. Thara is going
40.
to check from the big blind, and Salvatore is going to lead out a bet of 40k on the flop, just a C bet. That should probably get it done. Can't imagine Thara here going to float this flop, and doesn't.
Fold.
Puts it into the muck. Basically, no hand, no draw.
All right, let's have a look at. Let's go through this table really quick. Let's see how many big blinds are on here. There's a few short stacks coming to this table. Now we saw that one table on the outer with Edwin Chu and that with the big stacks, and I walked past that table and there was a mountain.
Oh, yeah.
A literal mountain of chips. I think almost all but one had over average stack. Now, I saw the average stack was about 400,000, and every single person bar one who was still close to it had over average. That's how much chips are on that table. It's this one here. We've got, what, 17 bigs, 15 bigs, 16 bigs, and 9.5 bigs. So there might be a bit of action at this table. Short stacks trying to chip up right before the cash, which we're going to hit the cash in about 21 players. This 788 person field, a huge main event here, record-breaking main event. They broke their record by 50,000 roughly, I think it was.
Roughly
Monkey.
speaking, like 49 and change. We'll call it 50 for argument's sake. As we get back to the action here, Mike Shin in the cutoff finds the king 9 off. So that nice and quickly. It's going to cost him 12k to go. The blinds have gone up to 6k, 12k with a 12k big blind ante. This is hand number 55 of this feature table.
5 fold.
Deciding to put that one into the muck. Giuseppe's going to fold the jack deuce off round to Thara.
Thara. I'm going to go with Thara.
Thara, pardon me. With the king deuce of diamonds.
I'm working on his last name here. What Hannah Siri? We're going to, what Hannah Siri?
Well, Siri, fine.
Yeah, that's what I've got on.
Sure.
Everyone knows how good I am at calling the names out, players.
So Thara here is going to go in from the small blind. And this is Ricardo Bono. We've called him Bono U2.
If you're not a member, there's still time to join and enter the promotion.
With the lead singer of the
Simply visit
U2
reception
band.
and join today
So
for only
Ricardo's going to pop it
$3.
up. Make it
If you have
30k
any
to go with
questions,
Queen
please
6
do not
off.
hesitate to
In
see
the big
myself
blind.
or one of the team.
Thara coming along with king deuce suited. Blind versus blind, always very, very dangerous.
Heads up.
I'm going to go see a flop here.
General warning
comes
for
out
everyone. If you leave your
464
time banks behind
Rainbow.
on a table break,
Ricardo's
you
going
will
to take
not
the
get
lead.
them back.
Yep,
Make
top
sure
pair.
you're taking time banks
Top
with
pair
you.
with Queen Kicker,
When your
and
table's
Thara's
broken.
looking to try and find one of the two remaining kings in the deck. Top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see that those two outs, the king of spades and the king of hearts, can also make backdoor diamonds if they were to peel off on the turn. He's going to check from the small blind, and Ricardo's going to make a pretty simple bet
7 bets.
after flopping top pair on the flop.
Sorry.
24,000 it looks like.
And it's going to be right on the button. For those people at home who aren't aware of the chip denominations in play, the grey chips are worth 25k, the oranges are worth 5k, and those yellow chips you can see are worth 1k. There are some brown chips that you can also see on the table, but they have no tournament value. They're just the time banks, as the time banks have now been introduced into this main event day 2, Berkey.
Definitely alluded to. We like the shot clocks. I'm a big fan of the shot clocks. I actually like shot clocks for all tournaments now.
Yep.
When you get down to it, I think it puts a nice little flow into the game
Yep.
that it was missing there for a while. And look, you're a big fan of playing the game straight up. I'm a fan of playing the game straight up, and I like these being the flow. And look, time bank chips good when you need the time. That's those little brown chips sitting there. When you need the time to actually make a big call, they're there for you when you need to.
Yeah, you also want to have the time banks in play
1 fold.
when you're approaching the money bubble, because you'll find if you don't have them in play approaching the money bubble, some players
raise,
choose
25.
to use the rules in their favour, I guess you could call it. As we see a raise here under the gun +2 from Salvatore with the King Queen of clubs, and Troy Sweet's picked up the big stick
4,
to act directly after him. Salvatore getting a massage at the same time as raising it up to 25k with the King Queen of clubs, and here comes
63.
Troy. He's going to put in a 3-bet for sure.
Very stoic, the Sweet Boys, when they play, aren't they?
They are.
They don't give much away.
He's going to pop it up and make it 63k to go. Mike Shin now in the hijack picks up the Queen 9 offsuit. That's not good enough to continue with. Giuseppe's going to get out of the way with the Jack 4. Jack 8 for Thara
6 fold.
on the button.
Just while we're getting through, quick shout out. MSP has joined the chat.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, she's saying quick hello while she's at work on break.
Beautiful.
So MSP, pleasure as always. Love having you guys in the chat.
And just Star Pike herself joining us at 6:58 local time.
We're going to get the call here from Salvatore. I'm going to see a flop here. It's Ace King versus King Queen suited. Salvatore hasn't got the best of it yet, but And here's also the one with the shorter stack here. So I'm going to see a flop. We've got ace, queen, 10. 2 diamonds, 1 club. This is a huge flop here. Troy getting top at the moment. Salvatore with mid pair, gut shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw, if you don't mind.
Yeah, few outs for the ambassador here. Salvatore needs to find a jack ball to complete the same straight, so they'll chop it up with a jack, but also has a clean queen to hit on the turn or the river. Troy Sweet also has the diamonds working for him, so
3-0.
could be a decent sized pot. Especially if a club peels off on the turn, like a 3 or 4 clubs.
Salvatore's absolutely going nowhere here. Not worth raising here, but definitely going to be seeing a turn. 7 of diamonds on the turn. It's gonna shut down the action a bit for Salvatore.
Yeah,
it's a diamond gets in here. Straight draws are there. You only got second pair, and you're facing someone who 3-bets. So I definitely like the float on the flop, but definitely not the turn card you want to see. You want to see one of those clubs, maybe. You know, an extra out or 2. A king would have been absolutely disastrous.
Troy Sweet here just asking to see how many chips Salvatore has. We can see it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. 9.5 bigs or 114k. Troy Sweet does have him covered. It's going to go check on the turn. Here comes the river down and dirty. Brings in the 9 of clubs, which would have been a gin card if that had come on the turn for Salvatore, who would have picked up the gut shot to go along with the second best pair and a flush draw, but unfortunately it peels off on the river. Salvatore is going to come out for a bet, however. Looks like he's going to bet 45, is it?
70.
It's just one great for 70k. Great call from Berkey. Troy Sweet's going to flick in the call. Salvatore is going to show the king queen, which is not good enough to win this pot. As Troy Sweet now picks up an extra 193k to his stack, up to 481k, or 40 bigs here, Burke.
Yeah, not too bad. Definitely a stack you can go run deep in, and he seems to play these positions close to the money and that very, very well. Played with him a few times. Cool, calm, collected, knows what to do, and somehow these boys always seem to find the right decisions to make. Chosen ones would just
yeah, the chosen ones.
Oh, we always have that conversation,
well
don't we?
said, Berkey. I like that.
Dom in the dealer seat, absolute legend of the game. He's known around the circuits. Any players that would probably know him very well, I guess. He'd be working for almost everyone now these days, Dom, wouldn't he? So we're going to get down here. Artie, who's got a big chip stack there, 50 bigs, got to fold it under the gun with the jack deuce off. Comes around to Salvatore. Definitely going to be folding here. Salvatore down to 3.7 big blinds. Massively crippled on that last hand. But just an absolute cold deck of cold decks. Tried to buy it, ran into it. Nothing much you can do there. So we're going to fold around so far. No one's picked up anything in this hand.
Giuseppe with the second worst in the game. He's going to fold. Ran to Thara in the cutoff. King 8, not good enough. Ricardo Bono.
I definitely see a raise here from Bono here. Ace 9 off. Last person to act on the button. No raises or calls before you. He'll definitely be popping this up to the structure, I assume.
This stream here brought to you by LinkTech in conjunction with the King's Premium Poker Room. The St. George Leagues Club, 124 Princess Highway, Cogra. What you're watching at the moment, if you've just checked in, is the main event, also known as the Colossus. This is day 2. There is going to be a day 3 tomorrow, kicking off at 5 p.m., which means we'll be on stream.
Give me a second. We had an all-in jam from the big blind, and Bono in the button decides to call. We've got ace 8 versus ace 9. Bono out in front. Sam English is not going to need some help here. He's the one at risk. The flop's going to come out king, queen, queen.
This is
Chopportunity outs.
yeah.
Yeah, the chopportunity outs. It's going to need an 8, a king, a 10. Actually helps him. Gives him the club draw and the straight draw.
Yep. And the river card brings in the 3.
The absolute bricks to bricks, and we are going to lose.
No, we're going to chop it up.
Oh my God. I didn't even see that.
Couple of queens, ace, king, 10. They're both playing that hand. So
good save again there, Monkey.
Chop it up, Buttercup. The pot there, the Richie Beno, 222.
Choo. Salvador here, short stacked here with 44k, 3.7 big blinds. Sam English, 9.3 sitting there and 111. And Artie out there in front with 599k. Pretty even filled here so far. Like we've got the 50 big blind stack, but you've got a couple of 42, 40, 40. So pretty even stacks. We're down to 98. We're 18 off the money. So we are going to be here all the way till 2 to 3 tables, depending on time and blind levels. But we're going to be calling the action for a while here, Monkey, and looking forward to seeing how this main event here that has a record prize pool, 512,200, plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. $750 buy-in, 788 runners, down to 98. Record prize pool of 512,200. 105,000 up top for the winner of this particular event. Second prize will pick up 7 grand. Third will pick up 44,600. And the remaining of the prize pools, well, the prize money will be streaming across the bottom in that little event ribbon. Once we actually reach the money bubble, which is 80th position in this event, which will pick up 1,500. And you might be able to see us now. We're actually on stream here, Berkey.
Yeah, I just noticed that. I like how he put it on there right as I was taking a swig of something. But thanks, boys. Appreciate the heads up. But no, we're definitely up there in the top corner of the stream. We're here just enjoying ourselves, as we always do, Monkey.
Yeah, we do like to enjoy ourselves, Burke. For those people who don't know what we look like, that's Adam Burke right there. I'm Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, and this is Berkey.
The old slick back monkey. You'll notice from the hair that always just looks just always clean cut.
Yep, trying to grow my hair out a little bit so to cover that balding patch at the back of my head.
Oh, look, I wasn't the one that was going to bring it up, but at least someone did.
Yeah, look, might be a turkey job a bit later on this year as we get back to the action.
At some point, you've just got to accept it.
That's true. Hand number 58. Philip here has elected to make the call on the button with the King 6 offsuit. Adi Dahari in the big blinds going to elect to raise it up and make it 30k to go. Philip, he's the gentleman you're going to see on stream, probably the best dressed in the poker room at the moment with the collared shirt on. Is going to make the call for 18k, so off to the flop. Here we go. And the flop comes down Queen, Deuce 5. Flush draw outs for Addy, backdoor I should say, and straight outs. And Philip obviously whiffing the board completely with nothing more than king high. Needs to find one of the 6 remaining outs to help his hand. Addy's going to bet out 17k, and Philip straight into the muck.
All right, down to 98, 18 off the money. What do we got here, Artie? 635. It's a decent stack. I think as I said, we saw the average out there was about 400.
Yep.
About 400 mark. So, like, plenty of big blinds in play here. We're going to start seeing the squeeze on a few people here, I'm sure, coming up.
See what I do want to look at? I want to have a look at this this big stack shot clock event with a 50k guarantee on it.
I'm going to take surely here that they've already broken the record for that, and I reckon they've still got about half an hour left to enter that tournament.
Yes, 7:35 is the late registration, so if you're in the area within the next 28 minutes, you can jump down here to St George Leagues Club at 124 Princess Highway, Cogra, and you can jump into that big stack shot clock event. Now, I can tell you this much for free, Burke. They've got 213 entries.
213. That's definitely broken the record.
Creating a prize pool of $83,070, beating their last record during the course of the series. That was $78,780. So,
and they've still got half an hour left to rego.
Correct. So they've beaten their previous record by 5k already, with an extra half an hour, give or take, of late registration.
So Troy under the gun here. King Jack off, has decided to raise it under the gun. We're down to Thara, who's got Ace Jack off.
5 seconds.
Trying to figure out what to do here. How to navigate this. I think he's going to come in with a 3-bet here.
Does too.
Comes into the 3-bet for 72,000. It's going to fold around. Philip, Sam, not getting many hands. Artie, Jack 3 off in the small blind. Going to throw it in the bin. Salvatore 8-4. Now Troy's definitely going to fold this here because that is a 3-bet fold all the time. Trying to balance your range here. And he does like to do that. I actually heard him talking about it recently out here, trying to balance the range.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so trying to learn from the best here because these guys are definitely, you know, if you go by players and their results, both boys, they do really well for themselves.
Yeah, good shout, Berkey.
I think he went on to win a few tournaments. Was it him or his brother? I always get them mixed up on where they, because I swear every time you open up a phone and a series is going on, one of them sitting there.
Yeah,
but he was actually in the booth with us the other day, and he gave us some really good insight on a lot of things that we have questions about.
He did.
And hopefully we have a few more guest stars coming up over the next day or two, or even tonight. I know Mark Liddell was keen to come back in and do a bit of a chin wag with us.
And don't want to point that one out there, but unfortunately, looks like we've had a misdeal there. And Salvatore Luciano, who's in the big blind, actually picked up the ace of spades, but didn't find a second card. So we have had a little misdeal here, but that's fine.
We're all human.
We give a lot of props to all the dealers that come in and deal this series.
It's very high pressure dealing on stream tables.
Yeah,
people think it's hard playing on it. It is. You're playing for big money, but I mean, when you're the one delivering the cards and putting under the pressure all the time, it is. And some of these guys make it, guys and girls, shall I say, make it look very easy sometimes. But I'll tell you tell you what, it is a high stressful job.
Yeah, and in addition to the stress that comes along with it, the actual RFID cards themselves are thicker than the regular decks that are played out on the outer feature tables. So there is a bit of stickiness to those particular cards, and sometimes it does cause a few issues. Nonetheless, we get back to the action here. Thorough, who actually won with Ace-Jack a few hands earlier, now going to pop it up under the gun +2 with the Ace-Jack offsuit to 24k. Philip has found the pocket sixes in the hijack and has elected to flat and set mine with the pocket sixes, I should say. Pardon me. Addy's going to get out of the way on the button.
And Salvatore has just gone through the blinds without picking up anything. I feel for guys. I feel for the short stacks. He's going to sit there with 1.7 bigs, and he's just got to find a hand over the next orbit. And he's just got to go with it.
And I don't know
Down
if
to
you,
20,000.
I don't know if you've noticed, Berkey, but we're dropping a few players like flies at the moment, so we could be approaching the bubble relatively soon, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you some of those behind-the-scenes stuff from Jamie, who will hopefully be able to capture any of the bubble bust-outs. So stick by us as we approach the money bubble. Flop comes down, Queen 5-10, all rainbow. No help to Troy Sweet with a 7 high. He's got backdoor straight and flush outs, and that's it. Thorough has picked up the gut shot to make a straight, can also win the pot with an ace or a jack. And Philip has actually got the best hand with a pair of sixes, but he doesn't know that. Thorough's going to bet out 30k. Philip's going to put the sixes into the muck.
And Troy already folded, hasn't caught up yet.
And Troy's already
So
folded.
we're just going to go on to the next hand. And so we've got a few short stacks at this table as well. I mean, we're 95 left, we're 15 off the money, so it's going to be interesting to see how some of these short stacks navigate to try and get into the money here. But 15 off, you can't be sitting back with 15 off trying to just try and make the money now. You've still got to make your moves, you still got to get your chips in, you still got to hope you hold. It's more when you get down to, like, you know, the soft bubble or the stone bubble that, you know, you have to actually sit there and start folding big hands with really short stacks to try and make the money.
Yes, sir.
But 15 off, way too much to be sitting back. So, I mean, Salvatore there with 1.2 bigs is just going to have to find something eventually.
Well, he is getting a massage, so hoping for his sake he's able
he
to
actually
stick around and completing that massage before he's all in here for 1.2 bigs or 14 K to his particular stack. Sam English
here
finds the A7 offsuit and hijack. He's going to rip it all in for 105. Addy, who's the gentleman you see on the screen at the moment, sitting in seat 1, finds the 10-5 off of the cutoff. He's going to fold. Salvatore is going to fold the King-9 off. Troy Sweet, 4 deuce, see you later. And Mike Shin is going to ask for a count.
He's going to be calling this off 100% of the time.
I totally agree. You might just flick in one chip and say, let's go.
Ask for a count. We're getting close to the money, but he can't be folding hands like ace-queen here.
He flicks in all of his time banks. So those time banks, just so people at home understand what they're for. Pre-flop, if you decide to use one of your time banks, you get given 20 seconds. However, post-flop, you're given 30 seconds to act on your hand, or additionally, if required.
I think it's a really odd spot to be burning through your time mix.
Agreed completely. I think
this is a very clearly fold or call.
Well, I think he's probably using the time banks because there's so many bust outs going on behind him, and he's probably trying to use the time banks to get into the money.
I don't think 2 minutes is going to be enough to...
Call?
And he does finally make the call. He only used one time bank. Okay, maybe just thinking a few things out. I'm not sure here.
Sure.
But Sam English at risk here with the ace-7. He's going to go up against the ace-queen of Mike Shin. We're going to see a flop here.
And so Sam English all in at risk at the moment. Needs to find a 7 ball. And needs to find it pretty quickly, for that matter, as the board comes down King 10-4.
Oh,
7
my
on the
God,
turn.
he gets a 7
Just
ball.
binks it.
Just
So
queen or a jack out now for Mike to take back over. And he does not get it. So Sam is going to get the double up here by getting the 3 outer. That's huge for Sam.
And you can't make it up, Berkey, but guess who's just walked into the combo? You dead set can't make it up, and I'll just get him
now, can we get
teed up to go.
Yeah, we need to get a headphone. We need to get some headphones for this this man.
I'm just
the man, the myth, the legend.
I'm just going to mute myself for a second, Berkey.
Absolutely. So
the action.
get yourself some. Look at the view of the room. It is full. That is the secondary room on the outside here. And we just got the new record pool, I've actually noticed here, for the big stack, which I would love to be playing, but the way I've been running today, I probably should not be touching cards. What do they call it? Touch it with a 10-foot pole? Well, not a chance. we're going to get back to the action here. We've got a few short stacks. We're still 15 off the money here. We didn't lose anyone last hand. Should have, but the 3 outers always seem to hit. I'm going to keep this action going all the way till 2 to 3 tables tonight, depending on time and levels. And we are joined now with our man, myth legend, Mr. Mark Liddell. Mark, how are we?
How are you, boys?
Very good.
How's the day going?
Very good. Very good. Not as good as Sam English, who has picked up the Cowboys here under the gun +3.
Look at him. He gets the 3 outer in the last pot to survive, then wakes up with kings. So we can get some action here.
Now, Mark, you have to be happy with the main event here, creating a prize pool, a record prize pool for that matter, of 512,200, surpassing the last Colossus main event by almost 50,000. You have to be happy.
Hold on a second here. We got the call from Giuseppe in the big blind. Now, what happens always when you get kings? Ace comes on the flop. He's got called by the ace-4. Now, the ace-4 is slightly ahead, but the kings does have the king of clubs, has the flush draw. So we're going to get a bet and a call of 30,000 here. The turn's going to come out. It's going to come a 4.
2 pairs now for Giuseppe Brogna.
Giuseppe going to go absolutely nowhere, and I don't think Sam's going to either with the kings with the king of clubs. But
great check back from Sam. I
very,
love this.
very good check
Needs
back.
to find the club or a king at the river. Here comes the river. Brings in the jack of hearts. No help there. Check mark goes next to Giuseppe's name as he's going to bet out. A small bet of 35k gets
very
called
good
by
bet.
the kings, and Sam's got to see the bad news that the ace-4 making 2 pair on the turn is good enough. Sorry about that, Mark. We just got caught up calling the action there, but you must be happy with the prize pool here, 512,200. Creating a brand new world record, or I should say, prize pool record.
World would be nice, but
world
how
record
about we
for...
go with the just the local St. George record? No,
sure.
but it is exciting. Look, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I just checked our total prize pool for the series is 1.984 million.
Wow.
Like how good. But what's even more exciting is our previous best outside of the Sydney Millions is sitting at 1.6. So
also, you just obliterated it.
yeah, well, I don't know about obliterate. But,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
the
No,
jumping up that many
happy.
is actually, because you're breaking records on a lot of your
It is.
events going over and over again.
It is, and I always wonder how we're going to improve from the previous series, but it just keeps growing.
Well, this is what I've noticed.
Real
You
credit
guys,
to everyone.
you guys finish a series and then you keep asking players and
You're
trying to
getting
get more
that
info and
feedback
getting the
and-
feedback and what else can we do better. And you guys keep consistently putting new things in
Yep.
that make the series get better and better. Hence why more people talk to more people start coming in more, and the prize pools get larger. So a $500,000 prize pool on a 750 event is like incredibly, like, super proud to the
It
team.
is exciting. It's I'm a very big believer. I'm pretty conservative by nature, and it is that slow build.
Salvatore here in the hijack. Sorry to cut you off there, Mark. Is now all in for 14k. He hasn't had a hand since Jesus wore sandals. He is getting a massage there in seat number 2, brought to you by Best Hands Massage. He's all in here at the moment for his tournament life for 14k in the hijack with the ace-8 of clubs. Giuseppe's going to call from the small blind with a 7-4 offsuit, and Thara in the big blind had to only make a call of 2k to contend in this pot. So it's 7-4, 10-4, and ace-8. The flop comes down with a couple of clubs.
Yep.
So Salvatore is looking all right here at the moment. 46% of equity. Does have the nut flush draw. Turn card brings in the 6 of diamonds. No real help to any of the players. Giuseppe does pick up a gut shot. He could make a 5 at the river to make a straight. A repeat queen at the river. And unfortunately for Salvatore, he misses his flush draw, and Thara's 10 on the flop, the second best pair, is going to make queens and 10s at the river. Check mark goes next to his name. Giuseppe's going to check, Thara's going to check, and Salvatore now eliminated. Taps the table in respect to his opponents, and he's going to get out of that seat number 2, and we're going to be bringing in a brand new player. And I imagine he's probably going to finish off his massage somewhere else there, Mark.
Yeah, it always seems to be the...
You know, big shout out to Best Hands, to the girls. I mean, they're working non-stop out there.
They are. That's very true. I asked for a massage at 2. It's now 7:18 local time, and they said we're going flat chat all the way to the end of today's play. So they are very busy, as is the room here, Mark.
Imagine how much you're going to enjoy it later on when it eventually comes.
Good call. I came in thinking my neck's a bit sore. Any chance? No chance. But I'll tell you what is a chance, and that is the big stack shot clock, Mark Liddell. I see that the record prize pool for that particular event was $78,780 at the previous Colossus series. And just checking online at the moment, you've beaten that record prize pool by another 6k, give or take. It's now up to $84,240. For those people who want to come in and play that event, you've got 15 minutes from right now, 7:35, is when late registration closes for that particular event. And at the moment, the prize pool is 84,240. And there's 216 entries with 100 players left. And registration is open, like I said, for another 15 minutes. So if you're in and around the area, come down to St. George Leagues Club at 124 Princess Highway, Cogra, and jump into that bad boy to see if you can take down some big money in that big stack shot clock.
Yeah, Mike Shin absolutely using his time banks here. He's got 4.8 big blinds. He's got pocket tens. He knows he's getting in. We're 11 off the money. So he's trying to drag this out as much as possible to try get into the money, but I think he's just a bit far off right now to be worrying about that.
A good call.
But 4.8 big blinds, pocket tens. You won't see a more premium hand when you got that shorter big blinds. Just got to get it in.
You have to be happy about this too, Mark. First prize here, a six-figure score. $105,000 you guys are putting up top of there.
Yeah, no, it is exciting, and I'm really happy for all the players. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we play for, right? It's for the bigger prize pools.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Mark. And you're putting on an absolute clinic alongside Natan, who recently turned 39 a couple of days ago. I think it was on Thursday or Friday.
He's looking a bit older, though.
39?
Yeah, I know. That's what I said.
Everyone keeps telling me how young he looks, so just please help me out and tell him.
And talking about doing a bit of a shout-out to the major sponsor of this stream, LinkTech, whose owner is actually in the chat. Ahmed Latif, right there. Amazing series. Well done, team. I'm up at 4 a.m. here watching the stream.
How good's that? He's over the other side of the world.
Yeah.
It's time
he's in
for
Vegas, is he?
He's on his, no.
Our first lucky winner
I'm
is
pretty sure he's on his
Theodore
European
Pampers,
vacation.
membership
Okay.
number
And he put together a
443980.
sponsorship arrangement
Theodore,
with
your
you, Mark,
confidence
in the
to make
King's
your way to
Voice.
the gaming
Absolutely.
cash.
He's been a long-time player of ours. Absolute true gentleman of the game.
What an absolute gentleman.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't be happier for him.
There you go. Big shout out to Ahmed, who woke up at 4 to watch this stream.
I mean, Giuseppe's going to call this. And Mike, you're going to absolutely love this position he's in. No overs. 2 outers here with the 4s. We're going to go see a flop here. We're going to get Jack 7 deuce. He's going to need one of the 2 4s and one of the 2 4s only. 3 does not help him at all. He's going to need a 4. Now, Mike is going to get the double up here. Massive help there. He's up to 12 big blinds now, so he's still not out of it. We're definitely 11 off the money. It's going to start getting pretty tensy with some of these short stacks here soon, Monkey.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Berkey. As we are approaching the money bubble, setting 3rd to 80th, we'll pick up $1,500. So the money bubble is when we get down to 80 players remaining. The exact bubble being obviously 81st position.
Now, did you do a walk of the floor and check out some chip stacks before you came in here?
I did, of course I did.
So who are your favourites sitting out there in the field at the moment?
Look, I've got to say, there's one person that I love watching, and that's Edwin.
Oh, mate, we can't stop
is-
talking about it. I actually talked to him on the break here while he was sitting here having dinner. I'm just like, oh, it's no surprise seeing you with a stack again. He's trying to play it off like it's nothing. Like, hey, mate, you've worked hard to play. You know, you've worked hard to get good at the game, and mate, it's paying off for it now. He just seems to be in everything, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think a better way of maybe getting him into the action, Mark, would be just put him on the final table and forget about the formalities of playing all the levels beforehand. He always seems to build a stack, Mark, and he's always there in contention for the top prize money.
Not only that, I just call him the smiling assassin because all he does is smile at you.
That's true.
And says, here, give me your chips.
Good call. As we see it raise under the gun, +1 from Addy Dahari with the ace-4 of hearts. Troy Sweet has elected to make a call with the King Jack of diamonds in the actions round to Mike Shin. He's sitting to Troy Sweet's direct left with the ace-10 of spades. He's going to put that into the mark. Giuseppe's going to get out of the way with the internet in hand. Queen-7 suited in spades. Round to Thahara, who picks up the ace-7 of clubs. So
A lot of suited hands, isn't there?
yeah,
Hearts, diamonds, clubs here, and the
spades.
ace-10 of spades was just folded. So
that is correct weight. 3 of the aces already out also in play. And let's see what Thahara decides to do from the button. It looks like he's just flicked in 1 grey chip. They're worth 25k, so just electing to call. Ricardo Bono from U2 is going to get out of the way, and Philip in the big blind with the King 7 of hearts has elected to defend his big blind. So after the flop, 4-way action here, Berkey, and a lot of suited cards. Like you said before, the flop's going to come down 10, deuce, 4, 2 clubs. Huge flop for Thara, who picks up the nut flush draw. Second bottom pair for Addy. And no other action or help for
Tell you what,
Philip and Troy here.
Troy's got back doors, both backdoor flush, backdoor straight. But if the ace 10 was in there, which I thought he could have found a jam there, Mike, under in the hijack, but he would have been ahead. But still, plenty of back doors, plenty of pairs, plenty of flush draws.
Yeah.
I dare say we're going to see a few of these guys go to the turn.
And Troy's going to have a stab at it with
45.
King Jack High with a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight outs only. He's going to bet 45k straight into Thara, who has got the nut flush draw. So he's going to go absolutely nowhere in this particular hand. Mark, he's going to have a quick squiz at the other chip stacks in the hand before making his decision, which I'm assuming he's either going to flat or make a raise. It looks more likely him going for a flat here, which I think is the best decision. Philip there getting out of the way from the big one with the King 7 of Hearts. Round to Addy, who's got second best pair, nut kicker. And he might actually come along too and float the flop, which he does. There goes the call.
Turn here. Very interesting turn coming up. Three-way action, bottom pair, back doors, and nut flush draw. Nine of spades.
Bit of help for Troy here. Picks up the gut shot. No help to the flush draw of Thara. And Addy, believe it or not, still has the best hand with the second worst pair on the board. Pair of fours with the nut kicker. 56% of equity to his hand for the time being. But obviously there's a few cards he needs to avoid at the river if he can get there. Check from Addy. Out of position. Back round to Troy. Is he going to go for another barrel here, Mark, or not?
Look, I've got to say, there's one thing about Troy that
He's aggressive.
100%. Like
Here he goes. Yeah,
he doesn't
cool.
say much,
And there it is.
But once he gets those
bets,
chips
105.
in his hand, there's no holding back.
And he is going to go for that secondary barrel there, Berkey. He's going to bet 105k. And
it's gonna
Thara with the nut flush draw.
It's going to put him into a spot here because, like, he's got a hit now. He's got to know he's got a hit in order to, well, he doesn't know Troy's hand, obviously, but he thinks he's got a hit now. And it's percentage-wise, I don't know. Are you just going to jam this? Semi-bluff, maybe?
Well, he looks like he's counting down some of those big chips there. As you can see, he's got 250 in grey chips.
I mean, you've got to have equity against any hand. So the check raise or the raise here, you know, can sometimes, a lot of the time, take it down.
Yep.
Multi-ways, probably not so much. But I actually would like to see him put the raise in here.
As he double checks his whole cards, as we can see, we can tell that they are ace 7 of clubs. So he does have the nut flush draw, and that's it. An ace would also be a bit of help to him if Addy got out the way. If Addy decides to come along, the ace would be of no help, as Addy would make 2 pair. And so he has elected to make the call.
Congratulations to our first lucky
And
winner of
I can't quite see
$100 in
what's
free
happened
fuel.
there at the river. It looks like
I'll
a
be back at
non-club has
7:10
peeled
for
off
the
a
next
picture
draw.
card. And Troy Sweet's going to go for the jam at the river and get it done, as Thara did make that fold. So big hand coming in. The jack of spades actually did come off. So a little bit of a sneak peek from Jamie Hall, just bringing a bit of that behind the scenes stuff. That was the conclusion of this particular hand.
You've actually got some interesting players here. So you've got Sam English, who's a previous winner of our mini-main. You've got Philip, who's an Omaha player.
Right.
And he's known, in fact, at Omaha, I don't think I've ever seen him fold a hand pre-flop.
He's got 100%.
He's the absolute gentleman of the game, but no, his VPIP's at 100%.
I know somebody in the booth whose hands are 100% VPIP too.
Yeah, don't look at me.
Obviously, we know Rick, so
Yeah, Bono
Crusher.
done a fair bit of commentary on Rick.
We've got Thara, another one of our ex-dealers.
We actually pronounced it correctly then. We were trying to figure out which way to pronounce it. It's Thara. Okay. How long have you guys been running here at Kings, at the St. George Leagues Club?
Yeah, great question. So we started here just over 4 years ago.
Yep.
So four and a half years.
You built this up in 4 years.
We have. No, it has been good.
Massive support.
Just
I keep
after-
getting
just
told.
after-
Massive
COVID.
support of just after COVID.
Yeah, right.
Massive support. They had a change of the management team here. They wanted to do some things different. We were on the lookout for a space, a partner, and yeah, I mean,
they
the rest
came in
is
clutch.
history. So they really did come in clutch. They've been amazing.
I mean, it's the perfect spot. You've got everything you need here outside of poker to be running it all in one venue.
Yeah, totally agree. 1 million car parks, which I hear, Mark, that they might be extending out some more car parking. So there's
Look,
about a
they've done a couple of big renovations already, but that's only phase 1. This is phase 1 of 4.
Yeah, it was actually kind of funny because when we walked in, we were having a chat about how good the club looks, like it's a premium place.
Yep.
And then you came into the booth and you're like, oh, yeah, they're about to do their upgrades. And we're sitting here going, what do you mean upgrades, man? The place
what can you upgrade?
the place is Mickey Mouse.
No, it is certainly the gaming area is, and I think it's more about all the ancillaries.
Yep.
So there's a couple of restaurants coming in, the car parks, big overhaul to the reception.
Choice Suite
And
making a play here with the 10 of diamonds.
Sorry, a big overhaul to the poker room as well. And when I say an overhaul, I mean more of an upgrade.
Yep.
Which is super exciting.
Oh, I can't wait to see what this place turns out to. Just more amenities for us to use, Monkey, while we're here.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And obviously getting a ton of support from senior management and the management team here. Mark?
Amazing. I'm very big, I guess, my working history, it's all about partnerships.
Yep.
And this partnership is just it's a great case study for everyone to have a look at in creating the true win-win situation for both parties. And we couldn't do it without their support.
Well, I could not have said that any better. That is exactly what you're trying to find, a win-win situation for both the venue and the poker operator. And obviously, they've come up spades for you, as you have for them. As we get back to the action here, this is live on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live and on YouTube, the King's Premium Poker Room at St George Leagues Club 124. Princess Highway in Cogra. This is the main event, day 2. There will be a day 3 tomorrow, kicking off at approximately 5:20. If you guys want to catch the remaining concluding stages of this particular event, it has got a record prize pool now of $512,200 with $105,000 up top for the winner, plus a trophy, and I believe also, Mark, a ticket into the Sydney Mills.
So what we do is pretty much it's the tried and tested formula of 12 months out. We start satelliting into the Sydney Millions. So
Right.
That's correct. So the winner also gets the $2,000 Sydney Millions ticket.
Beautiful. You got to love that.
And just for your info, we've already got roughly 90 people who are already satellited.
90?
Hello.
Yeah, for November, which is awesome. So prize pool building very quickly.
I'll be looking forward to that.
To grow, so.
I'll be coming back up and playing that again this year. I played it last year in just over min cash.
Well, you guys need to stop doing such a good job because you're going nowhere.
Well, I'll be coming up for that for sure, Mark. I can tell you that front and centre. I'm actually really enjoying my time up here, especially at the St George Leagues Club, also known as, from Berkey, you said, the Big Kids Playground.
Big Kids Playground.
Which I kind of like the name of. It has literally everything you could possibly imagine.
I love it.
And it's got a phenomenal bistro, tons of bars, got the pokies and the other
The Chinese restaurant upstairs.
The Chinese restaurant upstairs, and obviously the man, the myth, the legend behind us, Mark Liddell and Natan, putting on the King's Premium Poker Room, the Colossus series, right here at the St George Leagues Club. As we get back to the action, here's Troy Sweet under the gun, finds the ace queen off. That's good enough to pop it up and make it 32k to go.
So at what point did you guys think about the stream and how all Australian poker seems to be going towards streaming big events like this, which get more players involved, which gets more exposure to your brand? Like how long ago were we thinking about, we're going to put on a premium poker tour and we're going to put on a premium show? Because that's what's happening right now.
At the end of the day, it really is. It's about innovating, right?
Yeah.
And it's about keeping up to pace with the others. We've got some very strong competitors, very good competitors, and which makes us all a little bit better.
And
so
you kind of feed off a bit of that.
100%.
Yeah.
So I'm a big believer in it's a big ecosystem, right? So we can all work in this ecosystem. But at the same time, you do have to keep on improving. So part of that was, how do we go to the next step? And it was through the help of Ahmed, who's been amazing, together with the club, obviously. And it's the next step in our journey.
And also,
we've just still got many steps to go. So
yeah, absolutely.
Only the beginning.
And also Matty Marshall and Jamie Hall downstairs, who are bringing all the action to you in conjunction with Link Tech. And Ahmed Latif, who is the proud sponsor of this particular stream. And I'll tell you what, Mark, it cannot come up any clearer. This is in high definition, and this is probably one of, if not the best streams I've ever seen outside of those huge, massive productions that cost tens of millions of dollars, like you see over the WSOP, WPT, and so on. But this is absolutely in rival to that, no doubts about it, on this beautiful backdrop of a brand new RFID table too, Mark.
It's amazing. So, and full credit to both Rob and Matty Marshall and the crew. I mean, they, to me, I mean, you just pick a colour and you run with it. And but these guys, they've kept it very simple. They've kept they've looked at the chip colours, the felt, the whole background, and really, I guess it's a real credit. I can't speak more highly of them.
So we've got Sam English here in the cutoff. He's jammed all in with the ace-9, and Craig in the small blind has gone over the top with Jack. So we're going to have not quite a race here.
Congratulations to our second lucky
72
draw
to
of
28.
$100 in free
Jack's
pool.
out in front. Sammy English at risk
I'll be
again
back at
and
7:20
behind.
for the next
See if he
draw.
can catch up here.
Sam English all in at risk at the moment. Needs to find an ace board. Needs to find it pretty quickly. 2 outs remaining, as you can see, top right-hand corner of your screen. Craig's Jacks are miles out in front. Can now find a 3 ball to make a wheel.
A few more cards to get out.
And it was a no side too at
You
the
love
river.
your no side.
Yeah, it was a no side deuce of spades at the river, and that's GG's there.
So we're going to lose Sam, the former mini main. Did you say mini main event champion?
Former mini main champion. So you've got in seat 1, you've got Artie, who regular at. He's been around the poker scene for.
We've got a big hand here we're being told about.
So it's actually
Got Coach getting a massage there from Lucy.
So I know Edwin's a part of this. Thanks to call.
Have a look at Edwin in seat 1 where.
He's going to lose what looks like a
Actually,
monster
to be
pot here.
fair, this table had the majority of the chips
Yeah,
in
we
play.
were, this is the table I was looking at. On this. So it looks like the information I'm getting, it was a 1.6+ million pot that he lost here with this one.
And the board's come down 10 king, 5 of diamonds. The run out was the 4 of clubs and the 6 of hearts. And obviously it's pocket kings versus the ace queen. The ace queen whiffing in this particular instance.
Okay, and that
Huge
means
pot going over.
So that we are
Dane Allwright, who's one of our regular players at both Churchill's and St George.
He's the gentleman who won the pot.
Yes.
It doesn't even look like it's touched his stack.
He's smiling still.
And he's still
There
smiling.
you go, mate. I'll get him back.
Wow, so a massive pot going to Dane there. And courtesy of
Footage
Edwin.
from Jamie.
Yeah, phenomenal from Jamie.
He loves to get in amongst it, Jamie, and he loves to give us some good stuff to work with back here, because it's really nice to get the back end views of all these tables, not just the view of what we're watching.
Yeah, people, it does. I remember Natan a couple of nights ago said it brings back that kind of old WSOP feel when they used to capture the outer feature tables kind of on a singular recording device. And Jamie Hall has brought that back in spades, bringing you the outer feature table action. And it's come up very clutch. And I know that the people who are watching this stream are appreciating what Jamie Hall is doing downstairs in that production team, alongside Matty Marshall, as Phillips going to raise the ace-10 in a hijack suited and get no action.
So we're 6 off the money here, so now it's starting to get crunched on for a few of these stacks. We've got a few short stacks at the table, so I dare say we're going to be seeing a few of these time banks being put
All right,
into
players, if
play.
you are still in this tournament,
So
can I
I've
get
got to
you to
say,
grab
so
your
you've
seats,
got
please?
Philip,
Grab your
who
seats,
I've got to
please.
say
You're
he
in
doesn't
the
play
tournament.
many
If you're not
tournaments
on
at
the
all.
tournament,
So I spoke to him at the break. He's very excited just to be there.
Good on him.
Out of the Omaha game. Got Craig in seat 2, very much a regular of the poker circuit and a big supporter of Kings. Obviously, we all know Troy.
Now, what's the play on tonight, Mark? Because are we playing down to the final 2-3 tables? How many levels? What time do we think this might be concluding to come
Good
back and bring it back
question.
for tomorrow?
So we are going to be playing 18 levels, which goes to roughly 2 a.m.
Okay.
Or 18 players. So whichever one comes first.
There you go. Cool.
I strongly suspect the way they're going, you're going to eat my words, but it's going to be because I'm such a good judge.
Yeah.
It's going to be the end of level 18, and we'll be back here at 5:20 tomorrow.
32.
Stream will be back on at 5:20, between 5:20 and 5:30, depending how long it takes us to get prepped and ready to go for tomorrow. The players will be coming back and starting the action at 5, but we are on a 20-minute delay just to protect the integrity of the game. As we get back to the action here, Troy Sweets decided to raise it up on the button with the police hand, 10-4 offsuit. Pretty speculative, but obviously he's attacking the blinds here. And Mike Shin from the small blind has found the ace-8 of clubs. And he's contemplating jamming the rest of his stack in for 106k or 6.6 bigs.
He's definitely putting the pressure on these short stacks who don't want to bubble out.
Which he should be doing, but let's see what happens. Look at this. He feels like he's in the hurt locker here a little bit. He's counting it down, pointing the fingers, doing the math.
Oh, look, top corner there, guys.
That's us.
Say hi to everyone.
There's Mark Liddell right in the middle. The boss, obviously, towering over both me and Berkey. Looking after the show here, and you're putting on an amazing one at that. Mark Liddell, as he does elect to put the ace of clubs into the bin. So
What's really interesting here is Troy has played a lot with Giuseppe in our local games, our weekly games, our monthly games.
Sure.
So I'd say he's very much taking advantage of his tighter play out of the big blind.
So Giuseppe is going to elect to make a call, despite the fact that he has 16 bigs or 163k to his particular chip stack, or 10 bigs, I should say. Pardon me. The flop does come down King 3-7, 2 clubs. Giuseppe does take the lead away from Troy at the moment with a pair of sevens on the flop and a club to go with it. Now, can Troy try and bet Giuseppe off this? Giuseppe's going to check from the big blind on the flop. Round 2, Troy is now bet 20k. Giuseppe's looking at a 20k bet to call and flicks in a call. So a pretty good call here from Giuseppe with second best pair on this flop. Here comes the turn, brings in the deuce of clubs. A bit of help here for Giuseppe, who now picks up a flush draw to go along with the pair. Troy's got nothing more than 10 high. But Troy is a crusher of the game, and can he try and bet Giuseppe off this hand, Berkey?
Oh, man, he'll try to read it as best he can. But he's going to put the pressure on because I think they made an announcement in the background that I think it's going to be soon that they're going hand for hand. So he's going to elect to put a bet in here and really try to put the pressure on short stack. And you probably don't want to be calling here with even second pair flush draw because, I mean, we're on the bubble. ICM pressure's real now, and everyone wants to be making that 1,500.
But like Mark said, Giuseppe and Troy have battled it out quite a lot in the past. So let's see if Giuseppe can figure this one out and navigate his way through to a call. And he flicks in a time bank, so he's actually really contemplating some decisions here. It's either that or he knows from the microphone that they're coming pretty close to a hand-for-hand for the money, so he might be flicking in that time bank to try and buy some time to get closer to that money bubble.
Troy knows this and he's very, very good at exploiting the bubble play.
Giuseppe does make the fold, and Troy's bluff pre-flop on the button with the 10-4.
And look at him, he's up to 806,000.
Barreling the flop, and the turn is going to get it done with the 10-4 off. There, Mark.
Oh, Troy, I mean, talk about one of the crushers, but he does it in such a quiet, subtle way. But he's also got, he just stares you down.
Yeah, he does.
And you think, oh, this guy's going to be super conservative, and he just keeps on going.
Yeah, he just knows the right time to put the chips in, it seems like.
The complete opposite to you and me, Berkey. We always put our chips in bad and then wonder why we can't win poker tournaments. Anyway, we get back to the action here. There is 788 entries into this. We are down to the final 82, 2 away from the bubble, the money bubble for that matter. The blinds here are 8K, 16K with a 16K big blind ante. This is hand number 72 of this particular feature table. Action's going to be round 2, Craig Austin, 316 with the King 9 offsuit in the hijack. He's the guy sitting in seat 2. He's going to elect to put the King 9 into the muck. Troy Sweet picks up the Jack 4 of spades. It should be good enough to make a raise.
Yeah, he'll be putting in the raise in a lot now. He's just going to put max. I don't even know why he looks at his cards now. He's just going to put the chips in and just start putting the pressure on these guys.
That's true.
Now we are at blinds 8, 16, 16. We are, looks like up in the top corner, we're 2 off the money. So a lot of people trying to just make it there at the moment. Not Troy. Troy's just trying to put max pressure on. And if you are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, YouTube, please like and subscribe. And help everyone out. It'll let you know when the next series are coming up, all the streams that will be happening, and where you can watch the action all the way here from St. George Leagues Club in Cogra.
Well said, Berkey. Couldn't have said it better. That little alert button too that you can click on YouTube will also tell you when we're live or going live. And capture all the information there. Anyway, we get back to the action here. So Troy Sweet decided to find the Jack 4 of spades, and he thought, that looks like aces. I'll make a raise in the cutoff. and he popped it up and made it 32k to go. Thara finds the pocket threes and the big blind decides to defend.
And that check would look like sirens to Troy, I reckon.
Yep. Thara with the underpair to the board. Troy's just going to bet out his gut shot to make the straight draw. He's going to bet out 35k. Nothing more than jack high, but he also runs pretty pure, so wouldn't expect anything less than a jack of 4 or 7 to peel off on the turn.
This is
Thara has come along, doesn't believe him for half a second. Calls with the underpair to the board. Here comes the turn. Brings in a repeat 5. A huge card for Thara here, who if he thought he was in front on the flop, now definitely believes that he'll be in front on the turn. Is Troy going to go for another barrel here on the turn when the repeat 5 of diamonds? Your prop card here, Berkey, peels off.
I do love seeing it on the board.
And Troy's going to shut down to Thara, who I'd love to see make a bet, doesn't, checks it back. The deuce of hearts at the river. Huge card again for Thara, finding the best at the river, outside of obviously the 3-3. Finds the 5 of diamonds and the deuce. It will for sure. I can't imagine Troy is going to make a bet, and he doesn't. He shuts it down.
That's a great call by Thara on the flop there.
How good's that? That's some top-level poker there, Mark Liddell.
So if we look at these players left, I'd say Troy, Craig and Rick will be doing all the aggression here on the final table, whereas the others will be definitely trying to make the money.
So we're 2 off the money.
Yeah, 2 off the money. 73rd to 80th. Pick up $1,500. The money bubble is 81st. And I believe that Jamie Hall might be able to go out there and capture some of the outer tables pertaining to this money bubble, as we're getting very close to it. 2 off it, essentially. But for the time being, we'll get back to the feature table here. Philip, under the gun, finds the 6 deuce of hearts. No good. 9-7 for Addy. In the bin. 10-3 for Craig Austin. Suited in the clubs, under the gun, +2. Squeezes them up. Not good enough. Into the mark. Troy Sweet finds the king 6.
Look like aces again. Let's just raise it.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's got to do in the hijack. Applying max pressure again.
How good.
He's so good. It's
great.
It's so good to watch when someone does it quite masterfully, doesn't it? He's just like, yep, you know what?
There's no changing gears. He's
No,
just
it's-
foot
it's- yeah,
down,
foot
right,
down,
all the
let's
way. As Mike Shin finds the queen 5 in the
Absolutely
cutoff.
no one wants to
folds.
go out in the bubble.
Yep, that's true.
So the only time you're getting 3-betting that here is by some like monster hand, and you know where you're sitting from there.
What is interesting here, though, is that he's picked the one player on the table who really couldn't care about the min cash.
Yeah.
and that's Ricardo, but he happens to be in the big blind this hand.
Oh, it's beauty. And got him dominated too. So it's king queen versus the king 6. The flop comes down. Ace 3-4. Complete rainbow.
All right, dealers, at the end of your
And
current
it's
hand
going to go check
pause for
from
me,
Ricardo
please.
with the
Pause
best
at the end
hand.
of your
Not no
current
pair
hands,
at the moment.
please.
Back round to Troy, who I'd imagine is going to make a C bet here after raising it pre. And here comes the chips straight into the pot. He's got about 30k. Grey chips are worth 25k. Orange chips are worth 5. Those yellow chips are worth 1k. There are some brown chips, but they are
Time banks?
Time banks. Yep. Thank you, Berkey. Appreciate that. So they have no tournament value. And
Look at
Ricardo
this call from Bono here.
is just going to make the call. Doesn't believe Troy for half a second. Here comes the turn card. Brings in the 8 of clubs. So the boogie now on the board. Ricardo with the best hand at the moment. No
It's
pair.
actually going to be interesting how Troy navigates this now, because he'd know that Bono doesn't care about the min cash. Usually people he'd be betting into here on the bubble, because we're on the stone bubble now, 81 up in the top.
Probably very, absolutely.
I think he's carried on the pre-flop raises and then gone, oh my God, I forgot who was in the big blind.
I forgot it was there.
Good call from Mark Liddell, who's joined us here, one of the owners of the King's Premium Poker Room. Ricardo's going to check and see if he can get Troy to have a stab at this. I'd imagine that Ricardo actually might call off with nut no pair here, and Troy's just got to shut down.
Once
Ricardo's
again.
going to show him the nut no pair, and that's good enough.
Troy can't believe it. How have I found this guy? If I bet that flop to any other person at the table, they're folding. I found the
100%.
one guy. I found the one guy.
Yeah, good call there, Berkey.
Now, you did hear Natan in the background going, we're going hand for hand, because we're on the absolute stone bubble here. So it looks like we're going to have a quick dealer change. We're going to go hand for hand here. So as we get information, we will give you guys as much information as possible.
Brian.
Speaking of Jake.
All right, players and dealers in the main event, we are not on the bubble, we're on the double bubble since you guys don't want to play anymore. It's going to be double bubble, guys. We're going to be on the bubble for both 81 and 82 because no one's playing. Alright guys, so dealers, standard hand-for-hand procedures. The clock is paused. It's going to be a 2-minute reduction per hand. Dealers and players, please no announcements of callings and calls. And do not run the board until we ask you to do so. Once we lose one player, we're going to break down the table and they will be on the actual bubble. Okay, dealers, shuffling up your first hand, please.
So there you have it from the Tarn, talking about the money bubble. We are one player off, hand for hand at the moment. So there's going to be a sort of temporary pause in between hands as the outer tables need to complete theirs before the next hand is going to be dealt here at the feature table. It does give us a good amount of time to talk about what's going on at the moment in the rest of the St George Leagues Club in terms of the poker that the Kings boys are putting on here tonight.
Well, I'd like to actually know what, because the lockout just happened in that deep stack, the big stack,
shot clock. Yeah,
it is.
I'd like to actually know
what was actually happening was because there was so much value in the big stack, they were saying, okay, well, bugger that. Let's wait till that's closed off, registration's closed off, and then once we get knocked out, okay, we'll have dinner. Who wants to go home? Let's just play a freeze out.
So, the freeze out. I'd like to fireballs to the freeze out.
So have a look at that. That is the room that you guys can see on one of the rooms, I should say.
All right, players and dealers,
playing out the main event down
we are
to
not
the
on the
final
bubble,
18.
we're on the double
So let's
bubble.
have a look who we can see out there. So we've got Uno, who's got a good stack, who's still one of our crushers of the room, I guess. Jim Pizanis is over on Edwin's table, together with Madge. You'll be able to hear Madge through the screen over the other side of the country, no doubt. Let me see, who else have we got out there? We've got Mike Johnson on the nearest table here. Let's see, we've still got Jason Yen battling on.
Matty Marshall at his best at there.
At his best. And Brian Butler also coming into the chat on Facebook Live saying great coverage, as good a view as I've witnessed. So I appreciate those kind words there, Brian.
Once again, people, if you are in the chat and you have a question for myself, Monkey, or Mr. Mark Liddell at this point,
boss.
The boss
one of the
himself,
bosses,
we've got him in here. So if you've got any information you want to know about this is the person to be asking at the moment. Get in the chat, like and subscribe on YouTube, and we'll keep you entertained as best we can here with all the questions and queries we can get into.
Good call. Now, talking about that big stack out there, Berkey, which was the event that kicked off today at 2 p.m, the big stack shot clock, I should say, was a $450 buy-in, 50K starting stack, 25-minute levels, and unlimited re-entries until 7:35, which is now past. That had a record prize pool of $78,780 in it. And I can tell you this much, it is now closed off, and they've now got another prize pool of, another record prize pool, I should say, of $88,140. So you got 226 entries into that event, Mark Liddell, and there's 99 players remaining.
There's no turning back, is there?
Gee whiz.
So once again, the bar gets set higher.
Yep.
And then what's our challenge? Let's just bleed it again next time.
I gotta love that. So an extra $10,000 on top of their previous record for that particular event. They are smashing it out here at the St George Leagues Club, 124 Princess Highway, Cogra.
Now, this is a pretty interesting table to name. We've got a few short stacks at the table, and you've got a couple of big stacks who are like max pressure players. So,
so you've got your max pressure players.
You might see some big overfolds here.
Yeah, I think you really will. So Rick definitely will, Troy, and I think Craig to a lesser extent. Whereas the others will try and make their way to the money. Still out in the background, I can just see, or you'll be able to hear him, Robert Spano.
Oh, Spano.
Spano's in there, is he?
Spano's still going strong. Michael Levy's still going strong. Kenta, one of the regulars.
He's had some good results recently as well, Kenta.
He has. He's another one of our crushers there.
Jeez, this room looks good, Mark.
Yeah, it is exciting, isn't it?
And this is just one part of it. I think you've got 3 rooms going on today, right? You've got this one, the room to the left of this particular room, and upstairs. Is that correct?
Correct. And then so, I mean, once again, this is about the partnership. So what we're hoping is for the Sydney Millions actually to have 4 of the big rooms just pumping. We should be able to increase our capacity there by another 30%. So,
30%.
which would be great.
I'm looking forward to that.
Hopefully the board of directors is listening to this. Right, guys, come on. Come on.
Well played, Bart.
Put the squeeze on it.
Players stay seated, please.
And what about the staff you've got working for you too, Mark? It's a prime time to be able to give them a bit of a shout out as well.
So you've got Patrick, our head of floor, who's working the floor at the moment with Natan.
All right, let's see the hands, please. We've got Ace King offsuit at risk up against Ace Queen offsuit. Off, we've got a 10, 5, 6 rainbow. In the turn, we've got a Queen of Hearts. On the river, we've got a 7 of clubs. We will lose a player and also break the table, and then we'll be on the actual bubble.
I know who that is.
Oh, no.
He's a Play Live regular. Cheek Long. All the way up here from Melbourne.
There you go.
So he's seen the light and he's come up to Sydny.
Yeah, yep.
Good on him.
Walking straight over to
Oh,
the registration desk.
I'm
Roughly
going to
walking
say
straight
that was
outdoors.
our 82nd bust out. So
Oh, was it?
I
Oh,
think
don't do
so.
that to us. Have we been done?
No, I think you're probably right
No.
there, Mark. Good call by you.
Okay.
As I'd imagine, once we hit the money, most people will start
Congratulations
clapping.
to our
Like
fourth lucky winner.
what happens when the
$100
plane
in
lands
PRIZEPOOL.
safely over in the States? Everybody
Copy that
starts
to
clapping.
740.
No, I think that's
Next
just you,
draw,
mate.
free
Well, it's on the planes that I'm
So
on,
I'm
maybe.
just looking at the background here. So we've still got Robert DeMillion in play, the Silver Fox.
Yep.
Who else have we got? Got Robert Liu in the table just nearest to us.
Yeah, this table just closest to us was
Correct.
mainly the table that we had here on the last
Okay.
swing of the
Together
stream.
with Mark
so,
Green.
yeah,
There's Jamie Hall walking down there with the cap on.
he's just waiting for the hard bubble to bust. He wants some footage of it.
The bad thing is that I'm seeing a piece of paper. I can't go into my calculations.
So that was the soft bubble from what we've been able to deduce here, I think. What a shot of the room.
Lucky I've got you guys have got me to keep you in line, right? I mean, where would you be?
We need as much time as we can get in here.
Well played, Mark Liddell. And also, just in case, whilst people are sort of watching this footage and we are doing hand-for-hand poker, there is another event on tonight. It started at 6:30. It's called the Lockdown. It's a complete freeze-out tournament, $350 buy-in, 60K at the starting stack, 20-minute levels. It is a freeze-out. Registration will go all the way through until 9:40. Now, whilst at the moment there isn't many players sitting in that event, it will pop off once people start busting from this and other events that are going on simultaneously, such as the big stack shot clock. So,
Well, I always find
in and
that
around the area, come down and play that.
I always find that events that happen towards the cashing of the main event and after, they're like the get out stage, and people come and start,
Yeah,
I think that's why the big stack went off. Is people are trying to get out. They're trying to save their series.
Yeah.
The series saver kind of
Series
things.
saver.
Yeah.
So we've got Mr. Mike Johnson joining us in seat 9. Looks like he's got a healthy stack there that he's brought to the table.
There's 400 just in oranges. And it looks like 450, give or take.
Right, we are going for a hand here, so we've finally got to
Short of a million,
see
maybe?
something here.
I think
Well,
what they
a
did,
stack.
they just busted a table to people the tables at 9-handed.
So we are on the stone bubble at the moment, down to 81 players out there in the field as Addy picks up the King Jack offsuit under the gun. He's going to elect fold. Craig Austin under the gun +1 finds the 9-2, 11 double down blackjack hand. One card, please, dealer. He's going to fold. Troy's going to get out of the way with the the 4-3 off. Round to Giuseppe Brogna in the hijack. Finds the ace-4 of diamonds. Not enough for him to commit the rest of his chips with. And thank God he didn't, because Thara has picked up the ace-queen offsuit, the cutoff. That's going to be enough to make a raise. So let's see how he pops this up to 32K. Round to Philip in the small blind with the king-8 of clubs. One of the most well-dressed people in this particular
Looks
poker room
quite
too.
suave, doesn't he?
He does look suave. And Mike Johnson, who you were just referring to before, Mark Liddell. He's
Chip leader.
There you go.
He's
Yeah,
got-
comes in with a million chips. If you don't mind, 65 bigs.
Comes in with a mill.
So I would suggest, and Troy will know this extremely well, he won't be picking on his big blind.
Okay.
Because,
Well, you see how quick Troy folded? I think
Yeah.
it comes around to him.
yeah, he finally learned. He heard us.
He heard us for sure. And have a look at this for a flop for Mike. Does flop top paired, has backdoor clubs working for him. Thorough misses completely with the ace queen. Mikey's got a check from the big blind back round to Thorough, who I'd imagine is going to make a C bet on this particular flop. But I would also like to see him check it behind this.
I think in this
particular
position, facing someone who covers you, I think you want to put the least amount of chips possible.
Yeah, see, I
In the
much
middle.
prefer not to C bet this flop personally, because I think this flop is more in line with the range, the calling range, I should say, from the big blind.
Correct.
But he does elect to make a bet for 27k, back round to Mike Johnson, who's going to go absolutely nowhere with top pair.
He's going to feel super uncomfortable once he makes this call.
So let's see what Mikey decides to do here.
Try and raise 80,000.
Has he popped it up and made it 80k verbally without even putting the chips out? Now they come out into play. So
Yeah, see, I'd prefer here with just the check behind. You don't want to be put in position against stacks that cover you on the direct bubble. It's just a super awkward spot to be in. And you're very correct. It does actually favour the big blind's calling range here.
yeah, I would have preferred the check back, and he would have been able to realise a little bit more equity on the turn with the ace queen. Obviously, if an ace or a queen comes out, it would be absolutely gin. Now he's forced to have to make a fold and give up an extra 27k in chips on the flop after making that C bet.
So I'm guessing Mike Johnson regular? Absolute.
Regular. Actually, a regular, to be fair, at all the poker series around the country, but definitely does extremely well. Definitely has an aggressive game.
It's the second time we've commentated on Giuseppe. How much do you know about Giuseppe Brogna?
Giuseppe, if I had to describe him, if I'm sitting on the table as one of the poor players.
Right, okay.
No, Giuseppe, loves his poker.
Okay.
I wouldn't have said that he makes many deep
All right,
runs.
players,
And with
staying
no
at your seats,
disrespect
please.
to him.
Listening up
Yep.
to my... All right, players, staying at your seats, please. Listening up to my announcement. We have it all in a call on table 9. Showing cards, please.
With a stone bubble. And it looks like it has been
Ace queen.
raised
Ace
all in
queen
with
of
ace queen versus the
Flop
pocket
we've got.
sevens. Ace queen is
Ace,
definitely all
three,
risk because the
10,
pocket sevens doesn't
rainbow.
cover. Here comes the flop. Comes ace 3 10. So
Lucky winner of
big,
$100 in
big
free
flop
fall.
there for the ace queen player. Who's now got top pair, second best kicker. The queen card does in the four of hearts now.
Julia Foreman,
Sevens
seven,
together
five.
on the river. The queen of diamonds is not going to get it done. See out of players taking photos of these bubble hands.
By signaling to each other there is an
So we are
all-in call,
hand
you
for
are
hand at the
impacting
moment. It does make
yourselves
it a little
only.
bit difficult
Please,
for
guys,
us to
make
be
it
able to
easy
call
for
the
us.
action because there
Easy
is no
point
action
across the bubble.
outside of what we're getting from Jamie Hall and the others
Next
out there.
hand, please.
Now, I've got a treat for you guys. One of the absolute gentlemen of the room, an ambassador,
Yep.
and he is going to trash his brother on that final table like you can't believe. So I'm going to introduce to you the one and only Mr. Jack Sweet. I'll join you guys later.
No problems at all.
Pleasure as always, Mr.
Thank
Mark
you very
Liddell.
much, Liddell, as Jack Sweet's going to come in and commentate on his brother. Yep, so we're going to see this firsthand. I don't know how many times this has ever been done before, but the twin, Jack Sweet, is going to join myself, Monkey, and Berkey in the booth.
How's it
How are
going?
you, Jack? Good?
How we doing?
Doing well, doing well.
As Ricardo Bonner just picks up the aces. So, a bit of a sprinkle of good luck as Jack decides to jump into the booth here.
How did you do in this event, my man? I know you're out, but was it an early? Was it a bad beat? Was it just stock standard?
Sent it in over 3 streets just after Rego end. Usually not a winning strategy.
Yeah, trust me, I know all about non-winning strategies. I'm the king of them. But no,
well
it's,
in this, didn't you, Berkey?
what's that?
You did pretty well in this one.
I fired 3 bullets within 45 minutes.
Really good.
Yep, love it. It's not just his brother who's trash talking, it's me. And I'll absolutely cop it and run along with it.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So we've got the aces here versus 4s. Cutoff versus small blind here. We're going to get Jack 6 flop, 2 spades.
Oh, dear.
Ricardo's got the aces with the ace of spades. Mike Johnson just sitting there quite awkwardly with those 4s. How do you play this stone bubble here when you've got hands like this?
usually when you're covered, you'd like to play some small pots.
Yep.
Like if you'd usually bet small, usually those sort of hands turn into checks and big bets turn to small bets. So yeah, really just not trying to put your stack at risk.
Good call as Mike's going to check from the small blind. Background to Ricardo, who has picked up the best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em. Jack Sweet has joined us in the comms. And he's going to commentate on his brother, his twin brother for that matter, Troy Sweet, who has 677k and 42 big blinds in play. Jack
Can't wait to call him out.
Yeah. Jack also.
Do you guys do a lot of reviewing of your tapes when you get to check them out on stream?
Yep, definitely live stream is an awesome tool to go back and look at some footage of hands played and review your own play style.
Yep. And it looks like there's been a better 50k from Ricardo Bono, and Mike Johnson has decided to call.
Ooh.
And have a look at this for a river card. Eat your heart out, Jack Sweet in the combo here. The 4 peels off, and Ricardo Bono's aces have now shriveled up to being the worst hand. Mike Johnson now has a check mark next to his name. However, it did bring in the flush and the backdoor straight. So Ricardo might be able to get away from this one quite cheaply, especially if Mike Johnson decides to make a bet here.
He did say that Ricardo doesn't care about bubbling out and being on the thing. So
Mike Johnson here is going to check for the small blind after hitting gin at the river with the 4 of spades, as Ricardo is going to go for a big bet here. He's going to bet 120k, about half pot. Mike Johnson, who's absolutely spiked gin at the river with the 4 of spades, making a full house.
I feel the max pressure's coming on here.
And he's got to be very happy with this river card because it did bring in the spade flush, which Ricardo could have, and obviously the full house is bigger than that of a flush, and he does elect to put in a time bank to decide what he wants to do to try and extract a little bit more out of Ricardo. And I'd imagine if Mike decides to whack this here or put in a raise, I'd imagine that
Max
Ricardo's
pressure here, Jack?
probably going to call here with the aces. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely a tough spot.
Mind you, they are on the money bubble too.
That's right.
Yep.
Not much money has gone in post flop, so Ricardo's hand is definitely under-repped.
Yep.
In saying that, Mike definitely has like a fair bit of value in this line as well, so it's gonna be a very, very tough spot for Ricardo. He's obviously bluff catching, so those spots are always tough versus good players.
It's actually an interesting one, him having the ace of spades here, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. That's actually the key crucial card here, Berkey. I totally agree with you.
Because he doesn't have the ace of spade bluffs in his range here.
And he does show the ace of spades. So I don't know if you've noticed that. He actually turned up the ace of spades, Ricardo, and
really nice fold.
Showed Mike the ace of spades and does find the fold. So it's a great fold.
Do you reckon you find the call there a lot more if you don't have the ace of spades in your hand? Or is it just the position of being on the stone bubble and being jammed into that? It's
probably a combination of a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, the flush draw gets in. There's obviously 3 of the kind jacks out there, a whole bunch of full outs, and obviously quads could potentially be on the board as well. But, yeah, I don't know. Pretty tricky. I think the money bubble probably has a little bit of influence over your decision-making there. What do you think, Jack?
Yep, definitely a decision that's impacted by the money bubble, but I would say ace of spades is a good card because Mike's not likely to flat the small blind with many offsuit ace-x, so you block flushes and don't necessarily block as many bluffs.
Correct. Totally agree. So we're joined in the combo. That's Berkey. My name is Monkey, and we've got Jack Sweet. That's his brother on the stream at the moment, Troy, with 42 bigs.
I swear you almost forgot your own name there for a second, Monkey.
I did. So we got Berkey, we got Monkey, and we got one of the Sweet brothers right here, Jack Sweet, behind us, calling the action tonight for the time being anyway, as Mike Shin under the gun +1 finds the ace-10 offsuit. He's going to find the fold. Giuseppe finds the 4-5 for those back row players straight into the muck. Tharos find the 10-7 offsuit. Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand offsuit. Ricardo Bono is going to get out of the way with the 5-3 round 2. Philip Fonts, the ace-queen.
Wow.
Is that correct?
Yep, that's
in the
he
cutoff.
did. Yeah, he just folded the ace queen.
Right, obviously doesn't like that hand too much. Now to Mike Johnson, who just won the last hand, hitting a 4 at the river to make a full house.
I'm definitely going to go with the money bubbles playing into that one.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He's going to pop it up and make it 35k to go. And he's going to get out of the way with the Queen 9 of diamonds. And Craig Austin, 316, has picked up the Jack 6 of diamonds. I thought you might like that one,
Yes,
Berkey.
stone cold. Love it.
Stone cold Craig Austin, 316. Dearie me. Has elected to defend from the big blind. So heads up action. Here we go. And the flop comes down a monster for Craig Austin, who flops top and bottom pair. And Mikey's got a piece of it too, with second best pair and a queen kicker. So Craig's going to check from the big blind round to Mikey, who was the pre-flop aggressor. And I'd imagine he's going to come out with a bet after flopping second best pair, which he does. He's going to bet out 35k. 40k, apologies. And Craig Austin's going to go absolutely nowhere with top and bottom pair and backdoor diamonds working for him here, Jackie.
Not going anywhere.
He's not going.
Oliver Corey in the chat saying Jack's nickname is Spare Parts, by the way, guys, if you want to call him that. I'd like to know a little bit more about that if you don't mind, maybe after this end.
Yeah, sure.
We do get the race here to 110,000.
I love
Sorry,
this.
just hearing the call in the background of the club draw.
Craig Austin's going to pop this up and make it 110k to go. He's going to charge Mike a little bit more to continue, obviously with the flop top and bottom pair and backdoor diamonds working for him. Can Mikey get away from second best pair on the flop? I don't know enough about Mike Johnson. Have you played with him, Jack, at all?
Yeah, Mike's definitely someone who likes to battle, but very calculated and, like as we just saw, capable of making some good folds.
That's a good fold there. So I want to get back to this comment from Oliver
Spare Parts
in the chat, saying Jack's nickname is Spare Parts, by the way, guys, if you want to call him that. Where did that come from?
So Oliver, obviously one of our good mates.
Okay.
He knows that my contact name for Troy on my phone is Spare Parts. Obviously, I dig at him being the second born twin.
Ah,
Yeah,
very
fair
good,
enough.
very good.
If I ever lose an arm,
Yeah.
got to ready to go.
There you go. Oh, that's too funny.
Mike
Spare
Johnson out
Parts.
here with a commanding lead here at this table. 1.3 million in chips, if you don't mind.
How much older are you than your brother?
50 minutes.
Oh, right,
So
okay.
kept mum waiting for a bit.
Yep. There you go. So put mum on the clock there for 50 minutes.
Time being called for
Yeah.
sure.
Look at this.
So Troy decided to slow roll and come out 50 minutes later. So there you have it. That is too funny.
All right, dealers, records to go,
As
please.
we do a little bit of a panning shot around one of the rooms here at the St George Leagues Club for the King's Premium Poker.
Been told to shuffle up the
Room.
hill for the next one. We've got a fair few short stacks here. 6.6 bigs, 8.4 bigs, 11 bigs. All these guys just trying to make the money here. You saw that with the fold with the ace-queen pre-flop.
Jackie, what happened with you in this particular event?
Bagged off one bullet and came back with 2 starting stacks, so pretty good day one. But day 2 didn't really get much going, and then tripled off like an airball bluff over 3 streets, and that's all she wrote. So
Look at this, boys. We're up in the top corner.
Went
Wave
for
hi to yourselves.
Ricardo Bono here, raises up and makes it 35k to go. Under the gun plus 3. And Mike Johnson finds the 4s again, which he just made a full house with no more than 3 or 4 hands ago.
Against Ricardo.
That's true. Very good call. Paddy's picked up the 10-6 of clubs on the button. He's going to elect to put that into the muck. Craig Austin finds the acey-deucey offsuit in the small blind. Probably not good enough to call, even though he's got chips already in the pot. Round 2, Troy Sweet, Jack's brother, with a king-9 off. Jackie, do you want to call the action here?
I would expect this one to be a call on the bubble. He covers Ricardo. If he was a bit shorter, maybe you can consider folding, but potentially going to bust Ricardo. Definitely come on.
So Troy's going to defend from the big blind with a king-9, also known as the dog hand, K9. And the board comes down Queen 8-5, 2 spades. No help to Troy, but a little bit of help to Ricardo, who has the king of spades in his hand. So he does have backdoor spades to hit and also has the best hand at the moment and 83% equity here. Jackie boy. And Troy's going to check, and the action's going to go back on Ricardo. Do you just fold on this particular flop here, Jack?
Yeah, you just have to fold. Nothing going on.
And it looks like he has made a snap fold, Troy, as Ricardo flicks his cards in and takes down that pot of increasing his chip stack up to 59%. We are on screen at the moment. You're looking at me. That's me, Josh Monk, alongside Adam Burke. And that's Jack Sweet right behind us.
With his brother Troy Sweet sitting at the table here in a pretty decent spot here.
So you went a 3-barrel bluff and didn't get it done.
That's right.
Who hasn't been there?
Yeah. Do you actually know the hand off by heart whilst we're on the hand for hand?
Yeah, I jack 10 offsuit, low jack open, big blind defend, and just decided to go haywire on a board that definitely favoured the big blind. It was like 6, 7, 4, queen 4. Checked on all 3 streets, couldn't help myself, and I was out of my chair.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Do you know who your opponent was?
Not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, main event's pretty big field, so you're going to play against a lot of players you haven't played before, so it's all about adjusting on the fly. Did not adjust.
Did not adjust, and that was your stack gone. I'll tell you what, Berkey copped a couple of bad ones. He came in, shot 3 bullets in 45 minutes, believe it or not.
Yep.
Any hands to note?
My second hand, I raised with 7s under the gun +1, flattered, 3-bet me, I flattered, flopped a set, we got it all in. She had aces, and got an ace on the river, so got stacked there. And then I jumped onto a new table, and my third hand in, I ran aces into ace 8. 8 on the flop, 8 on the turn, gone. And then I fired my third bullet. I defended the big blind with king 5. I flopped 2 pair against top pair. We got it all in, and he hit his highest second pair on the turn.
Sounds like he ran well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just for good measure, also hit a repeat.
Yeah, also, if he didn't hit his second pair, I still would have been counterfeited. Yeah,
it was a king 5-9 board versus Berkey had king 5 of hearts, and his opponent had king queen. Queen on the turn, 9 at the river for good measure. And Berkey walked out of there with a bit of blood oozing from his rectum for doing 3 bullets in 45 minutes.
And I didn't have the story if I tried to triple barrel bluff someone. I actually think I had it in good every time. And yep, that's poker, isn't it? And that sent me straight here to the com booth with you, Monk.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, what you are watching at the moment is hand-for-hand play, because we are on the stone bubble.
Right, let's play on next hand, please.
At the moment, top 80 players do get paid, with 80th picking up $1,500, or twice their buy-in amount into this event, assuming, of course, they bought in once. And basically picking up Berkey's money, and that of Jack Sweet too, to be fair. So there's 4. How many buy-ins were you in for?
Just one.
Just one. Okay,
No,
so there's 4 buy-ins right here in the commentary booth.
Almost feels like a win.
Yeah, almost feels like a win. Good call, Ricardo Bono under the gun, +2, finds the ace-7 offsuit. It's going to fold round to Phillip, who hasn't played a hand, trying to get into the money with a 10-3 of clubs. No good. Mike Johnson, queen 5, offsuit and hijack. I'll tell you what, I kind of like the demeanour of this guy, Mike Johnson. Don't know much about
cool,
him.
Doesn't he? Cool, calm, collected.
Looks like he's just had a fresh haircut too. He's sporting a bit of that mo. It looks like he's got a bit of that Joe Hasham fly underneath the bottom lip too. So nice hand there by Mike Johnson, coming in clutch. Raised to 35k in the hijack with the queen 5 off. Craig Austin's going to get out of the way with the 9-4 off in the button, or on the button, I should say. Round 2, Jack's brother, Troy. He finds the queen 8 off, nothing to contend there with. And Mike Shin is in the big blind with the 8-6 offsuit, and he doesn't want to play either. So that hand's going to be raised and no action, as we're going to go back to more hand-for-hand play.
Mike's just sitting there going money for jam. Everyone seems to be folding now. I'm just going to...
Typical chip leader hand.
Now,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I will do, Jack, considering we do have you in the booth. Out of you and your brother, who is the better poker player?
Troy definitely takes the cake on that one.
Okay.
Results and play-wise.
Okay.
Got me clear.
And because you guys are obviously twins, do you guys happen to live together? Do you talk about poker quite a lot? Is it all you guys do, or?
Yep. Poker's definitely a big part of both of our lives, and we do live.
A bit of a vapor drop, the big man himself, Natan, who you can actually see on screen. We are on a 20-minute delay, hence the reason for why Natan has ducked in, and he's actually in 2 spots at the same time.
Tell him to get a cuppa.
Tell him to get a cuppa. Right, okay, there you go. So well played from Natan, coming in, picking up a couple of those Vicks vapor drops, which are a mandatory requirement when you're in the com booth. Your
Talking constantly.
your throat does get a bit dry, and some lubrication does help quite a bit. So obviously, you said before.
Dear, no, he's not showing this, is he?
Oh, this will be phenomenal. So we're just finding out from the production team here, and you know what? I'm going to quarterback this one for the people at home.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
It looks like the...
wait till it comes up on screen.
Yeah, I will. The production team is actually taking the screen grabs from our chats to show the bad beats for Berkey. So you can see them firsthand. Hopefully you can put all three of them into the one screen and show the bust out hands for Berkey so we can have a bit of a laugh whilst we're waiting for the next hand to be dealt at this feature table. Well played by Lenny Marshall downstairs.
Oh, dear.
That is too funny. As we get back to the action here, you're listening to myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside his co-pilot for the Can't Make It Up podcast, Adam Burke, and the big man himself, Jack Sweet, one of the ambassadors for King's Premium Poker Room, sitting right behind us. So 3 people in the comm booth at the moment as we get back to the action. Thorough under the gun finds the pocket threes. He's going to fold that. Ricardo's going to fold the 4 deuce. 4 deuce also for Philip goes into the muck. Mike Johnson finds the queen 9 of spades.
Max pressure again. Let's go.
He's going to pop it up and make it 35k to go. Addie's going to get out of the way with 5-4 suited in spades. In hearts, I should say. Craig Austin picks up the ace jack off in the cutoff. So that quickly a few times. And I'd imagine he's going to put in a 3-bet here.
5 seconds.
Would that be your line of attack?
Yeah, I'll probably 3-bet or fold this one.
Yep.
Flat, probably okay versus the chip leader as well. I think classic all 3 options.
Mike Shin's folded the pocket 7s, by the way, in the small blind, and Giuseppe's picked up the pocket 6s. So there were 3s, 6s, and 7s in this hand in terms of pocket pairs. Giuseppe, obviously, in the big blind, is going to flatten. See if he can hit a much needed set here, Berkey, because he's down to fumes at the moment, 5.3 bigs, and the flop comes down 10-8-5, complete rainbow. Mikey Johnson has picked up a gut shot to make a straight. Craig Austin has nothing more than ace jack high, and the pocket 6s at the moment are out in front.
You just continuing here if you Mike, don't you?
Yep, should be enough to win a putt.
35.
I think Giuseppe might jam this, actually. Craig Austin can't continue, I don't think, with ace jack high.
I think they said Giuseppe, he's very short stack, so he's getting called by a lot here.
Actually, pardon me. They are on the money bubble. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think this is a jam.
take back my comment.
I think he's just going to put this in the bin unhappily because he didn't hit his set, and we're going to move on to the next hand here.
Good call, Berkey. I forgot that we are on the stone money
it
bubble.
It does change a lot, doesn't it? Oh,
It
no.
does.
I can feel what's coming up.
And Berkey seeing what could be shown on your screen at home.
I'm glad he actually hasn't done that yet.
Good. And there's a comment coming in from Vader6203 on YouTube. Jack, I did the same. Triple off 3 streets with a spade flush draw. It was river called by ace king, nut no pair. So that's a bit brutal for Vader there.
Looks like Vader not here shows some self-control.
He said, he said, I'm sort of happier to hear that I'm not the only one. And this is the other feature table at the moment. Edward Chu is involved in a pretty big pot here too, as he's put out a sizable bet at the river.
260k it looks like is going to be the bet.
Into Nick. Now we can't quite see the board.
And he
Nick
does
click in the
all
call.
in.
And Eddie's going to show what looks to be the 9-7 off, making 3 of a kind 9s on a board of 4-9 deuce 6-9. So he does make 3 of a kind 9s at the river. He gets a call from Nick, who was the chip leader earlier today. So Edwin, despite losing a pretty big pot earlier, has now got some chips back here, Berkey.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
And these are Berkey's bust-out hands that you can see now on the screen. So aces versus the ace 8. The board came down 10-8-5, 8 of hearts on the turn. So that was 1 bullet. See you later. Pocket 7s. Flopping a set on the 7-9-10 board. Turn card came the 3 of spades and the ace of hearts at the river, giving his opponent a set of aces at the river. So there's 2 bullets gone, and this is the 3rd bullet, King 5 of hearts. The flop came down.
We have an all-in and a
King
call
5-9.
table 5.
It's actually reversed, obviously, on this particular thing. King 5-9, he got it all in. His opponent called with top pair with a queen kicker.
We have
hit
ace
on the
4
turn.
of diamonds.
Repeat 9 for good
Up
measure.
against pocket aces. Aces are at risk.
That's 22.50.
Which one hurt the most? The first one, because if I fade that
Let's see it, block, guys.
I'll probably still fall.
Eight of diamonds.
Talk about here.
2 of hearts, king of spades. It was a rainbow
Do
flop.
3 bullets in the main. One way or another, there's 3 or 4 bullets. As we go to an out of feature table here, so there's an all in the call.
9 of hearts.
It looks like it's
Sit
pocket
out,
aces holding the
guys. Sit
second
out.
versus the ace 4.
9 of hearts on the river. All in will survive. Let the fun go on, guys. Let's do it. One more
I'm just going to
hand.
leave you
Let's
two
go.
here for a second. I'm just going to make a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
No problem. So it's ace 4 of diamonds, a couple of, it looks like the deuce of hearts, king of spades, and the 8 of
9 of hearts. Sit down, guys. Sit down. 9 and pass on the ripper.
Full double up there on that outer feature table. As we get back to the feature table, Mike Johnson under the gun +2 is going to fold an unknown hand round to Addy, who finds the 9-6 of clubs. That goes into the muck. Craig Austin in the hijack finds the Jack-3 offsuit. Berkey has left the commentary booth, and I'm alongside Jack Sweet with his brother right now, Troy, on screen. He's going to fold the Jack-2 off round to Mike Shin, folds the King-3 offsuit round to Giuseppe. Brogner in the small blind finds the A7 offsuit. And this should be good enough to whack it all in for 4.8 bigs, don't you think, Jack?
Close spot on the bubble. I actually wouldn't know what to do here because you don't have much fold equity with only 5 big blinds behind.
Fair enough.
It might be worth just folding and trying to, make it into the money with a short stack.
I think that is kind of what he's trying to do by chucking in his time banks.
Yep, tough spot for sure. I'm not exactly sure what to do myself. So
for me personally, I just jam this all in. Just run the equity of the A7 against any 2 random cards. It looks like he's going to fold it face up, so pretty interesting decision there made by Giuseppe, obviously with that pressure of the money bubble. And I think he was shown a pair of 8s there. No, 7-5 off, pardon me. So probably would have got it done.
Yeah, would have got it through.
And if it didn't, he would have been in a very good shape to double up there, actually.
That's right.
So, Jack, what's your biggest score lifetime?
We ran good in the opening event at APL Millions last year, so managed to pick that one off after doing an ICM deal.
Beautiful. And what was that worth to you?
120,000.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Say it quietly.
How many, in the opening event? How many runners do they have in the opening event?
From memory, between 700 and 750.
Wow. Well played.
Thanks. Got one up by Troy like a week later. Yeah, that's right.
Dear. At least you had it for a week, yeah? You had the lead over your brother for a week and then he took it away from you.
That's right. Another all-in call.
As we get back to hand-for-hand action here on day 2 of the main event, also known as the Colossus Main. This is live on Facebook and also on YouTube on a 20-minute delay just to protect the integrity of the players, their cards, and the action. So we do apologise if it's a bit slow out here in the room, but we are trying our best to keep it up vibe and keep it interesting whilst we do the hand-for-hand, which is usually the slowest part of a poker tournament. And we are in a stone cold bubble as indicated in the top right hand corner of your screen. 81 players remaining out of 788 entries into this event. The top 80 getting paid, with 80th picking up $1,500.
Sorry about that, team. We're back.
And top prize money in this particular event, $105K. So a 6-figure score for whoever can take down this main event right here at the St. George Leagues Club, 124 Princess Highway in Cogra. I did call it Kugara.
I was watching this the other day.
Yeah. I'd never been here before, Jack, so give me a free pass there.
105 up top. Not much for you, Jack, but for the battlers out here.
That's right.
I also called...
what do you mean you're out of contention? Wait a second. You got a percentage of your brother sitting right there.
Yep, small sweat.
There we go.
That's more of a sweat than we've got, but that's okay.
Just another tongue twister earlier. I called the place Kugara, and I also called Festus, who's a player out there.
Yeah.
Fetus, believe it or not, which does happen when you're 9 hours into doing comms. It's quite hard to keep.
How many times could you go over our footage of how many times we've done comms and I've butchered people's names? I'm so bad with people's names. But we try our best out here.
We try to do the best job possible to bring you some good coverage right here of the main event day 2 at the St. George Leagues Club, brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room boys, Mark and Natan. As we get back to the feature table action here, hand for hand, Thorough has picked up the pocket 4s in the small blind. And I imagine he's going to apply a little bit of pressure onto Ricardo Bono, who has 24 bigs, 390K. But
we do remember Ricardo does not care about the bubble.
That's true. And he's picked up the ace-10 of clubs here, so he's got a hand that he can defend or 3-bet with.
Thoughts?
I actually don't mind a jam from the 4s. Even with ace-10 suited on the stone money bubble, Ricardo with 22 bigs is going to find it tough to even call off a hand this strong.
And that's the special comments coming in from Jack Sweet, who I totally agree with. I must have a look at this flop for Ricardo. Ricardo flops the nut flush draw, top pair, fourth best kicker. Eat your heart out.
Not tough anymore.
And a question coming in from
I'm just trying to read it.
Jack Sweet's thought on the spell nerf in the recent Clash Royale update. So I've got no idea what he's talking about. I don't play any games on my phone, but I'm assuming that's Clash Royale, the game.
Have you guys worked out how to ban someone from the chat?
We can play that game if you want. That's pretty easy to do. Just ask Manny Marshall to do that. Anyway, so there's a bet of 60k. I can tell you this much for free. Ricardo is going to go absolutely nowhere with nut flush draw, top pair, fourth best kicker as the flush comes in on the turn.
Sure.
The jack of clubs peeling off Ricardo with a check mark next to his name.
Thara looking at his stack, like seeing if we can get him off it. And we absolutely know he's not going to be able to here. It's an interesting spot here betting into this.
I think he has to shut down now, and he does.
Yeah.
He's going to check. Ricardo should check back here for a bit of deception. It's heads up blind v blind battle, so I kind of prefer just to check back and see if he can get his opponent from the small blind to bluff the river, and he does make the check. That's amazing from Ricardo. Love that. On cue, river card brings in the king of hearts, no help, obviously, to Thara, who was drawing dead on the turn. Obviously, he does not know that. And let's see if Ricardo can get a little bit more out of Thara if Thara makes a bet here out of position from the small blind.
If he checks here,
he's looking down at his chips. Oh, brilliantly played here by Ricardo. He's going to get paid off too. This is outstandingly played by Ricardo. He did turn the nut flush on the turn, and he's going to pick up an extra, looks like 125k, bare minimum.
I think 110, isn't it? Yeah, 110.
Great call from Berkey, 110.
What do you think about this sizing here? What are your thoughts on this hand so far?
Definitely a nice spot to bluff. Again, covering Ricardo on the bubble. Checking back the turn. He's not meant to have too many flushes. Nut flush makes a bit of sense, but even the four of clubs blocking some of the potential flushes that Ricardo could have. Definitely like the bluff. Not sure about the size. I'm just trying to think. Half pot seems okay. You're trying to fold Ricardo off like some one pair hands.
This is kind of interesting here. I don't know if you've noticed, but Ricardo's made a raise, but not a raise all in.
257.
I don't know why he's keeping some chips behind there. It doesn't make any difference in that particular hand as he has got the nuts. So
it makes it look like he's trying to get away from
it. Some advanced psychology going on there.
I just don't know about.
All right, let's get to go next.
Look at this. Probably studying that play.
Giuseppe and Mike, both four bigs. They're going to be putting max pressure on these two here, I'm sure.
So who's got better patience in the game between you and your brother, Jack?
I would say we're both not super patient. Definitely like to get in there and battle. Sometimes to our own demise, but sometimes pays off as well.
It's definitely what I was leading you on to. I can see that Troy Sweet has made some arguably interesting raises pre-flop.
Surely he with Mike.
Now, Mikey, you got to make a play, mate. He's going to raise it up here, and 235k with the pocket jacks. Mike being that gentleman sitting in seat 9, and he's going to get out of the way with the ace-10 off round to Craig Austin. Finds the 9-7 offsuit. That's going to be no good, so he's going to put that into the muck. Jack's brother Troy is going to put that into the bin. Mike's going to fold. Giuseppe finds the 8-6 offsuit in diamonds. One of my second favourite hand, actually. Berkey, 8-6 of diamonds specifically. And Ricardo Bono.
Pacific like the ocean?
Pacifically like the ocean, or specifically. Ricardo Bono in the small blinds found the King Jack offsuit, and Philip in the big blind. Sitting in seat 8 finds the ace-3 off, and he's going to fold considering they're on the Stone Cold money bubble here.
If you're Mike, you want this bubble to go as long as possible.
And if you're in the com booth here, you're hoping this money bubble bursts quickly. The exact opposite.
That sounds about right, doesn't it? Yeah. If you've got the big stack and you're putting max pressure on and getting free chips each round, you're hoping that bubble goes absolutely forever.
2-hour bubble, 3-hour bubble. Let's do it.
Actually, as a matter of fact,
are you going to talk about
don't even joke about that, Jack. Berkey and I were commentating once where it was a 2-hour and 52-minute Was it more? 3 hours, was it? No, it couldn't have been.
It hit 4 hours.
Oh,
They
no,
were supposed
no.
to bag 2 hours before, but because they were on the bubble, they kept it going.
Right, well, I'm gonna back you because you're my partner in crime, Berkey,
because we looked at it and it was like 3 a.m.
No, that was crazy.
Because we were still going, because we were calling the main in that one.
Yeah.
And we looked down and we were like still looking at it. And the only reason I remember that is my brother was playing that event.
Oh, right. Yes, correct. Correct. So Chris Burke was playing that event and it had
And he actually was the one. That was the event. He knocked Joe Hatcham out of it.
That's true. He did. Anyway,
I remember that very fondly, that event.
That hand-for-hand play there went for 3 hours.
That was
plus.
in the com box.
Yeah.
Probably felt like a short stack out
Well,
there.
no, because that was a side event. We were actually commentating the main at that time, but we kept looking down and seeing the side event, seeing the side event, seeing the side event. We're like, there has to be a glitch in the system here. We're looking at the thing going, this can't still be going.
Yeah.
Because you have to make a call at some point. You're like, well, you don't want to bring everyone back the next day for the bubble.
Yeah.
You know, because they were 2 hours off the bubble or something like that. And you're like, oh, you know, surely the bubble doesn't go this long.
Yeah.
And then by the time the bubble burst, the average stack was so short that I remember the next day it was just like lost. Like the players were just dropping like flies.
They're obviously taking 2 minutes off the clock every hand, I should say. And after you're on the money bubble for 3 hours, you've gone through about 6 levels of blinds. You know,
someone's got all the chips.
Yeah, that's very true. But it was kind of funny because I remember Berkey and I turning off our microphones at one stage, looking at each other, going, "Is there any chance that somebody could bust?" It happened to be every short stack doubled through for 4 hours straight.
Someone was saying it was like 17 times short stack was all in, and they doubled up.
Unbelievable.
I'd love to get the maths on that one.
That was probably the most incredible bubble I've ever seen.
So your biggest score was 120k in the opening event at the APL.
All right, players, staying at your seats, please. We have an all-in and call on table 9.
Yeah. I got really good
at risk. We have Ace King offsuit up against King 4. On the flop, we've got a Jack, Queen of Clubs with a 2 of hearts. Turn is an 8 of diamonds on the river. Oh, sorry, turn. 10 of spades gives the all-in. The nuts. Just the nuts.
Speaking of smiling assassins, he called Edwin the smiling assassin. You ever seen Mark with a frown on?
Never.
You know what I mean?
Never ever have I seen him with a frown on
under
his
the
face.
pump so much, and he's just sitting there just having the time of his life.
Mate, I went up earlier. I hadn't seen Mark all day. He sees me in the backdrop as I'm sort of approaching the registration desk. He had like a player wanting to buy in. He said, "Just hold on a second. I got to give Monkey a cuddle, and then we'll come back and I'll buy you in." You know what I mean? He's just a gentleman. He hugged it out. Said, "Good to see you back here." I said, "No problem."
Here we go. Kiwi Bird Special back in the chat again, saying she doesn't not want the bubble to continue. We need sleep.
Yeah, fair enough. Kiwi Bird Special, a recipient of one of those Kings
Oh,
hoodies.
that's right. We were going to come back and give away another hoodie, weren't we?
Yes, we do have to give away one of the hoodies, but I think what we should do is give away that hoodie once this money bubble has been burst.
I think we can tie this bubble into it somehow.
Good car.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
It's calmer.
I can see the wheels turning, Monkey. It's good. It's good.
Okay. Let's see what we're talking about. So, Jack, now that we've got you in here, obviously, and you've been here for quite some time, just chatting along with us. Do you have a favourite game outside of No Limit Hold'em? Do you play any other variants of poker, or do you like to play cash games, or?
Yeah, definitely like to mix it up in some cash games here and there.
Yeah,
I'd say I've mostly studied and play Hold'em, but you love having a little dabble in some mixed games occasionally. Played the PLO earlier this series, but definitely not showing off any skills that I've no skills to note.
Okay, fair enough.
So mixed game. What's your favourite mixed game?
Have you played like
Probably some 7-2 single draw.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
draw,
good
yeah.
man.
the pure one. That's what I love. Max Payne for the deuce to 7 single draw.
You know what's very funny? The players that are very, very good at no limit hold'em happen to be very good no limit deuce to 7 players too. Single draw. I think they find that idea of being able to, manipulate their stack by moving it all in at any one stage kind of like suits their game style. So
Probably good at the no limit aspect as opposed to like the pot limit Omaha or the
completely agree.
limit hold.
Yes.
Like I love triple draw, but limit, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, you find the no limit purists out there who love playing two-card stuff, and you introduce them to any mixed game. I think they enjoy playing that no limit deuce to 7 single draw more than any other game. For me personally, my favourite game is Omaha high-low, followed quickly by Big O, followed by Big O6. So I like to play any version of the high-low variant. I know that I've made mention a few times before that I might be in the top 5% in the world in high-low, just to toot my own horn a little bit there. But then I like to also play Badoogie, which we call Balkdoogie.
Balkdoogie.
Because
once you keep missing the Badoogies, the cards go off the balcony.
Yeah, correct. You throw the cards off the balcony. We also like to play a bit of
We have an all-in and a
triple
ball
draw,
on table
and it gives me a
11.
golden opportunity right now to do a little bit of a shout out to
At
Shannon
risk, we have
Vandenberg
pocket
from
kings
MGA,
up
the Mixed Games
against
Academy
ace
stuff,
king.
back in Melbourne. The principal programs.
On the turn, we have an ace of diamonds. The river is a 9 of hearts. Unfortunately, we will lose, Robbie. Congratulations to you all. You are in the money. Lucky to Robbie. Congratulations to you all. You are in the money.
Ace King, finding an ace on the turn
There's the clapping.
you do every
Unlucky to
single
Robbie.
time. All the players are now in the money.
Nice little handshake between Mike and Giuseppe. Very happy for each
All right,
other.
dealers, we have resuming blinds now at 10:20. You're all in the money. Congratulations.
To be,
Ace King versus
As you
King.
get
Yeah,
buzzed
yeah,
in, please go and
that's a
see
birthday
the
card,
boys
so
at the
Yeah,
retro
that's
desk.
it. Thanks, man.
Congratulations.
We'll keep going down that road today. I'm sure we'll visit that again.
But to be fair, Jack opened the bowling a minute into the comms here.
Enough salt in your wound, Berkey.
Chucking absolute salt and sawdust.
I'm going to have to get into Maddie for that. Every photo that I put in that chat group is private information, not to be...
for the general public consumption.
Don't make the group chat.
So we have now burst the bubble. So forget about the hand-for-hand play. We are back to regular streaming.
All right, how
As
quick
Troy-
are we going to lose some players from here?
Probably pretty quick as Troy Sweet on the button. Under the gun +1 pops it up with the King Jack offsuit. Addy in the big blind might elect to call and doesn't from the big blind. He doesn't want to take on your brother here, Jack. And Troy just picking up a few more chips. So we're back to regular streaming. No hand for hand. The bubble has been burst. That number in the top right hand corner will adjust to 80 shortly, with 80th position picking up $1,500. And that will be the case all the way down to the 73rd person busted in this event. So
So we've got,
73 to 80 picks up 1,500.
Joe Natty in the chat going, back in the day, St. George Leagues Club used to be known as the Taj Mahal.
Yeah, I kind of like that. St. George Leagues Club used to be called as the Taj Mahal. Now, I do want to know, Joe, whether or not that is a play on the movie Rounders. You know, going to the Taj Mahal where the sand turns to gold and all of that type of stuff, the movie Rounders. It does look very Taj Mahal-y, actually, when you come
Or is it
into
the
this
size
venue.
of it? Because it's so big.
It's just, it's huge here.
What
Dead set,
actually?
it's
Do you actually know why it was called the Taj Mahal? I'd actually like to actually know if there's actual reason behind it, or
Yeah, Joe, fill us in. Anyway, back to the action here. No action at all, for that matter. Folded all the way around to the big blind, who just...
a couple of short stacks here. I'm sure we're going to be finding a spot very, very soon to be getting it in with.
Craig Austin getting a full walk there from the big blind.
Ahmed in the chat again. Keep the great work, boys. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Right, okay, fair enough. So the big man himself, Ahmed Latif, the major sponsor through his company, Link Tech, is bringing you all this footage tonight in conjunction with Matty Marshall.
Is this my
and
back?
Jamie Hall downstairs. So thank you very much for your sponsorship here, Ahmed. I know the boys at Kings very much appreciate everything you do for them. And they have reciprocated that by putting on An unbelievably good production here. I have to admit, one of the best I've seen, all in high def. I'm talking about high def. If you are watching this on Facebook Live, jump over to YouTube and you can watch it there in all of its glory. There's something to do with the compression and all this quality control stuff that Jamie Hall has put together. That YouTube is a much higher quality. So jump over there, maybe even chuck it up on the big screen at home and settle into the couch with some popcorn and a drink and enjoy yourself as we get back to the action here. Mike Shin under the gun finds the Queen 10 offsuit.
So, Troy, when you guys plan a series, yeah? So, say this series
jam it all in.
Do you guys plan out every event you're going to play, or you just play it by day?
Depends on the series, but this one definitely keen to get here most days. So just have a look at the schedule ahead of time and decide beforehand what time you're going in, as opposed to whether you're going in or not.
So you guys a fan of the start of the event, or are you max late regs?
Somewhere in between. Usually miss the first couple levels and then come in and like to put a hat in the ring early.
There you go. I'm going to let you call this one here with your brother.
So I'll just call it quickly. So Mike jammed it all in under the gun with the Queen 10 off, and your brother Troy Sweet decided to call with a 6-5 speculating.
No doubt, we run good.
And obviously flops
needle.
a pair, picks up a flush draw on the turn.
As soon as you call it, then.
Too funny.
Sure, we run good. 10. Oh, dang.
So there you have it. Troy Sweet tried to bust the Queen 10, picked up a 6 on the board. Turn card came in the 10 of diamonds, actually giving him a flush draw for Troy, but no good as the flush did not complete at the river, and the Queen 10's going to get it done.
Jumped into the chat there, my man.
There she is. That's my daughter in the chat right there, Camilla Fontana. Love you, darling, very much. Looking forward to catching up with you when I get back to Melbourne. And Sandshark, do you know if the stream setup will be sticking around after the series, or will it be packed down? I believe the answer to that is they're going to be packing it down. However, I'll ask Matty Marshall down in the production if that happens to be the case. Sandshark also putting in an unbelievably nice and showing a lot of support in his comment just there. Kings Live is better than the WSOP, especially due to the awesome commentators, obviously speaking about Jack Sweet and not me and you, Berkey, as we get back to the action here.
Don't worry, man. I'm used to running second and everything.
Thara under the gun. +1 finds the 9-3, puts it into the bin. Phillips going for the King 7 off. Round to Mikey Johnson, who doesn't find the RFID reader whatsoever. Round to Addy in the cutoff, finds the King 6 off. It's going to cost him 20k to go. The blinds have gone up to 10k, 20k with a 20k big blind ante. This is hand number 88 of the main event day 2, also known as the Colossus. Troy Sweet, your brother.
This
Yeah,
is a
Jack.
jam 100% of the time.
He's got the A7 off.
This
Easy all in.
is a 100% jam.
No-brainer.
An absolute no-brainer. I can get one right. I know the answer to this one.
Troy's is going
And
to
shows
jam
the
it
power
on
with
cue.
the big chips. He knows like 4 of them cover him. That's fine. Let's just put the whole stack
Not
out
sure
there.
that jam gets through if he uses one case.
Troy getting that done, picking
So-
up the big blind plus the ante there.
So as I was going with before, when you guys plan out a series and that, do you target certain price points, or is it just what events you think are going to get the best value out of?
A bit of both. Like, we like to prioritise the flagship events. So for this one, definitely the opening, players, champs, and main event. And then we like to throw a hat in the ring, and like I said, like the PLO and some single day events as well.
Just for a bit of fun, break it up a bit.
We'll definitely trying to put a stack through in one of the multi-day events first, and then if there's a day where we've already bagged for the day 1, then we can play.
So you like playing early? You like playing earlier flights then? Yeah. Big fan of it.
Like to get it over and done with.
Well, if you're someone like me and you like to max late reg for the last 2 hours and throw 3 bullets in, then I understand where you guys are coming from on this one.
Craig Austin here in the cutoff. Finally picks up a hand. He hasn't had one since Jesus wore sandals. He's picked up the Ace King offsuit. The cutoff, he's got 414k to his name, or 21 bigs. The blinds are 10, 20, 20. And he's going to elect to make a raise, it looks like, to 40k.
Bump
So
it up
he's
the
just gonna
structure.
Pop it to the structure. Troy's going to get out of the way, and Mike Shin's picked up the aces. Yeah, sure. Aces now 5th time on stream.
I was about to say, it's a great spot, Ace King into some short blinds. Definitely expecting some jams, but seems to have run into it.
Mike Shin is the gentleman there you can see on screen.
As I'm constantly being told, blockers aren't real. And it doesn't matter if you're blocking aces and kings, they just have it sometimes.
Blocking kings is relevant. Still blocking kings.
Mike's going to make the easiest all-in of all time with the pocket aces. And Giuseppe here with the Queen 6 of diamonds. He's got 1.8 bigs left, or 35k.
Yeah, we'll put this one in as well. But
Pretty easy decision to jam that all in. As we get back to Craig Austin, who looks like he's made the call too. So it's aces versus the queen six versus the ace king. And Craig's got them all covered. So two players are all in at risk at the moment. Mike does have the best of it with a pair of aces. And Giuseppe's trying to find some diamonds. Or a couple of queens for that matter.
A couple of sixes, a couple of
And the flop
couple of
comes
nothing
down
of that.
as blank as they come. 10-7-3 of hearts. Here comes the turn, brings in the
Oh, he's got a
eight
gut shot
of
straight draw.
clubs, and the river card brings in the 8 of spades. So Giuseppe's going to be busted with the queen six. Aces will hold here. And the ace king's going to go down in flames.
Big shout out to Kemi, who's jumped in the chat. Mr. Monkey's lovely daughter.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Berkey.
And she's really enjoying herself. She's worked with us a couple of times.
She has.
Yeah, really enjoy working with her. And look at this, we're just going to start losing players left and right here, I feel.
Yeah, so Giuseppe making the money, couldn't find a hand. Finds the queen six in the big blind suited. Unfortunately for him, he's actually, as a matter of fact, he's actually got a pretty good spot there, considering the players are essentially holding each other's outs. You got aces in the ace king, queen six suited in diamonds is actually not that bad.
had more equity than the ace king.
Yeah, there you go. So Craig Austin obviously losing with the ace king to Mike Shin's aces that he picked up in the small blind. And
What a dream spot when you're short stacked.
Yeah, amazing. Sandshark coming in there saying, I only speak the truth. You're all fantastic. I appreciate that. And I know that Berkey does too, and all of the production crew very much appreciate all the support we get in the chat. So thank you very much for that, Sandshark. As we get back to Addy, who picks up the ace six of spades under the gun plus 3, that goes into the muck. Craig Austin hijack finds the king 8, king 10, I should say, offsuit. Do you make a raise here, Jackie boy?
Yeah, would have been open that one.
And he goes with the complete opposite and folds it. Maybe because your brother is to his
Speaking of
direct
opens
left.
as well.
Ace 3 is an open here in the cutoff.
Yep.
Yep,
There we
speaking
go.
of opens.
40k. Do you agree?
Yeah, nothing but min raises for
Perfect. I love this. Okay.
Pump the structure.
I might go this back and forth to make sure that I'm going to see. I'm going to question Jack on Troy's play to see if
they
Jack approves. Yeah. Thara's going to fold from the big one with the queen 4. So obviously,
Well, you always
getting
got to
it
listen
done
to the older brother, right?
there. You have to.
Yeah, right. You think that ever happens?
Got to respect your elders. Yeah.
Do you pump that out once in a while? Respect the elders, give them a slap in line.
That's right.
So for those people who are just joining us right now, we are live on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live and on YouTube. You guys are watching the King's Premium Poker Room at the St. George Leagues Club. This is the main event, also known as the Colossus. Day 2, it's a $750 buy-in, and they created a record prize pool of $512,200. With first prize being $105,000, the second's going to pick up 70 large, and third's going to pick up $44,600. As Natan's going to come back in for probably another VIX Vapor drop, I'd imagine. So next break, we're going to be moving on to table 10, which is Mark Finger.
Two raises 40,000.
Getting absolutely grilled in the booth here by the man himself, Nathan.
Nathan didn't come in for some VIX Vapor drops. He's come in to give us some information. And we're going to take that on board as the Pocket Sevens gets it done there. And Joe Natty's actually come up with, have a look at this, Nathan. Maybe stick around for this. There was a question about this St. George Leagues Club being called the Taj Mahal.
Yes, that's true.
And it said, when the club opened, this is from Joe Natty, when the club opened on 30th of July, 1963, locals dubbed it the Taj Mahal. because of its opulence and extensive use of white marble.
Joe Natty's a regular of ours, so he knows.
He'd know? Okay.
You probably can hear Natan coming through the mics at the moment, so confirmation from Natan that is true. Well, there you go. I didn't know that. And a good bloke, Joe, according to Natan as well, coming in. You're listening to myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Adam Burke, a.k.a. Berkey, and believe it or not, we've got one of the Sweet brothers in the comm booth with us, that being Jack Sweet, watching on and commentating on his brother Troy right there on screen. And Jack, it's been a pleasure to have you join us in the commentary booth. Good, like to hear it. Do you actually enjoy commentating?
First time doing it, but definitely love watching poker, and yeah, definitely interesting. Having some fun.
It's a bit different, knowing that what we're commentating on happened 20 minutes ago.
Forgotten all about it.
Yeah. So just to let everybody know who is logged in to watch this stream, it is on a 20-minute delay just to make sure that we're protecting the integrity of the game, the players, staff and everybody else. So what you are seeing on the screen is what we are commentating on. We're not commentating in advance. We're on a 20-minute delay. As we get back to the action here.
Now, it says there's 77 in the top corner, but there's no way that can be right from the amount of hands we've seen after the bubble burst. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Fair enough. Geordie Bailey, 8313, says Jack with 65 exclamation marks after this. So, and then writes, can you see this? I'm not sure what the reference is there, Jack, but maybe you might know.
Geordie, one of my good mates from back home in Nowra.
Nowra?
Yeah, pretty nice callback for Geordie.
Yeah, I've lost money at that racetrack before.
I was just going to say, the only thing I know about Nowra is there's a dog track. Actually, no, Nowra Golf Club that sits next to the bridge.
Yep.
Does that sound about right?
Yep, Nowra Golf Course.
Yeah,
I was. Probably lost some money there too.
Yeah, my grandfather was a lifetime member there.
Mike Johnson finding it a little bit difficult to find the RFID.
Nice course, an hour golf course.
Yeah. I've been in Nowra once. No, not to bring the mood down, but that was for his funeral a few years back. But he lived a long and fruitful life, that man. Good on him. Lifetime member of a golf course. Question for Jack from Sandshark. Where did you play your first poker game?
Played my first pub poker game when I was 19 years old. On 19th birthday at Shoalhaven Heads pub, Shoalhaven Heads pub. NPL game. Lucky enough to bink my first game, so
hook
straight away. Yeah, I know.
Must be nice. Yeah.
Hadn't won a tournament since Jesus wore sandals, and he's over here binking his first one.
Running good from game one.
How old are you guys actually?
Both 22.
Must be nice.
22.
22 with all the money and the ambassadorship, and his brother
Socks
playing
that
on the. Yeah, me too. 22. Gee whiz. My daughter's 21, so. There you have it. You're 22. You can't make it up. Wins the first tournament he ever plays at the local pub, wherever it was.
Well, it sounds like it was only a couple of weeks ago.
Can't put that one down. It's good. All round good.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. For 22, you guys have come a long way.
Yeah, absolutely.
You played some big events. You must really put the time and effort in, and it really shows the way you guys play.
Appreciate it, Berkey, but yeah.
And also, it shows in their ambassadorship that Mark and Natan have obviously put on for you guys. And wearing that patch is obviously a pretty special acknowledgement of what you've been able to achieve in the game in such a short period of time.
We definitely love Kings and happy to represent them with our best behaviour, and definitely love to see this room grow and support it.
Yeah, beautiful. Well said. As there's a raise pre-flop to 40k by Ricardo Bono from U2. He's going to pop it up and make it 40k to go. Addy has elected to call from the big blind. The board does come down King 8-5, 2 hearts. Ace of hearts on the turn, huge card for Addy, who also did have the best hand on the flop with top pair, 4th best kicker, but now picking up even more equity on the turn. Actually, as a matter of fact, cannot lose this hand, as Ricardo Bono in the cutoff did raise it up with the Queen 9 of diamonds, which didn't find any help on the flop, nor the turn for that matter. But that's not going to stop him from having a bet, which he does. So there's a bet of 25k on the flop by Addy, who did flop top pair. Ricardo did call. Addy now checked the turn, and Ricardo's going to have a bet of 100k on the turn to try and take this one away. And it looks like Addy has made the call, and the river card has now been placed down, but we are playing a little bit of catch-up. There's a small delay in the graphics at the moment. But what we do know is that Ricardo was drawing dead on the turn, so...
It's a bit hard if Artie's leading all in.
And almost certainly. And the river was repeat ace, actually. Ace of spades, it looks like.
Yep, I'm going to go with that.
No, it's too small of a spade. It must have been the ace of clubs.
Oh, how are you?
I was back
in it. The ace of spades is that big one.
It is a big one.
Yeah. So you came in, won your first event at 19, and now had some pretty big scores. And your brother's playing on the feature table right here during the Colossus Series in the main event.
For the big one coming for Troy.
Must be nice. I actually, believe it or not, played one event, Berkey, and I'm not a big tournament player, as you know. And I played that event 10 years ago when the man sitting to my right was 12 years of age, probably playing basketball up at the local school. No, it would have been even longer than that. How old am I? 41.
I started in the casino when he was 2.
Right.
Yeah, that's good.
He wouldn't have been born, actually, by the time I started.
That's what I was saying.
23 years ago. Yeah, he wasn't even born. Right, anyway, so I think it would have been something like 2006. I won the Joe Hashem $350 Mickey Mouse game at Crown Casino for all the cheese. 8.6k, and it was one tournament that I entered into. I won it. I said I've clocked the game now and never played another tournament during the Aussie Millions thereafter.
Better than me. Whenever you win, you feel like you've figured the game out, just to realise later that you were wrong all along.
That's true.
What do you mean? 20 years later, I know I'm still wrong. That's why I jumped on this side and doing things like running it and dealing it and commentating it. And I can't play the game. I might as well try make money out of it some other
Try
way.
everything else, yeah? Fair enough. You'll find it somewhere along the way, Berkey, but I think you're pretty good in the comms alongside myself. And obviously joined today by Jack Sweet, Troy's brother, who's on this feature table. And how big's Troy's biggest score? I know that it has to be more than 120k. Did we pick up 160, 170?
No, he won the APL meetings or something.
The Jackstar.
The Jackstar. 345,000?
Jeez.
Something like
like that. Pretty awesome score, right?
Sorry, 3 extra.
Yeah.
Oh.
Didn't hold demand for too long.
Sandshark coming in there saying, don't put yourself down, Berkey, you're great. And I totally agree. We are partners in crime across a whole bunch of different businesses.
Sandshark in the chat, 384. There you go, someone's thrown in.
Sandshark might have been playing in that event. And probably got busted by your brother.
Pretty sure everyone played that event.
Addy here with a King 9 of clubs. He's going to pop it up and make it 45k to go from the button. Craig Austin in the small finds the natural 9, the 5-4 offsuit, two side. And Troy Sweet, your brother with a King Jack in the big blind here. And we're going to chuck it over to you, Jack, to call the action for your brother.
Sure. Nice easy defend pre-flop.
Jeez, you guys run good.
Yeah, we do.
They do have the best hand pre-flop, though, to be fair. It's going to go check on the flop.
Beside the point. Beside the point.
It's going to go check on the flop here, Troy. Obviously, with the best hand, jacks and eights. The ace of hearts on the turn is a...
Now, this is where they can skill. The guy who's behind drawing dead seems to bet into him.
Well, obviously, he's repped the hand on the button that he might have an ace here, and that's actually a bit of a danger card for Troy, but he doesn't believe it for half a second. Flicks in the call for 45k.
Interesting spot if Artie finds the second barrel on the river.
Yep, agree. And the river card comes
that's
in.
That's actually a really good card.
Ace.
Yep, nice card.
Troy's going to check, and Addie's going to just check behind. Troy's going to show the goods with the King Jack offsuit.
Yeah, sure.
Take down an extra 100k. Talking about 100k, there is 105k up top for the winner in this particular event in real money, not tournament chips. And second prize will pick up 70,000. Third will pick up 44,600. I might see if I can get Maddie Marshall downstairs in the production area to add the payouts into that little event ribbon at the bottom of your screen, provided that we're not restricted by how many characters we can have down there. If not, we'll pin them into the chats on YouTube and on Facebook Live for the people who want to know what the payouts are going to be from here on in. As we get back to the action here, Berkey.
Now, one question for you, and I know this happened last time we were talking about the ICM chops. You a fan of playing it out, or are you a fan of taking the deals?
I would say usually like to play it out, but ate my own words in the Players' Champs earlier this week.
Yes, I was commentating on a bit of that.
Oh, well, I guess it's all situational, isn't it?
Definitely not against the deal, but I like to have the experience playing heads up or playing the big spots. Definitely, that's when poker is at like the most fun.
45,000.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you work so hard to get into those positions, and then suddenly you guys take a deal and end it up. I'm always a fan of playing it out. I wish a lot more places would just... this is just coming from me personally. I like the enforcement of playing it out, because if you're going to put on a production something like this as well, like, you want to play to a winner. You want to show a winner, and like in poker in its purest is, you know, you haven't won a tournament. No, I've heard Monkey say this 1,000 times.
Collected all the chips.
You haven't won a tournament until you've collected all the chips. So poker in its purest is your goal is to accumulate all the chips in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
but I understand when it comes to some of the big numbers, you know, like a lot of these numbers at some of these tournaments you go to and get big fields are actually life-changing money for a lot of people.
Oh, no doubts about that.
So, I mean, it's easy to talk about it up in the booth about going back to poker in its purest, but, you know.
I tend to agree with what you're saying. Obviously, there's arguments for players that say that, you know, the money that's in the prize pool is technically their money and they should be able to do what they would like to do with it. And if that means making an ICM deal or any type of side deals, then they can go ahead and do it. But I am more of a guy who is a poker purist, and I like what the WSOP does. That's not taking away from any other poker operators out there that do it differently. But the WSOP, I don't know if you know this, they don't do any chops at all.
No deals. You must play it out, yeah.
You have to play it out. As Troy Sweet, not only winning the last hand, but finds the ace-king suited here on the button. So in position with arguably the third or fourth best hand in this particular game. Can he find some action? And I would imagine he probably will. As we found a new player coming into seat 5 here.
Jim played with him the other day. If I remember correctly, he actually. Oh, we'll get back to this first. You wanna call this again? See how good you guys are running.
Let's do it. How's that?
Great call. As Troy flops.
Doesn't even have to call us. Yeah, how's that?
As Troy flops nut pair, nut kicker, also known as top. Jim's got nothing more than backdoor diamonds working for him. He can also make it straight. Yeah, and he does. You happy with that? 20K?
Would bet every hand I have here for between 20 and 25K.
Yeah, the one big blind bet. It's amazing how many times that actually takes it out, even if he doesn't have the ace king there.
That's why it's so efficient. You only risk a small amount to win the pot.
Righty-ho.
Now, Jim, I was playing with Jim on a table during the Players, and he's actually, I believe, a rugby league coach for Greece.
No, surely not.
I believe he also coached the New South Wales schoolboys team recently.
There you go.
Okay, sure. That'll work.
Yeah. So
I think he's also got some ties rugby league teams.
Oh, yeah. Apparently he's got some really deep rugby league ties. But at the end of the year, he coaches. He's the national coach for the Greece side, and they've got the World Cup coming up. And yeah.
Well, there you have it. I would have never guessed that in a billion guesses. But
that's the one thing I do love about poker is it brings people from like all different walks of life doing different things.
Yep.
And you have chats to people over the table. That's half the fun of actually playing live poker over what I consider online poker, which is just pressing buttons for me. But getting to know a lot of people and where they're from and what they do and the social aspect of it. And it's just super enjoyable for me to jump on the tables for at least 45 minutes and get to know a few people.
Yep. Straight in, straight out, 45 minutes as we're looking at Jim right here in the small blind, finds the Jack 10. Talking about Greece as well, finds the Greek flag, the Jack 10.
Greek flag, yep. Now, is the Greek flag suited or is it just any Jack 10? That's actually a good question.
Don't know. Probably need to chat GPT it. Jack 10 in the small blind limps in from Jim. And Thara's found the 8-4 offsuit in the big blind. And he's going to check back his option. Flop's going to come 9-3 ace. It's going to go check on the flop. Turn card brings in the 6 of spades. It's going to go check again. Here comes the river down and dirty. It brings in the 7 ball. So, believe it or not, Jim's going to take this one down.
Jack 10 miles out in front.
Yeah, with Jack 10 high. Unless, of course, this is what's going to happen. So there's a check and there's a bet. And Jim has to now fold the Jack 10. So well played from Thara, who Saw a little bit of a window there after Jim showed absolutely no interest in this pot whatsoever. Check on the flop, check on the turn, check at the river, and Thara decided, you know what, if you've got to keep checking out now, I'm going to have a stab.
Well, we've
He took down the
got
pot.
Kiwi Bird in the chat going, I hate chops. I think it ruins the game. I'm actually curious on what everyone in the chat thinks. Are you a fan of the being able to chop, or you're a poker purist where you, like WSOP rules, happy to play it out?
You know, the other thing, it's a good question to pose to the chat for sure, Berkey. I think one thing that I do like about ICM chops personally is that when you choose to make an ICM chop, the tournament finishes there and then, where the player who has the most amount of chips in play at that particular time is awarded the trophy.
No, I'm a big fan of that one.
I'm not a huge fan of when there's, like, you say you're chopping up 100,000 in prize money, for example, and you're leaving, you know, a bottle of water and just the trophy to win or to play for. It's kind of one of those things that I find a little bit annoying. I don't know, maybe it's more from commentating on poker, but I think there's either you have to leave a certain amount of prize money aside where it's worthy of them to try and chase it, or you just finish the tournament there and then. And I'm sort of, if you're going to choose an ICM where all the money is already locked up and paid out in the ICM chop, then I think the tournament should just end there and there. That's my personal take on it, outside of obviously doing what I would like to have happen, which is no chops whatsoever and just play for the guts and the glory of being the person who ends up with 100% of the chips in play.
Well, we've had many conversations of this over the years.
We have.
About, you know, what you think's best for the game. And, I mean, poker operators obviously, I think, would want the money to be spread out because it is spread out towards the community and it creates more money to be buying in. But it's an interesting concept, that one. What, do you have any thoughts either way? Leaning towards, do you think every poker operator has their, you know, option to run it how they want to, or do you think there should be a kind of a universal thing?
I think as long as the operators advertise what rules that they're playing by, no issue with either allowing or disallowing deals.
So just really quickly here, we'll get back to the action. Craig Austin raised under the gun +3 with the ace-5 of clubs to 40k. Got flattered in the small blind by Thara with the pocket 8s, and Ricardo actually also caught in the big blind with pocket 4s. The flop has come down a couple of 5s and a deuce. So Ricardo looking to find a 4, and Thara's trying to find an 8 ball on the turn or the river, as Craig Austin has flopped absolutely gin. 3 of a kind with the ace kicker. He's going to go check. He's going to lead out on this board, and I'd imagine Thara and Ricardo will probably peel one off, considering this board doesn't hit the raising range very often of that of Craig Austin on the gun +3. Just combinatorically, they should be raising with hands that don't include a 5 or a deuce in their hand. And pocket 4s and pocket 8s actually look pretty big on this particular board here. Jack, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, definitely the 8s has to peel. I think once he calls, Ricardo can potentially find a fold.
Yep, I'd agree with that. It's all subject to. So Craig's going to bet out 45k on this board, and Thara has made the call for 45. Let's see what Ricardo Bono chooses to do, and does find the fold, which is right on cue of what you just said there, Jackie. And off the turn we go. He needs to find the case out. Only the 8 of spades remains. The 8 of hearts was burnt in the deal of the cards, and the 6 of spades peels off on the turn. No help to Thara, who is miles behind at the moment, looking down at 3% equity, by now only remaining in the deck. Craig Austin must be licking his lips with this turn card too.
If you're looking at a blind hand from Thara and the over card doesn't come to your pair, are you still comfortable here on this board, even though there's 2 flushes, straight draw gets there?
We're starting to get into bluff catcher territory. Probably would have liked to see a jam pre-flop or just run it on the flop, just because it's going to be so hard to get away now on the turn. SPR already significantly less than 1. 2 flush draws out there. It's hard to imagine Thara can get away now.
Comments from the super coach.
Comments from the super coach.
You'd be too young to understand that reference.
There's a satirist called Billy Birmingham who does the 12th Man, which is a play on all the commentators for the cricket, and he does what do they call it? Imitations of different people's voices, and he's very, very good at it.
Bit of Richie Benno.
And he does the Richie with the choo and the Tony Gregg, so on and so forth.
Wow,
And,
amazing.
It's pretty good. What a fold there from Thara.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Pretty awesome. Craig opened off about 13 bigs, and Thara didn't go broke with 8s on a 6-eye board.
Pretty impressive.
That's a good fold.
If you don't mind, Berkey.
Yep, I
A
understand.
bottle of Coke, the Mount Franklin, a tea.
No, I understand.
Gone straight through me, so I need to quickly jump off to the bathroom and
Make sure you find another one that's closed.
Yeah, I did run that bad before.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here. So we are down to 69 players left. Have we got a pay jump yet? We have. We're up to 1,600 now. Looking for our next pay jump here at 63rd. So we're 4 off the next pay jump of 100. How much do you include ICM in this pot? Or is it much lower than you'd expect?
Definitely low ICM at this stage. Considering the buy-in is $750, a $100 pay jump isn't worth too much. So you're definitely incentivized to not give your stack away, but gamble it up a little bit more than compared to like at the end of the tournament. Definitely worth running up a big stack now.
Yep. So Mike Johnson here. King Jack suited under the gun, raised it to 40. Addy sitting here with the Ace King on 29 bigs here. Just a stock standard 3-bet here, I assume?
Like a 3-bet, Ace King offsuit.
He raised to 100. Was that the 100k chip? 90. So he throws it into 90.
Small one, giving Mike a good price to continue.
Isn't that folding? Spinning it around to Mike again. Oh, no, sorry to give through a few more pans. Just waiting for this. Oh, Thara waking up with the Ace Queen on the dealer button.
Tough spot.
Oh, man, that's a tough one, is it? Without looking at the hands, are you opting for a jam here? Or? Oh, no, you can't because you've got an under the gun raise and a +1 3-bet.
Yep. I think I would lean towards fold. Yep. Nice fold.
Yep, very good fold. I just realised the positions it raised, so...
Thara's gotten away from 2 nice hands here. He hasn't got a whole lot of chips right now, but definitely being in the tournament has a lot of equity, so...
Well, I mean, he spent a couple of times bobbing and weaving, as they call it, and the fact that you still got chips, you're still live. But no, very, very good. Played 2 hands well in a row.
Yep.
But definitely with those positional raises, like you got an under the gun and then a 3-bet from the +1, it's just super, super, super strong.
Would definitely be happy putting it in if you're a button versus a hijack open cutoff 3-bet.
You're more comfortable there with actually like suited connectors, like a 9-10 suited.
Like putting it in from the button?
Yes, correct.
I think I'd prefer to have like Ace Queen block some of the strongest hands the opponents can have because you're definitely looking for a fold.
Yep. Good on you, Monkey, taking out half the... He's still going to go. I wish there was a camera in here that we could see what Monkey's doing here at the moment. He's trying his best.
C-Bet took it down.
C-Bet took it down. I don't know if you can hear Monkey in the background. This is... Alrighty, let's have a little stock take here. So Philip's got 2.6 big blinds. Mike's all the way up there in the chip lead at this table at least. 65 bigs, 1.298 million in the stack. I definitely see Mike staying aggressive here and really putting the pressure on these stacks.
Yep. Mike definitely someone who will put the pressure on as well, so good person to wield a big stack.
Because it's funny, because you always talk about putting the pressure on with a big stack, but you get people who, I don't want to say don't know how to use it properly, but put the right pressure on. They just play their game normally as they go through and they build a big stack off maybe a big hand or two. But you get some of these crushers who just are able to get a big stack and really put smaller stacks to the sword effectively. Oh, Mike's in here waking up with another premium. Jeez, I'll tell you what, for someone who's had premiums, he keeps walking into some absolute cools here, but it's not going to be here. 15 bigs. Do you like the jam or would you prefer just a small raise?
I would min-raise this one.
15 just seems a bit big to be trying to get value out of your hand, doesn't it?
Definitely want to try and induce some action behind. Try and get someone to jam a lower pocket pair or an ace.
A little bit of support coming in on the chat from Cater and from Skill Like Go for Thara. Great play from Thara last couple of hands. Go get him, Thara. With the 2 comments as Mike's jammed this all in under the gun +3, the pocket queens. And I'll tell you something, Mike Johnson has not found the RFID reader for quite some time now. I'll have to ask the guys down in production to tell the dealer to see if he can find that reader in seat 9. A couple of hands have been unknown. There's Patrick Russell coming in, collecting a few, what appears to be some time banks, but I'm not 100% sure what that was actually. And the Queens for Mike Shin.
Can you hear that pots and pans symphony going on
Yeah,
in the background?
I can. Yeah, they've decided to make it even more difficult for us in the commentary booth as the pots and pans are coming out in full force. As we get back to the action under the gun, Craig Austin. Oh, dearie me, with the ace 7 of diamonds. Here's the gentleman there. You can see sitting in seat 2, reaching for some chips. Likes to raise it up and make it 60k. Troy's just going to open fold the, not open fold, just fold the 6s out of position. And Jimmy Boy picks up the ace king, the big slick. He's the gentleman sitting. You can barely make out his skin. He's just so white. Look at the tire he's got on. It's white on white on white.
Do you know how quickly I dirty that?
And yeah.
Coach loves the matching sets.
Yeah, they
came in all bed the other day.
Yeah. He's got to jam it all in for 284k with the big slick.
Come on, Mike, you can find it. I believe in you.
Can Mike find the reader?
Can Mike find the reader?
Can you find a hand?
And he can't find a hand. There, good call. Well played there by Jack. Folds the unknown hand, and he's going to get out of the way with it. Queen 5 offsuit. Round 2, Craig, who I'd imagine is just going to flick in the fold. And he does.
Craig definitely showing some good patience. He's been jammed on a couple of times, ran the ace king into aces and still keeping his composure.
Yeah.
Great call.
So that Mike hand just before we were talking about where we had the queens, at what big blind stack are you talking there where the jam is more effective than the min click?
Definitely depends on position and stage of the tournament, but at this stage, probably not looking to jam anything from, I think it was hijack. He jammed the queens. I think probably queens I'd look to start jamming around like 8 or 9 big blinds, and even at 10 can definitely find a raise and induce some action from some worse hands or big blind defends with 2 undercards.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more.
Definitely some a lot more short stack maneuverability nowadays than the old school WSOP videos where you see people jamming anytime they're sub 20 big blinds.
Yeah, that's it. It's the big difference these days, and that was when I first started trying to actually do some tournament work. Not as much as you guys have done, but the difference between learning how to do navigate like 9 or 10 big blinds to 12, 13 big blinds to 15 big blinds to 20 big blinds. 20 big blinds is a huge stack these days. It's not like it used to be where it's just like, you know, but I think the difference was back in the day, under the gun wasn't min clicking. They were like 4x, 5x, 6xing. So 20 bigs would actually seem like a much smaller jam those back in the day.
As we see a raise under the gun +3 by Thorough. Sorry to cut you off there, Burke. With the king 10 of clubs. Craig's going to defend with a better hand. The king jack of diamonds. So off the flop we go. It comes 9, ace, 8, complete rainbow. Craig's going to check for the big blind. I'd imagine Thorough's going to just put out a C bet and take this one down as he looks over. And he is going to bet. I think he said 60, but it seems like too much into this pot. 33. And he bet 33. Yep, well played, Berkey. Good call. And he is going to get the fold.
So
From Craig.
So like, you remember back you used to watch the WSOP and stuff like that, and some of the early raises were just incredibly large.
Yeah,
like there was no GTO, there was none of that back in the day. Everything was based on feel. Like, have you ever actually gone back and watched the Joe Hashem?
Yeah, everything was based on feel.
It was just incredible. Some of the hands you'd see.
So it looks like the players are going on a short break, which means we will also go on a break. We'll be back here approximately 10 to 15 minutes. Stick by us. We do have some ads coming up and maybe some more content from Jamie. And hopefully, Jack, you might stick around.
Yep.
If not, you'll be talking to your brother, I'd imagine.
Yep, we'll see what the plan is. We'll come back.
Try not to go out there and see what he's doing. We like to keep the sweat going.
Sounds good. This is the King's Premium Poker Room, St George Leagues Club. Main event day 2 with a record-breaking prize pool of $512,000. They are playing for $105,000 up top. We'll be back after this short intermission.
place in the main, we have done a full chip count of the room.
Yeah, beauty. That's what I want. TV Live TV with Mr. David Hurst. Are you thinking of Vegas now?
Don't embarrass yourself now, Madge.
Oh, come on, mate.
I got nothing to lose. You got all the chips. You can't lose from me.
You're not going to give 2 stars.
You can't lose from me.
I swear to God.
Not mine. You can.
Mr. Larson, look. I've got my hoodie. I've never put a hoodie on my life.
So welcome back here to the St. George League. This is the main event, also known as the Colossus, day 2. We'll be playing this one down to the end of level 18 or until we reach the final 2 tables, whichever comes first.
Have fun there, Dane.
This is a $750 buy-in, creating a massive prize pool of $512,200.
Players and dealers in the main event.
And they're playing for $105,000
up top.
And you're joined in the booth alongside myself, Josh Monk. That's Adam Burke, aka Berkey. And believe it or not, we're bringing back the sweet brother, Jack Sweet. He's going to join us in the con booth for a little bit more action, as we've got a completely new feature table here, Jackie boy.
Yep. Somehow got a second stint, so happy to contact some action.
Beautiful. There's a couple of players in this star-studded feature table that you know quite personally, Jack, so maybe you can talk about them when the action comes around to them. How's that sound?
I'm going to assume Oliver.
Yeah, got the pleasure of being good mates with Ollie.
There we go. And there he is, under the gun +2, folding. He's got the Queen 7 offsuit, not good enough to contend.
Oh, Madge, don't embarrass
We played first about half this time, a fair bit.
Speaking of star-studded, Martin Finger's in the house.
Gee whiz, Martin Finger, who stems originally from Germany. And I don't want to say too much about him except for the fact that he's got millions of dollars in USD currency in live tournament winnings. If you check him up on Hendon Mob, he's an absolute crusher.
Told you.
There's
I'm going to
Majid
work you
Saab,
all
who, believe it or
night.
not, I was walking out of the bathroom, saw him coming out, and he said, I heard your voice on the commentary. Are you Josh? I said, that's me. He goes, it's good to have you do that commentary, and I'm on the feature table shortly. So I said, I'm looking forward to calling the action for you. Hopefully you can take down a few pots. He's originally from Lebanon. Here's the outer feature tables in the Colossus Big Stack, actually.
226 runners in that thing.
This is the Colossus Big Stack event.
Wow. 88,000 in the prize pool. That's insane for one of those events, isn't it?
Down to 41 runners.
Yeah.
And this is back into the main room.
In the lockdown.
And this is the lockdown event, like you said just before. 31 entries, 28 remain.
Nice little freeze out.
Yep.
Gotta love those freeze out events.
That event is also locked out now. So as Mr. Chen here with the Ace Queen offsuit under the gun +3, he's going to jam it all in. For 138k, Martin Finger's going to fold Jack 7 of clubs. Patrick So sitting in seat 3 is going to fold. David Hurst is that guy sitting in seat 4. He's folding the King 5 of diamonds round to Jing Wang. She is the lady sitting in seat 5, the centre of the table. She looks down at the back row of the 8 deuce offsuit, the big blind, no good. So who have you played with here, Jack, at this particular new feature table that we brought to the stream?
Yep, so played a fair bit with Oliver, obviously, and then play with Majid a fair bit. Definitely one of the most common Kings regulars, Kings and Kings Room. Patrick So played against him a little bit. David Hurst, another regular, and played a little bit with Martin as well.
Oh, look at some of these stacks, top 10 stacks.
Gordon Zhu up the top there with 2.242 million. Peter Moore closely following with just over 2 million.
Look at this,
and
Edward.
Ed is back up there.
So he's got 1.8 million. He lost a 1.6 million chip pot.
And your brother's in the top 10 too, just quietly. Troy Sweet down there, you can see it, 822k. And Eddie doing Eddie things, losing 75% of his stack and then building it back up into a top 3 stack. So, as you do, as Majid Saab has picked up the Ace King in the hijack, he's electing to pop it up to 78k. The blinds have gone up to 10k, 25k with a 25k big blind ante. This is hand number 107 of this feature table. And these are brand new players that we have brought in, courtesy of Natan, who is being the lead TD alongside Patrick Russell for this day 2 of their main event, also known as the Colossus, right here, courtesy of the King's Premium Poker Room at the St. George Leagues Club. at 124 Princess Highway in Cogra.
So we're down to 66.
Not one of them, David.
It's all right.
What are you targeting once you get into the money here? Yeah. What are you trying to target? You starting to be back to being aggressive, or?
Yep. So definitely trying to pick up some pots now. Pay jumps if you just start folding and keep laddering up, you don't make too much in dollars. So definitely trying to run up a stack and be able to put pressure on people later in the tournament on final table bubble and final table.
I know this sounds kind of a bit of a stupid question, but I'm going to throw it to you anyway, Jack. Do you play the game strictly nowadays for the money, or are you trying to chase are you trying to chase more trophies and kind of getting the accolades behind you as being a very formidable force on the tables? You know what I mean? Obviously, if you win the tournament, you win the trophy and you win the biggest amount of money, obviously that makes sense. But, you know, when you're actually playing poker, is it all about kind of trying to figure out how to navigate through the field to try and get to the money and then go as deep as you possibly can? Or are you actually going into the tournament going, I want to try and take this bad boy down for all the glory that comes with winning the tournament? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, personally not too invested in the glory.
Okay.
I think they kind of go hand in hand a little bit. Once you make it into the money, the goal should be to run as deep as possible and try and take it down. That's obviously where the largest sum of money resides, like at the top.
Yep.
So definitely trying to build a massive stack now, but I wouldn't say that on the bubble or coming up to the bubble there's any real thought of trying to win the tournaments. Definitely like take it step by step, play each stage as it needs to be played to maximize the amount of money returned.
I could lead something into that. So do you prefer tournaments that are top heavy or more balanced?
In terms of the payout structure.
In terms of the payout structure.
I would personally prefer a little bit flatter than most live tournaments. But definitely top heavy is nice. Like everyone wants to play for a really nice, like large first prize. In this event, 105k. It looks awesome to win like 6 figures, right? So definitely nice to advertise like a big top prize and have something amazing to play for.
As we get back to the action here, well said there by Jack. Patrick, so under the gun +3 finds the natural suited 10-9 of spades. He's got to pop it up and make it 50k to go. The blinds are 10k, 25k, and 25k big blind ante. Pranav. Patrick, here in the big blind, has elected to call and defend with the 9-7 offsuit. The board comes down ace-7 deuce, 2 spades. So both of them picking up a little piece of it.
Should go in.
Pranav has second best pair with the 9 kicker, and Patrick so. He's picked up the flush draw and a couple of overs to the 7 of that of Pranav. Obviously, a 9 would be a bit of a disaster card in the turn because Pranav would pick up 2 pair, and it's going to just go all in call.
Stock standard right there.
Flush draw versus a pair.
Yep, Pranav making a defend off about 4 big blinds pre-flop, so flopping any pair is enough to get in.
Yep. I agree. So can Patrick find a spade on the turn or the river? And the turn card brings in even more outs for him now.
Spade, 10 or an 8.
And the 8 comes in. He backdoors into the nut straight with the 10-9. And Pranav is going to be eliminated after flopping a pair. So that's one way to get it done there, Berkey.
Yeah,
find the flush draw on the flop and backdoor into the nut straight.
Sounds like something the Sweets would do.
Very good. Very good, Berkey.
All right, so outside of because you're in it for the money, right? Not the accolades. Okay. Do you have any other, let's say, crutches? Do you like the pokies? Do you go to the casino? Do you dabble in any of that, or is it just straight down the line? We're playing poker for money.
Not much of a gambler myself.
Good to know.
Yeah, not a big fan of the pokies or sports betting or anything. Definitely play poker, not just for financial gain, but also love like the competition of the game and.
Yep.
Definitely using my brain. Like every hand is a new problem, and it's never repetitive, right?
Yeah, no, it's true.
It's a good point.
How many times do we talk about hands that we've seen after 20 years, and you're like, "Well, I've never seen that." How's that work?
I swear, it happens all the time. Actually, I've never seen aces dealt as many times as it was a couple of nights ago on the stream, Berkey.
In 1 2-hour session, we had 11 times
aces being dealt, and actually in one hand, 4-way action. There was 3 players with a suited 2 cards in their hand to the clubs. So 4-hand action, 3-handed action.
3-handed action, all 3.
3-handed action, the top 6 cards off the deck were all clubs.
Top
Jack
6
four,
card.
yeah, Jack 4 of clubs, Queen 6 of clubs, and I think like the Ace 3 of clubs.
Would love to know the statistics and the likelihood of that happening.
The first thing we said is
just I've never seen that
let's
before.
put thin.
Yeah, and not to mention, just quietly, earlier today we had Ace King suited versus Ace King suited versus Ace King off. I don't think I've seen that very often too. That might be the second or third time I might have seen it lifetime, and I have seen quite a few hands of poker, especially in this particular format. As we get back to the action here, this is the main event, day 2 at St George Leagues Club, brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room in conjunction with LinkTech, who is the proud sponsor of this particular stream. You can watch us on a 20-minute delay on YouTube and on Facebook Live. As Majid Saab decides to fold the King 9, Patrick So is going to get out of the way with the 10-7 off under the gun +1. David Hurst.
This might be getting in.
Finds the Jack 9 suited in the spades under the gun +2. He's got 5.3 bigs or 133k to his stack.
Love those glasses, by the way.
And he has elected to move it all in for 133k.
Yes, he has. All right, see if anyone can get it. You're just jamming that there with Jack 9 suited?
Would love to get this one through, but obviously it's got some good equity when called. It's like Ollie should be putting the chips in here.
And your mate, and the guy who's been trolling you in the chat a little bit here, Oliver Curry, has elected to... looks like he's got a jam over the top for isolation. From the cutoff. I was going to say from the curry off. From the cutoff.
Oh, no.
English. Okay.
And Wao Ji Chen has picked up the aces.
To be fair, he's only got 5
small blind.
bigs, so.
Obviously, he's going to make the easiest call in the history of the game, probably, from the small blind with aces. So it's aces versus the Jack 9 versus the Ace 10. Oliver Curry, a little bit of...
Very thin.
Yeah, drawing very thin.
Let's see if Troy and I have taught Ollie anything, if we can find 2 10s.
You know what? I'm going to take the Jack 9 of spades here, actually, to get this one done. Yep, I agree.
King, Queen, Jack on the board? No?
Here we go. There's a 7 and an 8. So a 10 ball, if it can come down, will give David Hurst the nut straight. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 5. So now a
6 for the chop.
Yeah, and the board comes out a deuce at the river. The aces will hold here. And the Jack 9 will be eliminated.
As I said before, blockers aren't real. You've got the Ace 10. Someone can still wake up with those bloody aces.
That's true. So David Hurst is going to be eliminated there with the Jack 9. Couldn't find the 10 ball, a 9 or a Jack for that matter, on the turn of the river. He needed to make 2 pairs.
I played against him in the players champs.
Yep.
Lovely guy.
Actually, on the turn he needed to find a 6 or a 10.
6 or a 10.
Unfortunately for him, it did not come in. The blank of all blanks came in at the river. I think it was like a deuce or a 3 of clubs. The aces is going to get a 3-way all-in triple up, essentially. And your mate there, Oliver Curry, who was trolling you in the chat earlier, Jack, just takes a little hit to his stack with the Ace 10.
Bit of karma.
Bit of karma. There you go. So he's throwing it straight back at you, Oliver. Anyway, let's see. You know what's going to happen now. He's going to go on and win it. Okay, you've just...
Won't be upset.
Voice getting a bit raspy over there, Mike. Yeah.
Apologise, Berkey. Sorry.
No, it's fine, man. I'll look. Apparently, these vapor drops are going around, man. Everyone's like, even Natan's coming in for a piece of them once in a while. All right, so it's going to fold around, cut off Jack 5 off, get rid of it, and Matt, look, seat 9. Then the cards didn't show up. Maybe it's something with the reader, not so much the player who was there before. Who was it before? It was
Mike Johnson.
Yeah,
Johnson,
Mike
that's
Johnson's
right.
correct.
We were always giving it to him because he couldn't get the reader, but C9's reader cards didn't come through just then either. So.
Might see if Matty Marshall can do something about that.
Or even let us know what's going on there. Or if it's ironically he just didn't scan at that time. All right.
So
got heads up play here. Blind versus blind. 10-8 suited versus 10-4 suited. Clock comes down King 9-6. Martin Finger out in front with a 10-8. He's going to put the bet in here, 25k, which is one big blind bet. And we were talking about this earlier, that one big blind bet, how much it takes down and how much value you can get out of those. We're going to get, what do we got here? I'm just having a look at the stacks here. Patrick up there with 854k. Now, we did get the leaderboard up here before, and there was plenty of stacks in the 2. There was 2 in the 2 million stacks and plenty in the 1 million stacks. So we don't have any extremely large stacks at this table.
Biggest stack being 34 bigs of Patrick So. He's got 854k. But
So if you're tuning in and looking, it's not so much the tournament has low average big blinds. It's just the chips seem to be concentrated on other areas of the tournament.
It's a good call from you, Berkey.
We did walk past that table before what Edwin was on, and there was just a
There
massive
would have been
amount of
3.5 million in chips on that
Massive
one
amount of
table.
chips
As
on that
Martin
one
Finger
table.
picks up pocket queens on the button here. Can't get any action, just picking up the blinds. Martin's a serial crusher, not just as a cash game player, but also as a tournament player. Got well into the millions in USD in live tournament winnings. And I think I was told earlier from the time that he's become a father as of about 3 or 4 months ago. So
Yep.
congratulations on that.
What I was told. Granted, I was told by the same person at the same time. So I'm going to take that information and run with it. Now, you said your missus is from where? Malta? Malta? Yeah. So you said, I hope you don't mind me talking about this, only you're going to travel over to Europe after this?
Yeah, I got a Europe holiday planned, so
there you go.
Bit of a break from poker.
How long are you going over there for?
Just over a month.
Oh, sure.
Big break.
Yeah.
So taking some money away from the King's Premium Poker Room to go over to Malta and spend it there. So well played by...
Big prize pool's going to suffer with Nico.
From Jack Speak. He's going to take some
Where
of
all
those
the
Aussie
rebuys going to come
dollars.
from?
Yeah, exactly right.
Troy's going to have to pull his weight.
So it's Oliver Curry under the gun +1, making a couple of late night jokes here in the booth as we approach 10 p.m. local time. Oliver Curry under the gun +1 finds the ace jack of clubs. He popped it up and made it 50k to go. Just popping up the structure.
Straight up to 125 here for Mr. Chen.
Yowzi Chen has found the ace jack but offsuit. Going to pop it up and make it 125k. Majid Saab is on the button. He's the gentleman there with the Ralph Lauren polo shirt on in black. Having a full-blown conversation there with Martin Finger. Decides to fold, and Patrick So finding the ladies, the pocket queens, the Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds. So the red queens here has flicked in a time bank chip.
Do you find that using a time bank chip pre-flop is super strong? Because I notice it often when people like trying to play it off, and it's just something I notice a lot of the times. Time bank chips pre-flop seem like, okay, let me just see if I'm on a, what do you call it, make yourself look weak and then jam for 800k.
So Patrick does jam this all in for 804. He has got Wowzi Chen covered in chips, I should say. Pardon me, I just lost my train of thought. And he's got a decision to make to call with ace jack, but he's going to elect to put it into the muck. So Patrick's going to extend his lead a little bit further.
I could be way off on that, but I just notice more than less that when people use time bank chips pre-flop, it's a super strong play. They are super strong. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the small things that I notice here and there.
Sure, fair enough.
You ready to fold jacks pre-flop then, Berkey?
Yeah.
Me? I don't think I've ever folded a premium hand in my life.
Jacks.
10-9's premium there.
He's calling 4 bets pre with deuces. Forget about jacks. As Oliver Curry under the gun finds the King 7 offsuit.
It's noticed they've spelled his name, Curry.
Yeah, I just found out from production they're going to update that shortly. So because there's a delay that won't come into play for approximately 20 minutes. Martin Finger in the hijack has popped it up and made it 50k to go with the ace deuce of hearts. Do I sound better now, Berkey?
Yeah, much better, man.
Apologies.
You just
for
needed
before.
good old Vicks Vapor drops.
Yep, well, that's why I brought him in, not just to look at. He's going to pop it up and make it 50k to go. Mike Larson, he's the gentleman there with the perfectly shaped head. He's going to flick in the call from the big blind with a 6-5 off. So it's 46% equity to the 5-6 versus the remaining equity for Martin
Sure,
Finger.
just sneak another ace out there for Martin. Saw one in the window and then just suddenly a second one.
Can't flop much better than that, Martin, to be fair. He has for the 3-of-a-kind aces. His kicker not really needed in this particular hand. As I'd imagine, Martin's just going to bet and Mike Larson's not going to peel one off with a 6 high. So that should be all she wrote. And there it is.
Good to
Straight
see
into the bid.
Good to see CK jump into the chat and saying every action is strong against me.
That's true.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something too, Jack. Berkey's run bad in poker for... How old are you now?
38.
38. So Probably for 38 years, give or take. Yeah.
I can believe that.
Ever since he pitched the first card, it was all over for him. And I can contest, I can confirm.
Look, I don't play the best poker, but I have had some horrific runs.
He has, that's true. And every single time it looks like he's going to go deep, doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, just no, I love him in cash. I play 7 tournaments, 7 to 10 tournaments a series. I'm in cash 1, and I feel good about myself. It's like when you play golf. You can have 17 holes of horrible shots, and on the 18th hole you can just drill it to 2 feet, and then suddenly it makes you want to come back again.
That's true. Very, very true. As we get back to the action here, Patrick So in the cutoff finds the Jack 10 off, and he's going to pop it up to the structure now to 50k, which seems to be a very stock standard raise. And I want to talk to you a little bit, talk to you, Jack, I should say, a little bit about just raising it to the structure. I know that in previous sort of the theory of the game previously, it used to be just raise it up to like 3x the blinds, but I'll get to that in just a second, as Patrick does pop it up and make it 50k to go. Jing Wang just finds the ace jack, huge hand on the button. She's going to whack it for 323k. Oliver's going to get out of the way, and the big line with the 8-6 off, and Patrick is going to also fold the Jack 10 after making that initial raise. So, question here for you, Jack, is I've noticed that, and I've noticed a lot commentating on it, that just popping the structure, so if the blinds are 10-20, you make it 40k. If you're entering into a pot, etc., etc., has been kind of more standard in the game of poker. But when I used to play the game 10, 15 years ago, it used to be 2.5x or 3x or whatever. How did that, why is there kind of that now part of the game more so than it used to be?
So I think the theory behind it is basically stacks are shallower than what, like, if you compare it to cash games where stacks are usually 100 big blinds. In this one, stacks are 20, 30 big blinds. So 2 big blinds has a little bit more fold equity because you have to invest more of your stack per raise or when you call from the big blind. And when you play in position versus blinds, which is where most of the calls are going to come from, you'd like to leverage like a deeper stack to pot ratio and capitalize on your position over multiple streets. Rather than being in position at a lower SPR, you have less of an advantage.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. As we see a pretty big hand brewing here, just quietly. So there was a raise under the gun by Martin Finger, who's picked up the ace jack off. And he's been 3-bet by Patrick So with in the hijack with the ace king to 140k. So Martin looking to make a call for 90k here under the gun with the ace jack. And I believe he might have flicked in the call, but not quite sure. Small delay. I'm not sure if the flop's already out or whether or not he's contemplating. And here it is. Forget about that. He's going to bring in a 4-bet to 325k, Martin Finger. And now the action's back on Patrick So.
I think there's one move and one move only here, isn't there?
Got 34 bigs.
Nice to have the option to put in ace-king pre-flop versus an aggressive player.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine he's just going to whack this over the top of the ace-king.
There it is.
And he jams it all in, and Martin's going to have a pretty easy decision to fold. It's a 5-bet. It's always there, wasn't it?
It's always nice taking down pretty decent sized pots without even seeing a flop. I mean, I know you got the guy absolutely crushed, but man, you'll be happy taking down pots like that without even seeing a flop.
That's true. That's very true. And there we are on the camera again. Me, Josh Monk. That's Adam Burke. And that's Jack Sweet right there in that top left-hand corner, bringing you and calling you the action all the way through tonight until we reach level 18 or the end of level 18, or the final 2 tables, whichever one comes first, and then we'll be bringing these players back at 5 p.m. tomorrow, which means we'll be live on stream at about 5:20, 5:30 to call out the remainder of this main event, where there is $105,000 up top for the winner.
Now we're down to 55 players left, and we're 1 player off a jump to 1,800. So everyone here is locked up at least 1,700. We're going to go a small pay jump to 1,800, and you're going to notice down the bottom, if we've got it posted in the group, the jumps will start getting pretty decent. Just usually before the final table, doesn't it? And then things get real for some of these players in some of these big fields with a lot of money up top. 6 figures, not much for you, Monkey, but for the battlers out here, a 6-figure score would actually be pretty nice.
To be fair, I don't think a six-figure score would be not much for anyone. $100,000 plus is a lot of cheese. You can go back and forth from Malta many times with that type of money. As Jack Sweet will be doing this at the conclusion of this particular series, alongside his girlfriend who's from there. So there we go. There, the chip counts on this particular feature table. Patrick So with 26% equity, 26% equity, 26% of the chips on this feature table, 1.4 million. So the remaining of the chip stacks you can see at the top of your screen. Most people sort of hovering around anywhere between sort of, I don't know, 20 and 35 bigs. A couple of short stacks there. Oliver Curry is one of them, 7.4 bigs. And we're going to get back to the action here. So Patrick So under the gun with the ace-8 off.
Yeah.
We have actually made the pay jump. And now the next pay jump's going to be at 45 up to 2,000. So still pretty decent cheese if you're buying into these events. Looks like they're colouring up a lot of these 1,000 chips. So they are going to get 1,000 chips out of play. It's going to be folded round here to Ollie. Don't even let the cards catch up. Ollie's throwing that straight in the bin.
Oh, jeez, you can't make it up. Appreciate that from Mark Liddell. Just coming in to say hello. As we get back to the action here, Gao Zi Chen with the 8-3 offsuit on the button. He's going to raise it up to 50k with the second worst starting hand in No Limit Hold'em. Martin Finger has found the King 9 of clubs in the small blind. Looks like he's going to jam it all in for 529k and put the full pressure back on the big blind and the button. Majid is going to fold the ace-3 suited back round to Zhao Shen, who obviously can't call with the second worst hand in No Limit Hold'em.
It won't stop him from thinking about it though.
He does pick up the 2 cards and puts them straight into the muck. So Martin Finger's going to take down that pot of 629k. This is hand number 119 of this main event, day 2, the Colossus series. And this main event is also called the Colossus. So
what a series it's been though.
Yeah,
There's been some cracking numbers here. I mean, in the 1150 event, I think they got, what, 267?
Yep.
What was the other event they got? 700.
Opening event.
It was the opening event?
Yep.
Yeah. What's the buy-in for the opening event here?
450.
450? They got 700 plus runners.
Did you shoot a couple of bullets into that, or?
Of course.
Yeah, good
That
man.
one was a flagship event. We definitely wanted to make it through to day 2 in.
Okay. I always like to ask, couple or?
Yeah, that one was definitely a couple.
Okay, good. And did you last longer than Berkey today in 45 minutes, or?
Opening event was 12 minutes, I think, day 2. So Berkey beat me in that one.
There you go. You almost can't back that up as he fist pumps here in the commentary booth. And it appears
We're almost the same play now.
We're doing a race off of the 1Ks. That's what you're seeing on screen at the moment. So the dealer just racing off the 1Ks.
2 aces, 2 kings.
Dealer here being Mai.
Con Pappas jumping in the chat. How are you guys doing tonight?
There he is.
We are doing excellent. How are you doing, Con?
KP joining us.
Great to have you in the chat as well. And for all of you guys in the chat on YouTube and Facebook, please shoot us a message, ask us any questions. I mean, you can ask Jack some questions as well. He'll probably be able to answer most of this stuff better than we can.
If you want a technical breakdown of every single hand in conjunction with all the AI technology in his brain, he'll be able to basically break down every hand to the last decimal point. And he'll be in here for a little bit longer, so take the opportunity now to take advantage of Jack Sweet's unbelievably awesome sort of
Poker
theoretical
brain.
and poker brain. Yeah.
No one can see me shaking my head right now.
He is shaking his head.
Down to the decimal point.
Down to the decimal point, exactly. Not even in the fractions. So we get back to the action here. Jing Wang under the gun +1. Finds the internet hand, Queen 7 offsuit. But forget about that. Mike Larson, here he is. Finds the ace king off. Under the gun +2. It's going to cost him 25 to call, so it's a pretty easy raise to 50k. Zhao Zi Chen's going to get out of the way. Martin Finger on the button is going to fold the 10-3 off round to Majid Saab. Originally from Lebanon, lives in Sydney. He is going to get out of the way, and Patrick So just needs to flick in one big to call with King 7 off, which is heavily dominated at the moment. And off to the flop we go. He does flick in the core, and the board comes down 10, 9, 8. So believe it or not, Patrick has flopped an up and down draw. Can make a straight with a 6, or with a jack for that matter. Can also take this one away from Mike Larson if we can find a 7. It goes check, check on the flop. Here comes the turn. Brings in the Queen of Diamonds. So the jack is no longer an out for Patrick, who, if he did hit that card, would make the nut straight for Mike. Patrick would actually make the rag end and also put them straight on the board, believe it or not. Just noticed that now if the jack was to come out. So Patrick would actually be playing a straight to the king.
The jack would actually be a disastrous card now.
Yeah, because Patrick would actually have the second nut straight. Anyways, let's get back to it. Mike is going to bet 50k on the turn and Patrick's going to just get out of the way, knowing full well a jack was going to peel off on the river and he didn't want to get cooled. So there you have it. Talking about Jack, we do have Jack Sweet in the commentary booth alongside myself and Adam Burke calling the action in this main event, day 2. It's a $750 buy-in. They had 788 runners into this event, creating a record prize pool of $512,200. You heard that correctly. There are 53 players remaining, all playing for the trophy, a $2,000 Sydney Millions
I think
ticket.
top 3 get them.
Top 3, pardon me.
I believe so. Don't quote me on that. But I
Okay.
think it's top 3.
And 105 lacquers up top 7. The second is going to pick up 70. Third will pick up 44,600.
All right. So we got Kiwi Bird Special in the chat going at Jack. What's your favourite suit or pair?
Favourite suit would probably be clubs, and pairs would be a bit boring if I say aces.
Don't say kings.
I like 9s and 10s because you can find some big jams with them,
Yeah.
and you're getting some really fun, like big flips with 9s and 10s versus some 2-over cards. So they're definitely ones that are exciting to play.
Well, Monkey's under the impression that nothing flops a set more than 9s.
Yep.
9s and 10s do seem to flop a lot of sets
They
as
do,
well.
don't
yeah.
they? They absolutely do.
Disguise top set as well. Board comes 10 or 9 high and you win a big pot.
That's true.
I said the same thing about deuces.
I knew I was going to get a one. I knew I was,
Disguise sets.
and talking about nines
speaking
on
of,
cue,
like,
you can't
right on
make
cue,
it up.
there you
Yeah,
go.
tough.
Stephen here.
I mean,
Gurgis.
I'll be impressed if he flops a set. There's a 9 up there, but, you know, as we say, blockers aren't real. And
So we've done this a few times where we've actually spoken about a specific hand, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the hand actually shows up on the screen. And this is exactly what's happened here. So there was a raise under the gun +1 from Mike. Ajay Saab called from the button. And then there was a 3-bet from the small blind of Patrick So, who picked up the ace-9 off. Stephen Gurgis found the pocket 9s, but he doesn't want to compete with that particular hand. So the action's going to go back round to Mike Larson. And let's see what Mikey decides to do. Here's the player sitting in seat 6 at the moment, who flicks in a time bank chip, giving him an extra 30 seconds to act on his hand. Unfortunately for us, we can't quite see his hand for the time being. A little delay coming through on the RFID, but the production team downstairs is fixing that, and he's going to whack it. So I'm expecting Mike to have minimum here, ace
All right.
king or better.
let's use that poker brain of yours. What's he jamming with here?
Jacks or better.
Definitely like ace king offsuit.
Yeah.
How many bigs has he got? 26 bigs. Maybe can find some ace queen suited as well, and then bluffs would probably pick like some suited wheel aces, ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited. Block some of Patrick's calling range and some of the big pairs as well. Good equity denial and obviously some pretty strong hands versus small blind squeeze as well.
Comments from the super coach.
Yeah. Patrick just shows actually Majid sitting right next to him and shakes his head, trying to figure out what to do. Majid's obviously not going to tell him what to do. He can't do that. So he's just going to eye him off. And it looks like Majid's actually kind of saying, what's taking you such a long time to put it into the bid? And he taps the table, saying, good. Didn't waste too much more time there, as Patrick does fold.
All right.
Ace not off.
Now, we were talking about your favourite hand and favourite pairs. What's your least favourite premium hand and least favourite pair?
What's premium? Jacks plus ace king.
I'm going to go.
Sure.
Yep, that's what I'm going to go.
And I like all of them.
I know you like them, but there's got to be some that. Okay, well, just least favourite hand.
Sure, just queen. Queens is probably my least favorite premium. Maybe jacks. They obviously just play. They're a little bit tougher to play on like an ace or king high board. Least favorite hand.
Well, have you got a hand that you just look at and you're like,
I think king jack offsuit's pretty overrated.
Yeah, massively. King Jack offsuit, and any of those non-suited broadways, I find that just
Ace 10. Yeah, I don't
mean,
like Ace 10.
I mean, they're great when you're short stack because you can realize your equity really quick if you flop top pair. But playing them when you're deep stack, it's like a crutch for me. I always just get rid of them regardless because I just can't help it. So you hit top pair and you don't know where you're at a lot of the time.
Definitely easy to misplay.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you. I knew I was going to get along with you, Jack, because your favourite suit is clubs. Mine too.
1 in 4.
1 in 4. Yeah, fair enough. 25% are getting up.
I got diamonds. Love the diamonds.
And my favourite pocket pair is actually pocket 9s. So there you have it. You like 9s and 10s, and you like the club. So there you go.
Starting to like you too, Monk.
Yeah. We do try our best here, and it's good to have Jack join us here in the commentary booth as we call today's play. Now, players will be coming back tomorrow to finish this one off. This is the main event, also known as the Colossus. Day number 2, $750 buy-in, record prize pool, $512,200, which beat its previous record by near $50,000, Berkey.
That's a huge jump up. I mean, I know Mark likes to be the pessimist of improving himself in the room, and he knows it's improving, but that's a huge jump. That's a lot of buy-ins.
I think a big factor to that, Berkey, was me and you flying up from Melbourne.
Yeah, we
So
brought all the troops with us. Yep, all of them. We'll take all the credit for that because they're not here to defend themselves. So we'll just keep going. The fact that, we brought all the players up with us.
Yeah, well, I can confirm that you shot enough bullets in this to add to that record prize pool. So
to make that difference.
Good on you, Burke. As Majad Saab picks up A7 in the hijack here, he's going to pop it up and make it 75k to go. Stephen finds the pocket 8, the 373 side, ... Made famous by our friend Ash Gupta back in Melbourne. And he's going to elect to call from the button and have a look at Jing Wang. The ace queen of diamonds in the small blind. Do you just whack this in for 15 bigs here, Jackie boy?
Yep, definitely a great spot. You got a 3 big blind open and a call from the button. Ace queen suited way ahead of both of those ranges. So fist pump getting this one in.
I believe she might have just flattered.
What?
I think that was a time bank.
No.
Was it a time bank?
No, that's...
I think she might have flattered, honestly.
Is that's only 50k out there?
No, she hasn't acted on her hand. Here we go.
Okay, that makes more sense.
This makes sense. She's going to basically effectively jam the rest of her stacking. She's leaving a 25k chip behind, alongside those sort of brown time banks.
Perfect. This gives us the next question to be asking Jack over here.
Yeah, on cue.
Yeah, on cue.
Yeah. So she's going to 3-bet it to 360k.
You know exactly what question we're about to ask you, don't you?
Why do you leave the one chip
behind? Why do you leave the one chip behind?
So, that was us going, yeah. We know what we're talking about, but let's
all right, Jack, here we go. One chip behind.
So in tournaments, your last chips are the most valuable. Obviously, if you're out, you're no chance of winning any more of the prize pool, but even if you're left with 0.1 or 0.01 of a big blind, you're still in and a chance to spin up, especially given that there's a full big blind ante in there. The return on investment for leaving 0.1 big blinds behind and turning it into 1.1 big blinds is huge. Obviously, that's like 11x. And also, it gives you the chance to tank and make a pay jump if you do get jammed on.
But are you ever folding?
No, you're not.
Because you say you're leaving that much behind just in case for the next hand.
Yeah, you're not meant to fold. So often it's like a river spot where you could potentially bluff. It gives you the chance that if you are bluffing and you do get called, you are still in the tournament. And obviously, if you only do that when you are bluffing, then people are going to fold if you go all in.
Yep.
So you do it to balance, and doing it pre-flop is only really for a timing thing. If you're on a pay jump, you can make the pay jump by taking your time before calling off.
Oh, here we go, on cue.
So this...
Wait, what?
Wow, he got out of his seat. And I believe he was dealt aces there, so... Geez, I might even have to look that one up. I can't believe what I just saw. So it looks like aces might have been folded pre-flop there.
Sorry, just a bit stunned here. I'm just trying to figure out what just happened there. Was that Martin Fingers?
No, I believe it was Steve Judges.
Steve, okay.
So Steve did have aces, and we have got confirmation of that. Obviously not sitting at the table at the time that he was dealt into that particular hand. And
I've only ever seen that once before.
Yeah, don't even get me started, Berkey, please. Please don't. Please. That was torture. Yes, Kiwi Bird special. He did fold aces. He wasn't dealt Sorry, he was dealt into the hand, however, wasn't sitting at the table at the time that those cards were active, and therefore those cards get folded. He just happened to have aces, which he's going to look back a bit later on and be a little bit annoyed with.
Especially since this board's come out with this hand.
Correct, and the board comes down Queen, Deuce, 10. Top pair, top kicker for Guao. He bets out 30k, and Oliver's going to fold, and he would have been in a premium position there to take down a monster pot with the aces, especially on that particular board, Queen High. But wasn't here to partake.
Yep, I've definitely only seen that once before.
And Berkey is trying to get me to talk about me playing a live cash game on stream. I got up to use the bathroom, missed one hand, and I picked up aces and would have won a 2.5k pot. True story.
It's tough.
And
if you can't laugh about it, you'll cry about it.
And I was crying about it, and still crying about it now. It happened 6 months ago.
Hopefully you won the cash game anyway.
No, absolutely did my ass.
Got obliterated.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely obliterated.
That was my only hand to get out. I wasn't even there for it. As we get back to Machine, Saab, who's under the gun +2, finds the ace 10. And it's going to pop it up and make it 60k to go. Patrick So finds the 5 deuce of clubs. 980 clubs also folded. And Jing Wang also picks up the Jack 6 of clubs. So some clubs coming out in force. Anyway, folded round to Oliver Corey in the small blind. Not Curry, and not Curry spelled the other way too. And he's going to flip it on a fold. And Xi Huang, who's just came into this feature table, is also going to fold from the big blind. There's the went to showdowns.
It's really down to 46 players left. I feel like we're dropping like flies here at the moment. But no, plenty of action to go. We're going all the way down to, was it level 18, Monkey?
End of level 18 or final 18 players. Final 18 players, correct.
Final 18 players. So I feel like we're getting down that number rather quick. But it'd be interesting after next break. I want to go down and...
Slight correction there. Sorry, Berkey. The end of level 19.
19, okay.
Yeah, the end of level 19. I thought originally end of level 18, but it's the end of level 19, which is approximately around 2 a.m. local time. Give or take, or the final 18 players.
This is actually an interesting one. Stephen, 3693 in the chat, has asked, how do you navigate some players who open 3+ big blinds pre-flop?
Definitely a tough one because I think it's very player dependent. Some people raise the 3 big blinds because they want to take down pot pre-flop, which usually lends itself to not being as strong a hand. But some people raise 3 big blinds with a stronger range. So definitely have to profile your opponent and proceed accordingly. Obviously, you're not going to try and bluff as much against someone with a stronger range, but if you think there's more in the middle to win with like a similar range, then the upside of winning the pot pre-flop is worth more. So you might potentially bluff slightly more.
There you go. Comments from Supercoach.
Comments from the Supercoach, indeed. Jack Sweet joining us in the comms. So
Alright, Dylan, in the main, we are adding
Jackie
2
Boy,
time banks to
over to the
players,
chat.
please. Dylan's in the main event, adding 2
He's a
time
very
banks,
high-level
please.
thinker of the game, much more than probably Berkey and I. So if you want to tap into
Adding
the
2
brilliant
time
mind of
banks,
Jack
please,
Sweet,
all
he'll
dealers.
be here for a
in
little
the
bit
main.
longer, joining us in the comms. So good to have you join us here, Jackie. Let's have a look at the action here. So it comes Jack 6-2. There was a raise by Jing Wang, who found the ace-queen in the hijack pre-flop, popped it up and made it 60k to go. Guao Chen decided to call for 30k from the big blind, which is one big, because the blinds have gone up to 15k, 30k with a 30k big blind ante. Flop came down Jack 6 deuce. 2 diamonds. It's going to go check from Guao Shi, I should say, Chen. And the option's going to be on Jing Wang at the moment. She's the lady you can see on screen. He's eyeing off the player stack quite a bit here and hasn't made a decision. So I'm not sure actually what's happened there. It looks like she's folded. And I believe the turn card came a 9 and the river card actually was a 9. So I just caught that just then. So I'm not exactly what happened. It looked like it gone check, check. Bet of 80 on the turn by Guao Chen. And then a bet at the river, and that was enough to get the ace queen to fold there.
Pretty average stack. pretty average stacks across the board here, isn't there?
Yeah, apologies for the playing the catch up there. I know the boys downstairs are trying their best to bring this to you as fast as possible. Occasionally, there is a little latency on what we can see and what shows up on stream for you at home. Turkey.
Yes, sorry.
You were saying.
What was I saying? Now I've drawn a...
I've absolutely caught him off guard.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Oh no, I was talking about the stacks, and other than Ollie here, seems to be pretty average stacks across the board. It's going to be kind of an interesting table. This. Where are you sitting at with Ollie here? What, like with 4 big blinds and the blinds coming around? What's your target range to be getting jams in with?
Again, very very position dependent. This one is close. I would probably pass. But I do think it's close. Obviously, you can't be too picky with 3 big blinds. Just getting your money in and even being a 40% dog isn't the end of the world. Yeah, like I said, I probably would have passed this given the fact that it's a big blind ante. You don't have to put any chips in for the next 3 or 4 hands, but can definitely see some merit to jamming it.
All right, where he gets Wowsy to fold, and Martin Fingers just picked up a monster in the big blind with the ace queen, so he's going to snap this off faster than a Kit Kat, and off to the flop we go. So it's ace queen versus the jack 8 offsuit, and off to the flop we go, and the flop comes down 3, 10, 7, needs to find a 9 ball jack or an 8. Turn card brings in the 6. Still needs to find those particular outs, and here comes the riddle, brings in a repeat 6. And Martin, like usual, finds the hole
as usual
with the ace queen. And
unlucky Ollie. Well
Corey
played.
is going to be eliminated. So probably good for you, Jack. There, considering he was rage baiting you in the chat. Now he's out of the tournament.
Would like to see Ollie go deep, but yeah, bit of payback for the comments in the chat.
Fair enough.
Once again, guys, if you are on YouTube or Facebook, please jump in the chat. Let us know any questions or queries you got. We'll try to answer as best we can, but we do have Jack Sweet here, whose Pokemon is far superior of mine and Monkey's probably combined. And he can help us out with any questions that you guys got, anything about even the room, because he is a lovely ambassador of this place. And why wouldn't you be? This place is absolutely Mickey Mouse here at the St. George Illawarra Leagues Club.
For the opportunity.
Yeah. You know what's funny, Berkey? I was just thinking, me and you have got more experience in the game than he has been alive, yeah? Yep. And he's got us crushed.
Oh,
do you understand?
Yeah.
In terms of the Pokemon.
Definitely not.
Especially the way that you're thinking about these particular hands. It's different, though, to be fair, Berkey, in terms of being a professional poker player, especially with your brother and all the tools that are available. You know, you can have this accelerated learning. Me and you learnt it, you know, live at the table watching hands, and then a little bit more online when that became available. But yeah, obviously today's technology allows you to sort of make decisions based on a myriad of hands that are available online and running simulators and stuff like that, which wasn't available for us back in the day.
All right, we're going to say bye to Mr. Sweet here.
It's an absolute pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Out here, he's got a places to be and things to do.
Yep.
So if we don't talk to you again, mate, enjoy your trip.
Yeah. Thank you.
Will you be back here tomorrow, Jackie, to play the closer? TBD. Fair enough. And have a look at this flop. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere for the time being. So it's bottom 2 pair for Stephen Gurgis, and Majid has actually picked up top pair with a open ender. So
50-50.
Yeah, so you can see the outs in the top right hand corner. And have a look at this. Now, this you don't get to see very often as Pavel. It's his actually first hand dealing at this table. He's copped the cooler. And this is actually a perfect cue. I swear to God, you can't make this up. Patrick Russell has come into the booth right now. He is one of the TDs and the lead TDs. So we're going to swap out Jack, and I'm going to bring Patrick Russell to come in to talk about what happens in this particular situation.
Yep.
Absolutely on cue perfectly.
All right, catch you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Jack. I really appreciate your time. Jeez, you can't make this up on cue. Thank you very much, Jack. Appreciate it. So as you can see from the Tarn, as Patrick Russell is going to jump into the comm booth here. Looks like he's got on a sweater, which means it might be GG's in the chat for Patrick doing work today. He might be off for the night. Now, Paddy, welcome first and foremost to the commentary booth. Thank you very much for leaving a huge gap in the backdrop here, which I can't stand.
I'm trying my best here, mate. Come on.
Now, what has happened? What has transpired here? What's the rule here?
Yeah, I did actually hear about this. I have no idea what Natan did, and I think we actually dismissed it.
Looks like Natan has made a ruling that the queen on the turn would have been the correct card, and therefore he's going to keep that on the board.
Yeah, if the graphic's correct, he has just corrected what would actually have come out properly, which is perfectly fine. If you...
I mean, it has to be perfectly fine. Are you going to go tell him no?
It's perfectly fine. I'm saying it's perfectly fine.
Listen, to be fair...
I just like to give him a bit of shtick.
Natan has been around this game for 15 years now running King's Poker, so I'm sure that he has seen that situation occur a few times, Paddy.
Exactly. Who might overrule him?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even think about it. I think Jeff Effel over in the WSOP probably wouldn't overrule Natan, to be fair. And he's been around the game calling it. So Natan making the read there that the Queen of Hearts was the next card to be dealt on the turn, and hence that was the card that was remaining on that particular turn and on that board. So we get back to the action here. Under the gun, Stephen Gurgis finds the pocket tens. He's going to pop it up, make it 60k to go. Jing Wang sitting directly to his left. He's found the ace-queen offsuit under the gun +1, and I'd imagine she's going to come in for a 3-bet here.
I'd expect nothing less here. Two decent-sized stacks here. I definitely would like the 3-bet here.
She does need to consider her options, and she does leave one chip behind, a 25k grey chip, and whack in the rest of her stack, essentially being all in with the exception of that one chip behind. It looks like Mike Larson has already folded. Shi Huang, I believe, has also folded, and the action's going to go back to Stephen Gurgis. So it's going to be ace-10 versus the pocket tens versus the ace-queen. Apologies, as there's a whole bunch of information
flooding in.
So I do apologise there if I've miscalled that slightly, but it is pocket tens versus the ace-queen.
Now, was that just a call, or did he jam it all in? I think it's just a call. She may have that one chip behind.
Yeah, he has just made the call, Burke.
This is what Jack was talking about, you know? If she misses the flop, she might be able to keep one chip behind if there's a pay jump in.
I think Stephen might have whiffed in terms of...
oh, geez. Okay. She hasn't missed.
Yeah, I think Stephen has actually whiffed thinking that she was all in, not seeing the extra card behind. So it's ace-queen versus the pocket tens. Easy all in for Jing Wang, who flops top 2 pair. Stephen needs to find a jack or a king to make a straight, or a 10 would be a gin card for him. The 9 of spades on the turn, no help. Needs to find a 10 now. Doesn't find it. Completes a 4 to a straight. But that's not going to be good enough.
All right. Kiwi Bird Special in the chat is saying, welcome, Paddy.
Yep.
Hello. Well, good to see you again.
Jing Wang is going to take that bad boy down with the ace-queen.
So have you found the series so far, Paddy?
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah?
Fantastic.
What's been your favourite event? Not the biggest event, not the main event.
Favourite event?
What's been your favourite event that you've run so far?
Oh, that's an interesting one. Players Champs, for sure, I would say. Players Champs, it is really, really fun on the TD side to watch a lot of these pros play. I mean, I don't get much time to play against them.
You're right, I did run deep in that.
Who are you again?
Yeah,
good call. The only tournament I actually did anything in.
I mean, I did spend a lot of time watching you play.
It's funny. Like, the most enjoyable event, actually watching me get any chips is actually a fun event because everyone knows I can...
So you like to watch it, Paddy, because you get to see some high-level poker? Is that what you're talking about?
100%. I mean, it's... The Players Champs itself, incredible structure. Very, very, very good.
Can confirm it's an incredible structure.
For the players, and it allows for a lot of really, really interesting play, especially because, I mean, I'm no Jack Sweet.
Yep.
At all.
Neither am I.
So
can confirm Berkey's not anywhere close Jack Sweet either. So, yeah, fair enough. Raised to 60k here by Shi Huang. He's under the gun +1, and Martin Fingers picked up the ace-6 off clubs. Continue. Sorry,
and more often than not, dealing with a lot of these high roller regs is just an absolute pleasure. I mean, all the regulars that play these events at Kings are just lovable.
Yep.
And it's great interacting and have that time to really interact with them, as well as run the events that, you know, don't get that time as much when we are you know, hot on our feet and rushing around doing a lot of things in the high volatile events. But yeah, I really enjoy the Players Champs this series for sure.
Yeah, and that's well said, Patrick, and it's good to see it. You get to actually see it from sort of both sides of it. You get to TD it, you get to see some high-level play. The players know you, you know them. So there's probably a bit of that sort of camaraderie between sort of the fact that you've been around the industry for such a long time that people respect what you do, you respect what they do, and that's always a lovely kind of...
the mutual respect between players and TDs is awesome to watch.
Yeah.
Especially when you've earned that respect and you go up and make a decision and everyone just accepts it because they know
Go
you
ahead,
know
Paddy,
what you're doing.
we get you. Yep.
That's fine.
I'd imagine you probably don't get much blowback from the players these days, if ever.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
And it's mostly from players who have no contact with me previously.
Sure. Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, I've been on the tour
Wait,
for...
who are you again?
Wondering that myself. I was wondering why I wasn't making the ruling in that, you know, in the last couple of hands ago. But yeah, I mean, I've been on the tour, I think, 5 years now. So spent a lot of time with a lot of these players. So yeah, it's they become familiar faces.
You build that relationship.
You build that relationship
Yep.
and that
Rapport's-
friendliness. And
rapport's huge.
Rapport's huge. Because it smooths over a lot of the bad situations as well.
Correct.
Right? If you have to make a really... There are a lot of rough rulings you have to make sometimes that, you know, you don't like making, but you have to make them to keep the game running, and it smooths it over when you have a good relationship and you can explain these things and they're willing to hear you out.
Yep.
So yeah, like Berkey said, rapport is everything.
You have to also build that kind of respect in the position that you have so that they're willing to want to hear you out. Sometimes I remember sort of the first time me getting involved doing that type of stuff. It's kind of you go over there, you give a ruling and they want to go straight up to the upper management to make another ruling.
Yeah.
And then obviously the upper management comes over and supports your decision because you have made the correct one. And after a while, they just know that you're
Making
very
the right
good.
decisions.
Yeah, very good at what your job is, and you make the right decisions. And then they no longer need to go any higher, I should say, to get exactly the same ruling. Which obviously you've built that kind of respect and integrity in your job to be able to now have that with the players, not only here at Kings but at any other poker tours or poker operators out there that you choose to go and work for.
Yeah. I mean, the trust that the players have to have in the integrity of the game, the TD that's running it, the operators themselves, you know, they're trusting us with a lot of money and they're trusting us that we make the right decision and to have that, you know, ongoing trust wherever you go and whatever event
Sure.
you're on is just perfect. Smooth things over. It's just can't get enough of that.
Fair enough.
I mean, I don't know if you boys trust me when I'm making a ruling on you, but you know,
Mate, whatever you choose to go,
That's what
I'll back you to the hill.
It was like there was a ruling made the other day. While I was at the table. Actually, no, it was actually today. It feels so long ago.
Fair enough.
But the lady meant to jam all in, and she only put most of her chips in on the second movement. And I know the ruling to that, but you know, you got called over and.
oh yeah. That was
And then you told me I was covered, and I wasn't happy about that either. But
Yeah.
actually, you were there for that.
I was there for the back part of that. Couldn't really do much about can't really do much about a situation you don't know until you actually get there. But
There you go, Paddy. You're actually up on the screen. There you go. I just noticed we're actually on the cams at the moment. So shout out to Matty Marshall downstairs putting Patrick Russell, who's sitting right behind us in the centerpiece there, front and center, well, back and center, I should say. But still one of the key players to make sure that this series goes to plan.
It's folded around to Majid, who's going to raise in the hijack to 65 with the ace deuce off. Patrick's going to fold. Steve's going to fold. Pretty much everyone looks like they're going to fold. We're going to eat around Mike. Queen 5. This is a definite contender to be flatting here and seeing a flop.
It's
defending.
Cost, yeah, 100%. It's going to cost him one big plus an extra 5k, and he's got to flick that bad boy in there.
Let's play.
As we get to the flop
Let's
here,
do
Queen
business,
5 of
Mr.
clubs
Larson.
versus the ace deuce off, and the
Sure.
flop comes down Queen 5 Jack. Yeah, sure.
Favourable.
In the big blind. So Mikey's going to flop top and bottom pair, and Majid has got no part of it except for backdoor straight outs. You can also hit running aces, ace deuce, for example, a couple of deuces. We'll get it done. He's going to bet out 65k. Mike Larson obviously going absolutely nowhere here, Patrick and Berkey.
Yep, absolutely nowhere.
With top and bottom, and he flicks in the easiest call probably
You'll
in the
make all
history on the flop. As the turn card brings in the 8 of clubs, Mike's going to check and try and induce some further action from Majid.
Is he gonna?
And Majid's not going to fall for any of this rubbish and decides to check it back. The 6 of clubs peels off at the river, and
Small
Mike's
bet here
not
on the
going to come
river.
out. Yep, here it is. It's got about 150k now. I will
Not
lead
as
this.
small as I would have assumed, but either way.
I'm going to lead this one over to you, Patrick. So we see that there is a new chip in play. So because you're a TD here, you can do the chip denoms for those people just tuning in to hear and see and watch the remaining of this main event day 2 until they bag and come back tomorrow at 5 p.m. We'll be live on stream at 5:20, 5:30, give or take, at the St George Leagues Club. But Paddy, what are the denoms in play in this particular main event?
Well, it doesn't look like we have the biggest denomination in play, but we do have 3 denoms in play, the white 100k chips. They're our lovely oversized chips. A lot of players like the oversized chips. That we have a couple of sets that are quite nice. And then the grey 25k chips and the orange 5k chips. You'll see later on there are these pink 250k chips that will come into play as well. But yeah, currently 125 and a 5k chip in play.
Don't have to worry about Berkey finding a $250,000 chip, pink, fuchsia, whatever, magenta coloured chip, because he shot 3 bullets into this.
What did you play today, Berkey?
3 of them.
Oh.
Yeah, shot 3 bullets.
Oh.
And GG's in the chat on all 3.
Good hourly?
Did Matty Marshall show you what he did? Because I put the losses in the chat, and he brought the photos up on the screen.
He's got you good there.
Yeah, he's got me good. Yeah, look, I thought it was guy code that you just don't take the photos out of a chat group and
the bro code,
and bro code, and cast it to everyone watching. But
chat group is sacred. What has Matty Marshall done?
Be careful, because he is downstairs running the production. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it back up on screen just to put you on more tilt, Berkey, as Berkey did shoot 3 bullets into this $750 buy-in event and didn't last an hour.
No, I did not.
About 45 minutes.
I lasted 45 minutes, and half the time I was in line waiting to buy back in. So
Lee coming in here, making a comment for you, Paddy, saying award-winning TD, GOAT, with a GOAT status. So Lee, obviously a big fan of yours, Paddy. As we're getting some internal notes brought in from the production downstairs with Matty Marshall on a little notepad that he can drag up onto the feed here for us to communicate whatever he wants us to on stream. As we get back to the action here, Martin Finger under the gun finds the 10-9 off. He's going to get out of the seat, go straight to the bathroom. Majid Saab, stemming from Lebanon. He's Lebanese. He's going to fold the pocket threes. Patrick So, who has a pretty healthy chip stack, 1.255 million or 42 bigs under the gun +2. He's going to pop it up with the King 10. Round to Stephen Gurgis. He puts it all in on the hijack with the King Queen offsuit. Mike Larson's going to fold the Ace 8. Round to Shi Huang in the small blind, finds the Ace 6 off. And next, obviously, to act here is going to be Guoxi Chen, who picks up the Motown, Jackson 5, and he's going to fold from the big blind. So let's see if Patrick makes the call, and he does. He's going to see the bad news, King 10 versus the King Queen. Can Patrick find a 10 here? And considering we've got Patrick in the booth, I'd imagine, Patrick, you're going for Patrick here.
I'm definitely going for Patrick.
There you go. I'm going to go for Stephen then.
I think Majid's going for Stephen. That is Majid's favourite hand he just mentioned. Oh, that is.
No, well,
wow.
So 3 of kind threes with the jack down, but an up and down draw, and a 10 on the turn. Needs to find an ace ball for the chop. And a 9 is going to chop it up.
9 is going to chop it up.
You did
know
can't
funny?
make it up.
Right as you were talking, and you said, I'm taking this hand and taking this hand, I said, I'm going to take the chop.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
I'm going to take the chop. And somehow that's been plucked out of absolutely nowhere.
So Betty,
did you hear that, Monkey? Because I didn't hear it.
No. I was about to say it, and then you guys kept talking. I don't know how you didn't run out of breath then. You just went through that whole thing without breathing.
Not too bad, huh?
I was looking over, like trying to jump in at some point. And
so Berkey would have taken the sports bet odds on a draw, and it would have got up there.
Yeah.
We've taken a win-loss, me and you, Patrick.
You know what? I'll take money back.
Money back?
I'll take money back.
Yeah, money back, no problems.
No loss is a good win.
Yeah, if your team scores the first try, then get your money. You know, all that type of stuff.
All those ones.
If your horse runs fourth, sorry, if your horse runs second, money back.
That's correct.
How many times I've had if your horse runs second or third, and suddenly your horse comes fourth?
All the time, 100% of the time. Majid, who just chopped it up, is going to get out of the way with the 6 deuce off. Was it Majid who chopped it up last year?
No, it was Stephen Gurgis and Patrick.
Patrick
So Patrick
cool.
with the King 10 and Stephen with King Queen.
Jing Wang's going to get out of the way with the 9-2 suited in spades. Only good in blackjack. You can double down that hand. One card only, please. Face down dealer. As Shi Huang on the button folds the
natural 8.
Two side, 4-4 for the natural. That goes into the bin from the button. Guao Zi Chen, Berkey's maybe laugh here a little bit, has decided to make a raise from the small blind with the ace-10 off. Pretty simple raise. He's going to pop it up and make it 80k to go. Martin Fingers picked up the hand made famous, essentially, by Joe Hasham, the 7-3 off, where he flopped the joint back in 2005 to win the main event at the World Series of Poker.
It's only 21 years ago.
Yeah, for $7.5 million US. 21 years ago. You can't make it up. How old were you then, Patrick?
7.
4? Yep.
Oh, wait.
7.
Yeah, it would have been 7. Yeah, far out.
It's good to see the TDs, Randy can do math.
Yeah. Martin Finger's got to come in for a 3-bet. Okay, with a 7-3.
You've inspired him.
Yeah.
He's been inspired.
And so a 3-bet coming in for Martin Finger from the big blind with the 7-3 offsuit action back round to Guao Shi, who needs to try and figure out what to do with the ace-10. Can he navigate a call or a 4-bet jam all in, which would get it done? Flicks in a time bank. So he's deep in the tank at the moment to decide how to navigate the ace-10 off in the small blind.
Go on, Martin. I actually like these plays, blind versus blind.
I said award-winning TD is actually a humble cash game genius. From Brian Butler, who's joined us in the chat.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Don't know how true that is, but I'll take it.
Well, I'm calling him out on that. I've seen him play some cash games.
Me too. I don't know what Brian's saying, but...
I definitely enjoy punt. I'm not going to lie. I enjoy a very, very punty style when I'm playing some cash games. But,
you're in the wrong room here.
However,
we like to keep it down the line.
I'm putting straddles on in tournaments just for giggles, yeah? That's my jam.
I think the only time I played with you in a cashy, I was up quite a bit. So
yeah. That is true.
And then every other time,
you're playing.
I was down piles.
And have a look at this. So Guao Shi Chen has decided to make the call. And it's a pretty damn good call, to be fair, from the small blind with the ace-10 off against Martin Finger, who you don't want to compete against. And he's got rewarded for making that call. He's flopped top pair, top kicker, what's known as nut on the flop, or top. Now Martin needs to figure out what to do on this particular board texture of 10, deuce, 5, 2 hearts. And he might get his hand caught in the cookie jar, or his finger for that matter. And he's going to
You're pretty happy with that one, weren't you?
Yeah, I did. He's got to bet 80k as I nod to myself in approval for such a cheeky dad joke. And Guao Shen. Mr. Shen's has got to just jam it straight into Martin Finger, who has got no other choice but to fold the 7 high on that particular board.
Are you sure? 7 high?
Yeah, 7 high.
Ooh.
He could have actually got there, but
could have got there. Yeah, there were some back doors there.
He's got millions.
You would have played
and millions and millions of dollars in live tournament earnings.
If you've got any back doors, Monkey, I've seen.
Mate, if I can find the draw 4 card in Uno to come out on the turn or the river, I'll be trying to draw at it in poker. So I like to find any hand and just go with it, because I do enjoy just playing the game. I think.
I mean, you can't win unless you're putting chips in the middle.
That's true. Absolutely spot on. Can't win lotto if you don't have a ticket. So back round to Patrick So, under the gun.
Well, lotto's just 50-50.
Yeah, that's true. You
either
either
win
win
or you
lose.
don't. Yeah.
Well said. Patrick So, under the gun here. He's the gentleman wearing the Feeler hoodie. Not as good as the King's hoodies. And talking about the King's hoodie.
Yes. Yes,
Might
well
be a
played.
perfectly good lead into giving away a King's hoodie, which we will in the chat shortly. Jing Wang's going to fold the Queen 5 of clubs that was suited. Mike Larson's going to fold the 9-7 off in the hijack. Round 2, Shi Huang picks up the ace queen. Now, if he can't raise with this particular hand, we might have to go out there and have a word with him. And he does elect to make the raise to 60k, as it appears that a mariachi band is going off behind us. I don't know what the hell that was, but you could probably hear that down the microphone as Guao Zi Chen decides to fold the King 5 off. Round 2, Majid Saab in the big blind with the Queen 6 of hearts, who is elected to make the call. And the flop comes down ace 7 6 2 clubs. So Shi Huang taking a huge commanding equity lead in this particular hand, 89%, and to Majid He's going to check from the big blind after flopping bottom pair, but nothing more to go with it. Shi Huang's going to make the easiest continuation bet of all time, flopping top pair, second best kicker. He's going to bet 60k or 2 bigs, and Majid's going to come along. So he needs to find a queen or a 6.
No, queen bad. Queen bad.
Queen very
bad. Pardon me, he needs to
Queen
find a
very
6
bad.
ball. Good call. Thank you very much for that, Berkey
that's
and
okay.
Patrick. The 8 of hearts peels off on the turn. Majid's going to check out of the big blind. Action background to Shi Huang, who is going to check back this turn for a bit of deception. Here comes the river, brings in the 4, but also brings in
Four-liner.
the 4-liner to make the straight. Don't worry about what's showing on the board in the bottom right-hand corner. I can confirm that the river card was the 4 of hearts. So
It was close. Two-sided, not a no-sided. But
And he actually
That's
bets
true.
out of it. I like this.
Majid's going to bet 160.
The 4-liner comes in. He knows this guy's super tight. Shi Huang's been very tight so far. So we can exploit that with the 4-liner.
So apologies to the people at home. Havlicky's just whacked it. Wow, what a play from Shi Huang. The
sticking his
4-liner
eye.
in, and Majid has got no other choice but to fold. The river card was the 4 of hearts, not the deuce of clubs. So there's a little technical issue there with the graphic, but I can confirm the 4-liner straight was out. Any 5 would have made a straight. And Majid tried to make a play there, but Shi Huang didn't believe him for half a second. Rips it right back in his face, and Majid had no other choice but to fold down to 12 bigs.
absolutely did not care.
So we're going to get a dealer change here. Adam's coming into the box. A Tim.
Yeah, Tim.
A Tim.
We actually had a funny conversation about this the other day. He's got such a deep Russian voice that when he first introduced himself, he says, "I'm a Tim." And I thought, Adam? He goes, "That will do." You know what I mean? so you can call him Adam, like your name, Berkey, or Tim. It is actually A-T-Y-M.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got 47 consonants and no vowels in his name. So
Yeah, just call him. Yeah, well said, Berk. Just part of the alphabet over there.
it's just so fun. It's so funny just hearing him speak Russian. It's
Good call. I'm just going to leave it at that. How's that sound?
Good call, he says.
Mike Larson's going to fold the 5 deuce 7-6 is going to go into the bin from Shi Huang.
But he's actually from the little country beside
Kyrgyzstan, I think. Yeah,
or-
something like that. He's actually a really nice guy.
Oh,
but-
no, lovely.
Lovely
super
guy.
bloke.
I had a hilarious conversation with him today because he was standing probably, I would say, about 10 meters away from me, trying to say something to me. I had no idea what he was saying because he speaks so softly, right?
With such a deep voice
With
as
such
well.
a deep voice. So I'm like, mate, come closer, speak a little louder. So he comes closer, says something to me, walks away, and then turns around and says something to me in an even softer voice. I'm like, well played. You got me there. Whatever you want, mate. Whatever you asked, you got it.
MSP's just got home.
MSP.
She goes, hey, home after work. How are we, boys? We are doing extremely well. You're listening to myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Adam Burke. And believe it or not, we brought in TD extraordinaire.
Patrick.
Sutas Russell, also known as Patrick Russell, or PR, or Public Relations Russell, whatever you want to call him.
Public relations.
Yeah, who is the man out there doing
there
a
we
lot
go.
of good TD work.
Matty Marshall can confirm my headset volume is maxed out just for a tip.
You beauty, Matty
Well
Marshall.
played, well played.
So we're down to 39 here. So we're playing
Martin's
down
going to whack
to...
this just quietly. Sorry,
yeah, no,
sorry
no,
to cut
no,
you
no.
off there, Berkey. He's going to whack this all in with a 10-8, which I quite like. It does bring in the natural 8 for baccarat players at home, the 4-side, 3-side, 10-8, and he's going to get called from Stephen Gurgis in the big blind with the the King 10 offsuit. Stephen, the player sitting in seat 4, who doesn't have him covered, unfortunately.
You don't earn millions and millions of dollars without winning these kinds of hands. There it is, right on
Just
cue.
on cue. I mean, and there's another one for good version. One more 8. Oh, it makes the full house. We were hoping for quads there, but he only made the full house. So.
Wow. Well, good.
I was like, you don't win millions of dollars by losing 70-30 sometimes.
That's true. So Martin getting in with the worst of it, and then just making a full house for giggles, and unfortunately
Against the only person he covers on the table.
correct.
As well.
Yeah, Stephen
The
Gurgis.
only person.
Stephen Gurgis now eliminated. He's got out of his seat. A little bit disappointed. You can see he's kind of walked off with that kind of sour look on his face as he realised he made a perfectly good call with King 10, and unfortunately for him, the millions and millions of dollars might be even more after Martin Finger finds 16 now big blinds and 465k after flopping an 8, turning an 8, and making a 10 at the river to make a full house.
Do you know much about the MSP in the chat? She follows us always in the chat. Hello, Super TD, PR, first of his name, master of none, teacher of all.
Well played,
Absolutely
MSP.
love that.
I have nothing to say to that. Fair enough.
Alex also coming into the chat, they're saying, wow, what a hand. Boats up. He did. He had an 8 on the flop, an 8 on the turn, and a 10 at the river.
Just for good measure.
Good for measure. And that's what Martin Finger does, as he now finds the ace-9 in the hijack. He's going to rip this all in for 465k, hoping to take his equity with this particular hand to show down and get a full double up. Majid is going to fold, and so is the small blind and the big blind. So Martin making his way back up this chip ladder at the moment, up to 18 bigs or 525k.
You got to remember, for every player that out there that keeps winning 30%ers, there's players like me who keep losing the 70%ers. So the poker world's balanced. It's fine.
Oh, 100%.
Thank God Martin doesn't need it. Better yet, thank God you don't need it.
So we're playing down to the end of 19, I believe, or down to 18 players. So if you're just joining us, we'll be playing down to 18 players or to the end of 19, whatever happens first.
Now, Patrick, what time is anticipated for the end of 19? Do you know?
Well, it was supposed to be about 2:30.
Oh, please don't tell me like 4:30.
The bubble went on for a long time. It was a lot. So backstory, Natan here.
As Herky, you probably can't see in the booth, he's put his head back in disarray. Anyway, continue.
Natan has been running pure all year with bubbles.
Okay.
Now, this man has had maximum one hand for all his bubbles up until this point. So he's due a bad bubble. A long bubble.
You know why it is?
It makes sense.
You know why?
Yeah, I do.
You know why?
Yeah, because of today, yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, just keep it going.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, Berkey shot 3 bullets in 45 minutes into this main event. I tried to use the bathroom a little bit earlier and it was closed.
Nice.
And it was for the first time, the entire time I've been here. Couldn't make that up, and I was busting too, just quietly. And
they got you good there.
Before we even went on stream, I said to Berkey, how about we have a little dabble in the pokies. We're not big pokey players in general, but considering we're here and we're about 40 minutes away from going on stream, we also lost there. So it makes sense that...
they got to support the venue, right?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, absolutely.
As
Right on
Patrick
cue,
picks up
the ace is coming back into it in the cutoff.
That
Ace is up to 60,000.
That is the 7th time we have seen aces.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that one. But I believe... I can't pick shit. I can't pick how he plays. He's got some tight hands, he's got some loose things, but this is definitely a defend from the big blind. I'm going to go see a flop here. I come out with Jack, Deuce, Deuce. Ace is miles out in front.
Yeah, huge flop for She, who's picked up absolutely nothing but backdoor clubs.
Backdoor clubs.
Find some
or
running fours,
running
running
queens.
Yeah,
that's the one. And this is going to be a bet fold. Almost certainly. I have to start throwing words in there like almost and maybe, because the amount of times I've gotten these calls wrong. I'm going to tell you, man, it's incredible how many times I'm like, oh, this is what he's going to do, and then he does the exact opposite. But, you know, if they had a counter...
This is unbelievable. And she's going to come in for a raise to 120. I swear we have not seen this hand as Berkey's losing it in the comm booth. I'm tempted to mute his microphone. He's almost in tears here.
I told you maybe. You got to throw these words out there because...
She Wang's going to come in for a raise for 120k to the...
I'd love the flat here if he's just going to do it. Yep.
I think it's a day of opposites for you, mate.
No, this isn't a day. This is the entire lifetime. What are you talking about? I'm going to go to the turn here. We're going to get the 8 of clubs. So it's going to bring the club into it. So she just going, you know what? I'm just going to try bluff this, get the flat call, and let's see if we can get to a river here where he hits his club.
Tell you what would be the most genius play I've ever seen if he can get there. He's got 6 clean outs to make a flush.
I dare say if he bets here, though, he's going to face some unrealistic music he doesn't want to see.
He's going to come out with a very sizable bet here from the big blind with the Queen 4 of clubs. And now Patrick needs to really consider whether or not his aces are good here, like legitimately. She could have easily called with the deuce in his hand from the big blind.
Yeah,
but I can't imagine Patrick's going to get out of the way.
I don't see him getting out of the way here.
And he does call, so needs to find a club at the river here, Shi Wang, to be able to make a flush
It'd just feel like a 5 of clubs to hit on the river.
With the exception of the ace of clubs and the 5 of hearts peels off. Now, can Shi Wang, I should say.
I feel like he predetermined that he's going to barrel this.
I think he's going to go for the full whack.
So do I.
And go for the 3 barrels.
A disgusting spot for Patrick. He does.
Oh, well, I mean, it's just a call.
Well, he has to call, obviously, but he fucking hates it.
He's just going for it. Yeah, I think he predetermined that.
Absolutely hates it.
And just a snap off from Patrick So, she's going to show him a busted flush draw, and Patrick So is going to take down a huge pot there, 2.3 million or 75 bigs. That was hand number 141, and that pot was absolutely massive, and Shi Huang is now going to be eliminated. And all of a sudden, just like that, we are down sub 40 players in this main event.
It's an interesting play from Shi Wang. He's
88 entries in this event, and now sub 40, Berkey.
I had like this nice.
He's been solid the whole time, and he just picks one hand going, I'm going to triple barrel this. It's very interesting.
Holds the 4s on the button, finds the ace-queen, and then just goes...
Finds the queen 4, not even the ace queen. Forget about the one ace queen. He finds the queen 4, decides to make a play at it on the flop. Unfortunately for him, actually, as a matter of fact, that play would have worked if Patrick didn't have such a monster of a hand in that of aces. I think legitimately you'd have to consider folding if you've got like
ace jack, even ace jack there.
Yeah, correct. Or even a smaller pocket pair that didn't connect with the board is a legitimate fold. Nonetheless, Boney Guan has come in here. 22 X boards are not that good to bluff, despite it looking so good.
Hello, Boney.
You know Boney quite well?
I know Boney. I do know Boney. He's played some games that I've TD'd before. He's a nice guy. But yeah.
Yeah, you kind of have to say that though, don't you? All right. So we are here under the gun. So Martin Finger raised to 60,000. We're going to get a Majid, who's going to call with the Queen Jack off. Straight around to Jin Wang with the King 9 suited. It's going to put it in the bin. It's going to fold around to Mr. Chen. Sitting there in the big blind with Queen Deuce. Not a very good hand. I mean, you can defend your big blinds wide to a raise. Probably not an under the gun raise as much, but any suited hand you usually call with the Queen Deuce off. It should be, I always say should be thrown in the bin.
You say should be because you can't work in definitives.
I can't work in definitives lately. I've been off. I'm going to go see a flop here. I'm going to get 7-4-4 rainbow. It doesn't help anyone. Martin Finger out in front. With the raise under the gun here. Well,
I mean, I was definitely going to say that it was really speculative if he called against a under the gun raise and a +1 call.
Yeah.
Would have been very speculative.
We've seen some of the hands that I've been calling out lately. That's why I started using maybes and sort of and should haves.
That is fair. That is fair. You can't.
And right on cue, he just started barreling off there.
Check raise barrel.
Yeah, so we're going to go check here. We're going to go the turn.
2 checks.
6 of hearts on the turn, so I'm assuming that it's probably going to go check, but the first person to bet this is going to take this one down. Martin Finger sitting there contemplating what he's going to do. And you know what? I'm going to leave it to the big man to be able to play this hand properly because he can still probably play it better not knowing the cards than I can looking at the cards. He's going check, and it's gone check.
Again,
We've got the deuce of spades on the river. So Martin's still in front somehow with a king. Contemplating what to do here. He's going to check.
Yeah, 2 checks.
Check. Martin's just going to realise he's just somehow still good here with the king high.
That's how you make over $8 million in live tournament earnings by checking down the king 10. On a board of 7, 4, 4, 6 deuce and being good. So Martin all of a sudden up to 11% of the chips in play at this particular feature table to 645. And this is some out of table feature action. Looks like, what have we got going on here? Looks like a 3-way all in on the flop. And it's a massive pot too. I'm trying to get some information from the team downstairs. It comes queen. What is it? Queen, what is it? Queen 3-7, Queen of Hearts on the turn, Jack of Hearts on the river. The Ace King goes down.
Against Ace Queen and
Jacks.
Fun move with Jack on the river.
It was Jack at the river, pardon me. Okay, so a full house with a Jack at the river.
I just got information that is a 2 million plus pot.
Wow. So the Jack's there getting it all in on that particular board. The turn was a queen, and the river card came a jack to make it full house. Jacks full of queens, taking down a huge pot out there in the feature table.
That's going to be like 2x average at this point.
Wow, as the 8th time. The aces have now shown up on stream out of 43 hands, I should say.
So Jing Wang and the hijack decided to raise it 80. Sitting here going in the small blind. I'd like to see a balanced range. I like a big raise here because you're out of position. Even though you got aces, you still want to get a fair bit of money in, and the raise is 3x. It goes to 220,000.
Martin doesn't feel like he's going to make another full house with 10-8 off, so he's going to get out of the way. Round 2.
Well, if he's doing it, it's probably right. That's all I'm going with.
Who has the king queen of diamonds in the hijack, facing a 140k to call bet, or a 3-bet to 220k with the aces from Guaoji Chen. He does take down the pot.
I think he showed him face up, just out of curiosity. MSP in the chat going, this trio is something I didn't know I needed.
Well, there you go. So Burke
Try and help everyone out here.
The Burke Monk Russell combo is what she didn't know she needed. So I appreciate that, MSP. Now, in terms of a giveaway, it's time, I think, Burke.
It's time?
Yeah, I think it's time.
It's time.
Now, for those people, I figured out what it is too, the question.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
I thought of one as well, but I'll let you have this one.
Before we get into that, boys, look who's just joined the table. We've got Troy Sweet and Edwin, Jerry and Artie.
Welcome back.
Right, okay, and gets clapped in by Majid.
Edwin, Sweet. Wow.
I know.
Okay, so we're back at it. So the ambassador right here, Troy Sweet, has jumped into seat number 7.
The smiling assassin himself, number 8, Edwin.
And I'll be honest with you, these two boys have gone hammer and tong at each other all week.
They've battled. They've absolutely battled.
Haven't they? And we might see a bit more at it here at the feature table. Now, here's
a couple of additions, eh?
Yeah, unbelievable. Now, Berkey, I figured out, for those people who have been watching the stream all night.
Yep.
Okay. And we're going to give away a King's hoodie for the answer, the correct answer, the first correct answer in the chat to this particular question. Natan came in here earlier and he asked for something specific. What is it that he asked for us, or asked of us, to provide him from the commentary booth?
Oh, that's
so
a good one.
Natan came in here
because I've said it
a couple of hours ago,
times,
wanting something very specific that we have here in the commentary booth. What was it? If you can get that correctly in the chat, we will give you a hoodie, a King's hoodie, either in black or navy blue in your size, and send it out to you, wherever you might be.
You a fan of the black or the navy blue?
To be honest, honestly, both are amazing. I put the navy blue on last night because I took one home. And I woke up this morning, I thought I might go for a walk or whatever. Chucked it on, I was like, that's actually a really, really good hoodie. It's the hoodie actually that you see at the moment, I believe, on seat 4, whose name eludes me at the moment.
I believe it's Artie.
Right, okay.
Addy.
Addy, yep. It was actually at this feature table earlier. I should have remembered that. But that's that King's hoodie. Lachlan Simpson coming in saying a clean shirt. No, it wasn't.
Not quite, not quite.
You can eat it.
Yep.
I was going to use a different way of wording that, but I'm going to go, you can eat it. Mike Larson under the gun +3 is going to fold round to Edwin Chu in the cutoff. He's just recently joined the table. Finds the King 9 off clubs.
No worries.
You know,
we're in the cutoff. Let's just raise it up.
I had a conversation with Edwin earlier in the series, and I was like, so obviously you study a lot and you know your charts and you know percentages of what hands you should be raising, 3-betting or whatever.
Yep.
If you see something that says 3%, does that mean 100% to you? And he said, yeah, I'm taking every spot I possibly can.
Yeah. Beautiful. So Edwin here is going to pop it up with the King 9 of clubs in the cutoff. Berkey, we're going to get a little bit more vibe going here in the chat.
Yep. I'd like to say I haven't had the pleasure of playing against him, but I feel like he'd be an absolute pain in the buttocks.
Yeah.
If you've been at the table, there's a few players like I think of like that.
He's just super hyper aggressive, and he also runs so pure. It's actually unbelievable. And I said actually to Natan, and said the same thing to Mark. Might be easier just to give him an average stack on the final table, and forget about the formalities of actually playing the earlier levels of the tournament.
We got the guesses coming in. We got Alex going for some chips. That is incorrect. Brian comes in with a burrito. I don't know how many burritos we're stocking here in the
Yeah, fair
in
enough.
the chat booth, but it is definitely not a burrito. But
Burrito
this
sounds
is
good right
definitely Brett.
Okay, so Brett, hold on a second. Now, it's a good call from Brett here.
But you're on the right.
Lozenges.
I can't quite pay that, but you're on the right track.
He's on the right track. You need to actually come up with the name of the product that we have here. And I'll give you a little clue. It clears the nose and soothes the throat. So you could probably look that up. Clears the nose and soothes the throat.
But we're actually going to wait and see who's the first person in there that gets the guess right.
And
now, hold on a second. We've got a bit of action here first. So we've got Artie coming in with the King Jack under the gun, raising to 80,000. Troy waking up with Ace 8 of diamonds. He's going to put the raise into 200.
Good call.
And we're going to get round to Edwin, who
Picks up
loves
Ace
to be
5.
hyper aggressive. I want to see what he does here with the Ace 5 suited, because this is one of those, what do you call it, qualifying hands to be able to get out of line with.
This is what I'm saying. 3% means 100% to Edwin. So let's see.
He's going to use his time banks, those little brown time bank chips.
Brett, you have to come up with the name of the brand of the product.
Jermaine. Jermaine's in the chat. Vicks Vapor Drops.
Jermaine Ryan, who we commented on earlier. Try and say
he
that
copped
quickly.
the bad beat the first hand, the Aces versus Ace Jack. Sorry to bring it up again, Jermaine, but we'll give you a King sweater to make up for that bad beat that you copped.
That is correct. That is the correct answer. Jermaine Ryan, Vicks Vapor Drop is correct in the butter.
So here we go. As I thought, on cue, Edwin coming in with the 4-bet to 450 here.
So let's just recap on the action. So there was an under the gun raise from Addy with the King Jack suited in hearts. Troy 3 decided to make the 3-bet. And a 4-bet actually came in from Eddie. And there's a perfect example of that battling that we're talking about before.
Well, as soon
So
as I saw him with
3-bet,
Ace 5, I'm like, he's 4-betting this a lot of the time.
How good is it? It's
Jermaine-
right next to each other as well.
Jermaine having a little bit of a laugh at the fact and saying, all good, brother, with the aces
Well, it's
versus
funny,
the ace jack.
when I pulled in today, I was actually walking down the side and having a chat to Jermaine on the way in. You know, what are you here for? Oh, yeah, I'm here to fire the main. And then suddenly I saw him walking out for our first smoke break 45 minutes later. And, yeah, how you doing? You still got chips? No, I fired 3 bullets, about to jump in the booth.
Fair enough. Oh, well played. Deary me.
Had a bit of a laugh about it because I actually played against him also in the mystery bounty.
Sure, fair enough.
Yep, that was the same bounty I got. Yazbek, as we
Yazbek?
like to call it.
Yep.
Yep, Mark Yazbek.
Mark
Yep.
did it to you?
Yep. Or
Love getting Yazbek. I love watching him Yazbek people.
Well, she
you don't like
Chen
being
in
on
the
the-
hijack, finds the ace 8
the back
of
end of it.
hearts,
No.
pops it up and makes it 100k to go. Martin Finger, cut off. See you later. 10 deuce off. Patrick's got a fold from the small blind round to Addy. In King's hoodie. That's exactly the one that you can win, both in that navy blue and in black.
So
The winner
three
of
of those
that,
hoodies?
the winner of that hoodie is Jermaine Ryan.
Jermaine, are you going to be in tomorrow? Just out of
I think
curiosity.
he might still be in the room, honestly.
Are you still in the room now, or are you? Anyway, if you are in the room, let us know. We'll see what we can do about getting you your King's hoodie.
Yep. Just go up to the registration desk and ask either Mark Liddell or Dennis. And I'm pretty sure they'll go upstairs and help you out with that hoodie. Just say that Monkey in the comms alongside Berkey and Patrick gave it away, and we'll hand out that hoodie for you. Jacob Saville saying, who's the random Paddy bloke in the background? I'm pretty sure Paddy knows exactly who Jacob is, as there's a huge smile
Yeah, I
on
see
Paddy's
the
face.
grin. Yeah, the grin's huge.
Hello, Stabs. How are you?
Guelji Chen's
I only
found-
bought him a beer about like a little bit ago, 30 minutes ago.
Here we go. Majid's just decided to open jam here in the cutoff with ace 9 suited for 6.6 bigs.
Leans back in the chair like a gangster too. He's pretty comfortable. Wipes his eye. He's got nothing in it, just so you know. And he's going to whack it all in for ace 9 of clubs. And he's ripping it in for 6.6 bigs or 265k.
Looks at it again like it's the absolute nuts.
And Patrick's going to look down and squeeze up some cards on the button. We can't quite get those cards on the reader for the time being, so that's going to be put into the muck. Paddy from the small blind now needs to... Oh, pardon me, in the big blind. So Patrick was actually... Oh, no, pardon me. I correct myself. Addy is in the small blind. It looks like the button's actually on Patrick from this angle, but...
Oh, here we go.
is going to whack over the top for protection, and Jing Wang's going to get out of the way. So it looks like ace 9 of clubs versus ace something.
But she doesn't look happy there.
Ace queen of diamonds.
Yep.
Jing Wang had the 10-7 off in the big blind. She
Sorry, I'm
folded.
still taking the ace 9 here.
So it's ace queen versus the ace 9, and the flop comes down 3 queen 6. No help at all to Majid. Needs the running clubs. The turn. He is now drawing dead as the 4 of hearts peels off. The 8 of diamonds at the river. No good.
I always like the underdog.
Is going to be eliminated from this particular event, and that's all she wrote. Addy will take down a fairly sizable pot there with the ace queen, getting it done. Now up to 29 bigs, or 1.175 million in chips. And you know what? I'll take this small little moment to thank our major sponsor of this stream, Link Tech Australia, who have been absolutely outstanding, bringing you the action in conjunction, obviously, with the King's Room boys and Matty Marshall downstairs, who is tracking all the cards and putting together this actual production.
And the Leagues Club itself, St. George Leagues
Yeah,
Club, this
obviously.
place is just Mickey Mouse.
Yep, totally agree. Couldn't do it without them. And a little bit of a shout out to Patrick Russell, who's also in the booth with us. We don't get much opportunity to have special comments coming in from one of the lead TDs here at Kings, so it's always good to have Paddy Russell come and join us.
Pocket twos, they look like aces to him. Let's raise it up to 90. Oh,
this
Mr.
time-
Chen sitting behind him with the jiggities.
This time he's walked into a bigger hand. Guao Shi Chen with the pocket jacks. He's the gentleman sitting right next door to Edwin with the pocket jacks, like Berkey alluded to, and he's going to put in a 3-bet.
As you should. It's funny because I'm laughing at this. I see Patrick fold a 2 as well, and somehow, I don't know how, but Edwin seems to find himself either getting out for min pain or inflicting maximum pain.
So folded back round to Edwin. He's got the deuces. Let's see if he elects to call and try and flop a set. I'm sure because he runs so pure in the game of No Limit Hold'em, he probably will end up making a call here and flopping a set, if not quads. So
hard to do when one's folded, but that's okay. We'll still get around it. So you'll find a way.
He'll find a way.
He is going to a flop here.
So
it is Edwin.
Deuces versus jacks in a 3-bet pot. Pot is worth 540k, and the flop comes down queen 4-3. No help to Edwin. Couldn't find the case out the deuce of diamonds. He's going to most likely check his option.
He doesn't need a hand to be able to win a pot.
Just asking the dealer what's going on here. So pot is 540k. This is hand number 148 of the main, also known as the Colossus. It's a $750 buy-in. They had 788 entries into this event. We are down to the final 32 at the moment. And we're seeing Edward battle it off against Guao Shi, who has got him absolutely dominated at the moment with the pocket jacks. Edward looking at 1 out, and 1 out only. The deuce of spades was folded pre-flop. Needs to find the deuce of diamonds or some cards to make a straight on the turn if he does make this call for 150k on the flop.
There'll be no call here. It's fold or check raise.
There's the call. Don't worry about that, Berkey. Couldn't have been more wrong. So Edwin has elected to call.
All right, guys, that's me for the night. I'm going to wrap up and just head home.
And here comes the turn. It brings in the 9 of diamonds.
I even gave myself 2 options then out of 3.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
I gave myself 2 options.
You got to stop working in definitives. You literally said it before.
Yeah, and you've meatloafed yourself 2 out of 3, and 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So gave him a 66% chance to get it correct and still whiffed. Edwin's going to check now on the turn that brought in the 9.
I need much higher percentages than that to win something.
Guao is going to check back on the turn as a repeat 9 peels off at the river. So there you have it.
Yeah.
And Edwin try and steal this one away from Guao. Somehow I don't think it's going to work unless, of course, he just open whacks it here. But
no, even if you open wax, he's got 545k behind into a pot 840. It's almost a mandatory call at that point. Yeah, notice how I used almost there.
It's true. He's going to check and just give up here. And I imagine Guao is going to most likely just check behind and take his equity to showdown with these pocket jacks. He needs to be wary about making a bet here and potentially getting raised. And I think he's just happy with how big the pot is at the moment. Just check it back behind and take down a pot of 840k. That would be my guess here, Berkey.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see the
And
outcome.
he does.
Yeah.
So Deuces versus the Jacks. The Jacks will get it done. Mr. Chen will pick up an extra 470k to his chip stack, up to now 1.4 million or 35 bigs.
Very nice. Adding 30% or 30 to 40% of your stack each hand, you'd be doing well.
Alrighty, boys. Well, this is where I'm going to love you and leave you. Hope you. Thank you very much for letting me in here.
Paddy, it's been a pleasure as always, my friend.
An absolute pleasure. Well, enjoy the rest of the night. I'll catch up with you.
So I'm just getting some information through.
But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for having you. I really appreciate all the hard work and the support you give us, and obviously commentating for us guys.
Oh, it's great to be up here doing it.
Appreciate it, Paddy.
It's an absolute pleasure to host you guys, and I couldn't think of two better people to do it, honestly.
Thank you very
In
much.
the absolute world.
That is very kind of you to
Very
say,
kind.
Paddy. I very much appreciate that.
No, of course.
As Eddie here finds the under the gun raise.
Thank you very much,
To
boys.
90k.
See you
Thank you
later,
very
Paddy.
much, Paddy. Enjoy the evening with the ace 4 of hearts. And unfortunately for him, he's walked into the ace jack of Patrick So as Patrick Russell now leaves the commentary booth. And it's me and Berkey going to be calling out the action for most likely the remainder of the evening. And he's got to find a 3-bet to 240k. Hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed having Patrick Russell in here alongside myself, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, and Berkey.
Oh, just looking in the chat. MSP. Love listening to your predictions. A solid 2% hit rate.
Yeah. And have a look at Troy Sweet. He's picked up the
wow.
Kings. Here it is in the big blind. An absolute monster. He's got 21 bigs or 825k to his stack. And he's in prime position right now to make a huge decision for his tournament life with the second best hand in No Limit Hold'em, the Pocket Kings. He's going to flick in a time bank. Gives him an extra 30 seconds. The time banks are worth 20 seconds pre-flop and 30 seconds post-flop. When used, you can have a maximum of 8 of them. They do replenish. And you're in the event. Troy Sweet looks down at the Pocket Cowboys. What a brilliant hand to pick up in the big blind, especially considering the action in front. There's a raise to 90k under the gun by Edwin. Got 3-bet by Patrick So to 240k, and Troy's looking down at the aces. Looking down at the Kings, hoping that nobody has aces, and he's going to whack it all in for 865k. Edwin's got to get out of the way, and Patrick can't contend either. And so big uncontested pot there for Troy Sweet, who's now up to 1.3 million or 13% of the chips in play at this feature table. Very important we say at this feature table, because there is obviously bigger chip stacks out there in the outer feature tables.
Yeah, much bigger. I'm going to be going on break probably in 15 minutes or so, I believe.
Sure.
I don't know. If I got the time right, I'm probably going to get that wrong as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, whenever we go on break next, they're going to, because it's been great what Jamie's been doing. He's been putting up the big chip
And
stacks.
here's a big pot brewing on the outer table here. And it looks like Kenta Ito is in a decent size pot here. He's the gentleman who's just made the raise, or the bet I should say, on the turn. The board looks like it's a 9 deuce deuce jack of clubs on the turn. Looks like a potential flush draw coming down. Looks like the 9 of spades, deuce of hearts. Time bank's going to be thrown out by Gordon, who is the chip leader in this event. Look at his stack. He's got heaps. And it looks like Gordon ripped it on him at the turn. Unfortunately for Kenta, he had to
Adding
fold.
more.
And
Look at
even
this.
more chips going over to Gordon here.
The size of that stack.
And he's going to take down another monster pot out there as Martin Finger picks up the pocket deuces.
I'd like to actually know how much is in that stack if they've got a chance. If we get a quick update at some point, let us know how much he's got there.
Yeah.
That was a huge stack.
Love to know. Deuces got folded by Martin Finger. Patrick So under the gun +2 finds the Jack 9 off. That's in the bin. Jack 10 in the bin for Addy. Jing Wang picks up the 8-6 offsuit. That's not good enough. Mike Larson can't make a raise on the button with a 9-3. So back round to one of the ambassadors here. We were lucky enough to have his brother Jack in the commentary booth no more than about an hour ago. Berkey?
Both those guys very lovely, aren't they? You understand it, even at their age, why they're ambassadors. Their maturity is far beyond their years of being 22 years old. Because I can remember what I was doing at 22 years old, and I can tell you I wasn't trying to study and crush poker.
Ah, dearie me. As Troy Sweet looks like he's made a raise here from the small blind. No, pardon me. He did elect to limp in. Just playing a little bit of catch up, and Eddie has said enough of this limping in, and he's going to pop it back up. It looks like he's made it 120k to go. And these two, like I have been alluding to, and you have too, Berkey for that matter, have been battling it out non-stop for at least 4 or 5 days, not just obviously in this particular event. As here it looks like a 4-bet coming in from Troy Sweet. So there was limp in, raise. I mean, the limp in would just consider a call, so obviously raise to 120 by Edwin. And now a 3-bet coming in, pardon me, by Troy Sweet.
Blind versus blind, these two, like, uncapped ranges here.
Look at Troy Sweet here. He's done it with the King 4 too. You beauty. Limped in. Edward made the raise to 120 with Ace-7. Troy's decided to make a 3-bet to 340. And Edwin has called with the Ace-7 off. So blind v blind battle. And these guys love taking on each other. And off to the flop we go. Can Troy find a king or a 4 to take the lead away from Edwin, who does have ace high at the moment? Here comes the flop. It comes queen. 6-10. No help to Edwin Chu.
Now, this is actually going to be super interesting to see because neither of them are flopped pair, but it is still blind versus blind. So who's going to be making the move here?
I would love to see Troy make a play at this particular board. He was the 3-bet pre-flop aggressor. So I'd love to see him come out and make a bet into this board of Queen 10-6 Rainbow. Amanda Star Pike coming in with her own comedy saying, does Gordon have a permit to build that wall? Good call. Totally agree. He had a huge stack out there, and he does make a bet here, Troy, from the small blind with nothing more than king high. He's going to bet 150k.
Now, if I know Edwin, he can get sticky in some of these spots. Rightly so in this spot. So it'd be interesting to see. Like, I'm not even going to predict how these guys play because they're already levels upon levels above what I can consider.
Agreed. And he's going to make a call.
Go.
So
I just don't even know.
Have a look at this battle. This is top tier poker at its finest. A king high bet on the flop.
We've got a million chip pot at the moment.
10 on the turn. No help to Troy. He needs to find a king or a 4. We'll try and bet Edwin off this hand. Edwin at the moment out in front. Can Troy find another barrel here on the turn? And to be fair, I think if he does go for the full whack, Edwin has got no other choice but to fold. So let's see if Troy can pull the trigger one more time on the turn here, Berkey. He doesn't. He shuts down. He's going to check. Let's see what Edwin decides to do now that he's been checked into on the turn, Burke.
These guys have absolute levels on here. But watching them is just great. Even though we can see the cards, just the battles back and forth. Like the raise, the 3-bet, the 4-bet. This is blind versus blind. These guys can have anything here. This is a totally uncapped range for both of them. We're going to go check here. So we're going to see a river. And Edwin's ace high is going to be good here. Now, with that check on the turn, that does leave the door open slightly for Troy to make a play on this. But is he going to make a play, or was Edwin, he think, checking behind him with a better hand?
Well, the backdoor flush also gets in, Berkey. So there is a chance that Troy could potentially rep this backdoor flush as he looks down at his chips, and he knows the only way he can win this pot with king high is to make a bluff at it at the river. And will he do it? He's going to flick in a time bank chip and really contemplate a decision here. Could he go out in the same way that his brother did by shooting off? Oh, I think his brother Jack shot off three barrels in a bluff in this particular event, and Troy would be shooting off 2 in this particular spot. But I'd imagine if he does elect to rip this into Eddie, it should get the job done.
Yeah, I always say should.
Yeah.
You have to say should here.
As the backdoor flush does come in, a time bank has been flicked in, giving Troy an extra 30 seconds to make a decision. He's going to flick in another time bank, so he's deep in thought here about can he get Edwin off his hand.
Right here is where I'd actually, the one time I'd like to have his brother here commentating what's going through his head, you know what I mean? There'd be no one better who knows what's going on there, because I mean, there's so much to consider here, how this hand is played out.
I'd love to see him make a rip, and it looks like he's going to come out for a bet. He's going to bet the whole lot. He rips the whole lot in. Now, I have to tip my hat to Troy here. He's got nothing more than king high, applying the maximum pressure onto one of his arch nemesis out there in the field, in that of Edwin Chu. And Eddie's got nothing more than ace high and finds the fold, and Troy is going to take down a huge pot with 1.8 million. So, gee whiz.
Well played.
Have a look at that from
Like,
Troy Sweet.
hats
You
off
can't
there.
play that any better.
Absolutely hats off there. That is well played.
So just so people who might have just logged in right now, that was a limp in from the small blind, a raise from Eddie to 120, a 3-bet to 240, a call, and then king high bet the flop, check the turn when the repeat turn peeled off, and then
just jam it.
An open rip from the small blind as the backdoor spades get in with the 3 of spades at the river, getting the job done and taking a sizable amount of chips away from Eddie. So Troy Sweet making the play and getting it done. Now up to 1.785 million or 45 bigs. That was a monster pot there, Berkey.
If I know Eddie, that won't slow him down at all. Martin Finger here, we haven't actually seen much from him over the last half an hour, so he hasn't really woke up with much. He made a couple of 3-bets, but hasn't really got many cards to show for it. But Patrick So here in the +1, waking up the 9s, your favourite pair.
3 raise 80.
Yeah, it's my favourite pair because...
And they always flop a set, as you say.
Flop a set. And there's one of the 9s right there, so less likely to flop a set now. Still the best hand in play at the moment. Addie's going to get out of the way with a 9-7 off, round to Jing Wang, finds the 8-4 offsuit and the hijack. That's not going to be good enough to contend. Mike Larson's going to fold the Jack-6. Troy Sweet, who just won the last hand's going to fold the 7-8 off. Edwin Chu's going to get rid of it, the 8-4 of clubs. And Guao Zi Chen is going to elect to come along with the ace-10. So it's pocket 9s.
Monkey, can you hold down the fort for a few seconds?
I can, sir. No problems. As the flop comes down 6 high, 6-5-3, 2 hearts. Patrick miles out with the lead at the moment, the overpair to the board. Guao Chen has just nothing more than 2 overcards. He's going to check his option. Patrick almost certainly will make a C-bet here. And he does. Flicks in the 1 white chip worth 100k. So bet of 100k. Back on Guao Chen. Got nothing more than 2 overcards at the moment. 6 outs working for him. You can see them in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We are down to the last 30 players in this main event, also known as the Colossus. And have a look at this.
9 raise 250.
Guao Chen does not believe Patrick for half a second and is going to put in a raise to 250k. So a raise of an extra 150k to call for Patrick So. He's looking at an overpair on this particular board, and he's going to go absolutely nowhere. I wouldn't be surprised if Patrick decides to rip this back into Guao face, or at least flat here, and then outplay him on the turn. The rip would probably be the wrong play considering how deep they are. Nonetheless, here comes the turn, brings in a repeat 5. Beautiful card for Patrick. Not so good for Guao. He now needs to try to navigate this semi-bluff he made on the flop. Repeat 5, very big card, so Guao is going to check. Essentially shut down a little bit here. Patrick should be betting this turn 100% of the time. He doesn't want to see a heart peel off if Guao was on a draw.
75.
And he's going to bet 500.
3 bets 275.
It sounded like. No, 275. I do apologise. Halfway there. Did look like 500 by me reading his lips there, but it was 275k bet. And Guao Chen looking at ace-10. Got a decision to make. Does he chase the 6 outs? But he needs to take this one down. Or does he find a better spot?
5 seconds.
He's only got 1 million in chips or 25 bigs, so he does elect to make the fold. Patrick's going to take down a pretty healthy pot there too, an extra 390k to his chip stack, up to 58 bigs or 2.3 million. He's also the chip leader here on this feature table. We're down to the final 30 players that have 788 entries into this $750 event, creating a humongous prize pool, a record-breaking prize pool of $512,200. An extra $50,000 more than their previous record. So hats off to the boys at the King's Room, and obviously hats off to St. George Leagues Club, who have put on the show, or helped put on the show alongside the King's Boys, bringing you this main event that has got a record-breaking prize pool.
Super happy for the boys.
Agreed.
Mark Natan, DZ, helping him all the way up in Newcastle. No, they put on. It's always a good feeling when you hit not just milestones or breaking records, but hitting like $500,000 as a milestone right there. It's its own like good feeling when you can hit prize pools like that, and when you can have six figures sitting up top. So, congratulations to the boys. They've done an amazing series, and I think they just hit, as they were saying, alluded to, just short, and I mean just short of the 2 million in buy-ins during the series, which is a
total prize pool was
huge.
I think Mark Liddell, who's in
1968
or something like that, which I'm sure that after tomorrow's final event, they will get it over 2 million. They did have an estimated prize pool of 1.5, and they've basically got an extra 500k essentially into the prize pool.
I did look at the big stack out there. It's down to 22 players left, and that was a big event for the night as well.
Sure.
So we're going to go heads up here. Troy raises to 80,000, and Martin Finger in the big blind decides to defend with 2-4 of clubs. The flop comes ace, queen, queen. Troy all over that. Martin Finger with the deuce 4 of clubs. He's going to need some serious help or serious backdoors if he's going to continue on with this one.
Troy Sweet obviously just going to make a bet here, and Martin's going to go nowhere else but into the muck with the 4 deuce of clubs. He is contemplating this though, but I'd imagine he still will find a fold. Very likely that Troy Sweet, the cutoff, has raised with some premium holdings, and this board would hit more of Troy than it would Martin Finger in the big blind. And I have been known to be wrong occasionally. And Martin might be weighing up the option of making a play here, and it looks like he
100?
will.
One raise, 100.
He's going to flat this flop and peel.
No, I think he's raised to 100.
Okay, pardon me. So he's going to pop it up and make it 100k to go. So action background on Troy Sweet now. He's up to 1.7 or 42 big blinds effective.
Cool way to guess what he's trying to do here.
I should say 42 big blinds, obviously not effective.
He does make a call. He does have the ace. It is against the
Can Martin
big
find
blind
a club
defend.
on the turn? No, he can't. Now officially drawing dead in this particular hand. Now, can Martin bet Troy Sweet off the ace? That's the real question here. Trust me when I tell you, Troy Sweet knows exactly who this player is. He's got over $8 million in USD too, just quietly. So over $10 million in Australian currency in total live tournament earnings.
I mean, to Martin's credit, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone around here who wouldn't know his name. He's done such a good job. He's played for many years, and he's amassed a large sum of earnings, all to his credit.
And respect for that matter, as he flicks in a time bank to weigh up his options on this turn, the 6 of spades. I think he's really only got one play to make, which is to jam this turn all in if he wants to try and get Troy off his hand. And forget about that. He's a much more seasoned professional than I am. He's going to make it what looks to be 110k.
Geez, they can make us look like gooses, can't they?
They can. He's going to bet 110k on the turn, which now Troy needs to weigh up whether or not it's inducing him to call with a worse hand. Is Martin trying to bet small here, try and get the action out of Troy? I think, believe it or not, if Martin was to whack the turn, Troy would have snapped it off, but now he needs to really consider whether or not Martin has a queen in his range. And Troy's not going to believe him for half a second, does flick in the call. Here comes the river down and dirty, brings in the deuce of diamonds. Does make a pair for Martin, but no good. And I'd imagine Martin's now going to have no other choice but to shut down. I think if he decides to I think if he decides to try and whack this river and take it down, I think Troy just is so pot committed that he is going to have to make a call. So I'd imagine Martin probably knows this now and is going to probably shut down at the river. And does. There's the check. Troy Sweet is going to check back. Good call by you, Birkin. You got that one correct.
Add that to the 2%, please.
Yep.
MSP, can you please keep a counter?
Now up to 3%.
Up to 3%. I'm making leaps and bounds here with my calls. All right. So Martin trying to make a play. Troy sniffing that out, and well played.
And here's some outer feature table on what appears to be maybe the bubble of the big stack. Just trying to factor in what's going on. Haven't been fed any information, but this does look like the outer feature room, so it could be the bubble on the big stack shot clock event, which takes start today at 2 o'clock.
7 on the turn. Yuck. 7s versus 10s. Get it all in.
And the 7 on the turn.
7 on the turn. Oh, look at the dealer's face. He's stuck.
So this is definitely hand-for-hand action on the outer event that's going on at the moment, which is the big stack shot clock, which was a $450 buy-in, 50k starting stack, 25-minute levels.
We've got Ace Queen versus Ace Jack here.
And this is some outdoor.
Just a queen in the window, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
but it gives the Ace Jack out.
Yeah, can hit backdoor hearts and a 10 on the turn. The 3 of diamonds, no help. The ace queen still lies out front, 10 only. The deuce of hearts, no help. And the ace queen is going to eliminate.
Is that
Here's
Chad?
another player. There's Chad out there.
Yeah, no worries, Chad. Good
So
on you.
he's all back to another player. And it looks like that was the outer event, that being the big stack shot clock. And I believe that they might have been, or must have been, that must have been in the bubble, because they're playing hand for hand.
Yeah, must have, yeah. Okay.
So it looks like all of those players are now in the money. I'll get confirmation from the studio downstairs, but I believe that is correct. So we get back to the main action here.
Mike Larson in the +1 goes, raises to ace queen, dealer button king 10. Off decides to flat, and the big blind decides to defend as well. We've got ace, 9, deuce, 2 spades. Ace queen, plenty out in front. Mr. Chen here with king 10 has got the backdoor flush and backdoor straight. But ace queen well out in front. Mike Larson's going to come out for a bet, a small bet of 80k. Going to get a fold. It's just going to fold round, I assume. Mike Larson's going to take down a nice little pot there.
And that is confirmation, just in case you're wondering what was going on out there. That was the double elimination on 2 separate tables. And all of a sudden, now they are in the money.
ITM, it's always a good feeling.
Yeah, ITM for sure. Indicating in the money, for those people who are not sure of that acronym. And that's the big stack shot clock. So all of a sudden, they are down to, let me just have a quick look. I believe that must be down to 22 players. 21 players are remaining in that particular event. And they are playing for, let me have a quick look here, Berkey, if you don't mind. They're playing for $22,000 up top.
They got 22 large up top.
22 large up top, 14,000 for second. Third is going to pick up $9,250. So huge payouts also in that particular event. That is the big stack shot clock. It's a $450 event. They broke another record in that particular event here with the Kings boys, creating a prize pool. They had 226 entries, creating a prize pool of, let me see if I can figure that out for you,
Hold on a second.
88,140.
Edward in the hijacks raised up with queen 10. Martin Fingers decided to go with the queen 9 here. I'd like to say we're going off to the races, but we're definitely not here. Edwin, miles out in front of the queen 10.
Just
I might actually
Martin
be ahead.
Fingers.
That's funny.
He's going to flick in the call here for sure.
195,
No-brainer
sorry,
for Edwin,
195.
who I've seen call with worse. He's going to show the queen 10, which is miles in front. And this could eliminate Martin Finger, the guy with all the money.
That would be a big scalp if they could get him out of the field. A lot of people would not want to be playing against him with a bigger stack.
So off to the flop we go, and a 9 peels off just for Martin Finger on cue. Edward needs to find a 10 or a
10 or a jack.
And the red card brings in the ace of hearts. So Martin Finger, who has the natural 9, the back row plays, is going to survive and double up courtesy of Edwin. Now up to 490k, and it appears that the players are now going to go on a short intermission, which means me and you, Berkey, can go on a short intermission too. We'll be back here in approximately 15 minutes, so stick by us to see the concluding stages of day 2 of the main event right here at the St George Leagues Club. You're watching the Kings Premium Poker Tour main event. Day 2 will be back in 15 minutes.
It is just behind there. If you ever want to use it, just ask Matty or Jamie. You just have to be outside of the area to be able to use it.
So welcome back here to day 2 of the main event, also known as the Colossus main event. Brought to you by the King's Premium Poker Room at the St George Leagues Club, 124 Princess Highway, Cogra.
1, 2, 3.
It's a $750 buy-in record prize pool in this event for this particular series of 512,200.
2.
You read that correctly? 512,200.
Yeah, 788 runners, if you don't mind.
If you don't mind. We are down to the final 3 tables. 27 entries, or players, I should say, still remain. 788 entries.
You can, yes.
First prize is going to be 105,000.
And 2.
So a 6-figure score to whoever can take down this bad boy, inclusive of Berkey, a ticket into the Sydney Mills worth 2K. And the trophy.
I still think there's top 3 get it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'd never double check that, but I think I saw it up on the screen now. I can be corrected on that one, but I think top 3 get a Sydney Millions ticket, which is great.
Yep.
Sydney Millions is going to be massive this year, as
Huge.
it is getting bigger every year. Looking forward to it. Down to our final 27, we are going to go to either the end of level 19 or down to 18 players left, which I'm thinking...
Most likely 18 players, yeah.
That's my guess, but you know,
and they'll bag and tag and come back tomorrow at 5 p.m, which means we'll be back on the air at approximately 5:20, between 5:20 and 5:30, give or take. It does take a few moments to prep all the players and get them seated and ensure that there's integrity around their stacks and so on and so forth. So
now, if you're just joining us, we're going to have a look at the 3 chip denominations in play at the moment. We're going to have those white 100,000s, the grey 25,000s, and those bright orange 5Ks all in play at the moment. And if you see those little grey chips, they are the time banks. Because yes, we are doing the shot clocks, which once again, every tournament should be doing shot clocks at this late in the...
Totally agreed. Now, if you use one of those time banks pre-flop, you only get 20 additional seconds to act on your hand. If it's post-flop, you get an additional 30 seconds to act on your hand as we get back to the action with a whole new, brand new setup of players. So if you joined us just before, we have now swapped out the players from the previous feature table and brought you a whole bunch of new ones. Some players you might have recognised from earlier. And some big stacks on this table now too. If you have a look there, Stev has 45 bigs or 2.23 million, and
we've got a few people in the 2 millions.
Yeah.
Jan Fei Chen 2.4.
Yep.
Stev 2.2, and Ricardo
100.
The Bono himself, almost just short of 2.5 million, 50 bigs if you don't mind.
So we do have some big stacks here. So this could be some big time poker as Wan Fei Chen under the gun plus 2 is going to pop it up and make it 100k to go. Mike's going to get out of the way with the 6 deuce off. Andrew Doling will be next to act, and he's elected to call from the button. Andrew Dolan being the gentleman there in the navy blue sweater. And a very nice timepiece on his watch, on his wrist too, I should say. Kenta Ito is the next person after him, wearing that cap, his glasses, and that kind of brownish sweater. It's kind of almost like a salmon-y type of a colour. And Ricardo Bono in the small blind is going to pick up pocket 5s. And Lee Dong's going to flick in 1 big and call the blinds here. 25k, 50k, 50k big blind ante. The flop comes down all hearts. King 6-5. The only player with a heart in their hand is Lee Dong. But forget about that. Ricardo Bono has flopped a set.
Against 2 people getting top pair.
Yeah, so a bit of an action flop here, to be fair. Ricardo's going to check his set from the small blind. Lee Dong is going to check the flush draw 7 high, which I'd imagine he doesn't think is going to be good enough. Yifeng Chen is going to check the king, queen of diamonds, and Andrew Dolling's going to come out and bet 200k on this board, which is music to the ears of Ricardo Bono, who does have bottom set here.
Man, it's going to be an interesting turn here. I mean, we're definitely getting to a turn here. So you've got king, queen, both top pair. Lee Dong, who's got the only heart here, but you can never think that's any good. And Ricardo Bono with bottom set here. So Bono's decided to chuck in the call. It's going to get round to Lee, who's going to fold for sure. I'm not quite sure what you do here with Yan Fei, because you've got a bet and a call behind you, and you haven't got any hearts in your hand, which he's going to be checking for, the old heart check. He's going to be putting it straight to the bin, where probably it belongs. Let's go see a turn here. He's going to bring out the 8 of clubs, which brings in the straight as well if they didn't have the flush. So I'm not quite sure here what you're going to do here, Ricardo. Ricardo decides to check it. It's going to get around to Andrew. Are you betting it here if you're Andrew?
To be honest, I think you have to, considering you've bet the flop. But he decides to check it back, and I kind of like this check here from Andrew. The river card has now dropped the ace of spades, which is a bit of an action killer. Pretty good for Ricardo, however, because if Andrew was calling with the nut flush card, being the ace, he's now made a pair of aces at the river, and Ricardo will be liking to hear or see that if that shows up in this particular hand, and hence the reason for why he's going to come out for a huge bet.
Just jam straight into him?
He's going to jam for 2.2 million. Andrew Dolling. A little bit disappointed that the ace of spades peeled off for him, because now he's beaten to any ace, but obviously he was dead essentially on the flop. He needed some running cards to make a better full house if that happened to be the case.
Yeah, I think Ricardo's actually unhappy about the ace more than anyone, because he may have been able to get a call in the river if it was a certain type of card. An ace just been an action killer for him. He was hoping his opponent had the ace king or king, but
and probably hence the reason for why he jams there.
Yep, max value.
Yeah,
You got to go for max value there.
It's kind of more likely that your opponent has the nut flush draw with the ace, and that's a big card for them, especially when it comes out on the river. Likely that anybody who did have that nut card would have called, especially if they'd made two pair. But in this particular instance, he did not have the ace of hearts, just had the king queen.
That takes Ricardo Bono over 3 million chips.
Might be the only player out in, out in the field with a 3 million chip stack.
We saw some big stacks, but I didn't see anything over 3 million yet. So I might get some information on that if that puts him in biggest chips category, which at this time of the tournament would make a perfect amount of sense.
Yep.
Steph here under the gun with the Nintendo 64, one of your favourite hands.
Suited too.
Yeah, you
doesn't
love
like
his
to
64.
fold.
One fold.
One Fei Chen. Under the gun +1, 8-2. He's going to find the muck there. Jack Song. He's the gentleman you can see there sitting in seat 2 with the orange wristband on his watch. He's going to get out of the way. Mike Johnson, who needs to try and
TD,
find the RFID reader.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just one sec. TD.
Yep. We know the action here, but it is definitely right if something's out of place to call the TD
So
over.
it looks like actually Mike Johnson might have been pitched one card.
No. It's not going to go.
And they're just going to get a ruling. Yeah, he's only got one card.
He can fold now.
Yeah.
So usually this would be a misdeal, but considering...
Oh, no, he's got 2 cards.
He's got 2.
Oh, I think Andrew just acted out of turn, so that's what they asked him.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Mike hadn't acted yet, and Andrew acted out of turn. So,
oh, yes, good call, with the chips out.
With the fold with Mike Johnson, that action is going to stand.
Yeah, honest mistake there.
Honest mistake, it happens. It can happen a lot. Try not to let it happen too often, but, you know, honest mistake there. And in the hijack, he's going to raise it up with King Queen, and Kenta Ito, he's going to jam right behind him with Ace King.
Galumi's going to get out of the way. So action back round to Andrew Dolling. He's the guy there sitting in that navy blue sweater.
He's run into a couple of times, and both with King Queen.
That's true. Now, we did have a couple of technical issues with bringing in the chats on YouTube, but I believe that Matty Marshall downstairs in the production studio has now rectified that issue. So we should be getting both YouTube and Facebook Live comments.
Leonard Obarbosa, I guess. Leonard Obarbosa, 9078, is asking, is this live?
Leonardo.
Oh, man.
Leonardo Barbosa.
I'm going to go home and have a nap.
9078.
Asking if this is live. It is live, but we're on a 20-minute delay.
Yep.
Here at the King's Premier Poker Room at St. George Leagues Club.
20-minute delay there, Leonardo, just to protect the integrity of the game, as Berkey was alluding to. So what you're seeing on your screen did happen 20 minutes ago. Hopefully that helps answer that question. That was good by you, Berkey, by the way.
Don't bring it up.
Leonard.
We don't need to bring that up again.
If you called him Leonard Barbosa, I would have had a bit more of a chuckle, but I'm pretty sure it's Leonardo Barbosa.
You know what? You can't prove that.
You can't. That's true. Actually, he can. He's in the chat. As we get back to the action, Mike Johnson's going to fold under the gun +2 with the King 3 off, round to Kenta Ito. He's a bit of a crusher. You're welcome, Leonardo. He's going to fold the 8 deuce off in the hijack round to Ricardo Bono in the cutoff. It's got that Unabomber look working at the moment with the hoodie up over the cap. He's going to fold Lee Dong in the...
This is going to be a jam for sure.
On the button here. He's going to jam it all in for 600k. And Guilherme.
Asking for the count. He's all for 600. Guilherme's going to have to call most of his stack here, almost 60% of his stack, just short of. He wants to make this call with ace-7 suited.
600.
I think it's, if you had a bigger stack or something like that, you'd be able to. It's actually an interesting spot here.
8 is all in.
He has jammed over the top here. Stev at the big blind is getting out of the way, so we are going to go see a flop here. We got all in from Lee Dong with the king queen and Guilherme, is it? In the small blind with ace-7 suited.
Yeah, just getting actually. It's funny actually. I'm actually asking the comms team downstairs just to make sure we're not getting the pronunciation of his name too incorrect.
Anyway, the flop comes out Jack-7 deuce. Ace-7 is in the lead. Oh, Ace-7 is still in lead. He's going to need a king or a queen here, and he gets the king. Lee Dong gets the double up on the river. Needed a king or a queen, got the king or queen.
Matty Master just writing to me. We're just trying to find out exactly how to pronounce Guilherme's name, but I'm pretty sure I'm close to the mark anyway. Nonetheless, he lost a pretty big pot there. He was out in front on the flop after he flopped a pair of 7s. Jack repeated on the turn, but for Lee Dong, the king came in at the river to make 2 pairs, kings and jacks, with the queen kicker. And he's going to go up to 26 bigs now, 1.3 mil. And this is looking and turning out to be one of the best main events I've ever seen, Berkey. I like the structure here. We have just ticked over to 7 minutes past midnight. So we're into now Monday. The players will come back after we get down to the final 18 or have completed the end of level 19 tonight. We'll bring them all back tomorrow at 5 p.m, which means we'll be back on at 5:20, between 5:20 and 5:30, give or take. Sometimes it takes a few minutes for production to get ready to put it onto stream, but we'll be back for after work shenanigans. So get ready for a conclusion of this main event tomorrow evening as we get back to the action here. Mike Johnson finally finds the RFID reader, gets rid of the Queen Jack off. Renta Kenta Ito under the gun +3. He's going to fold the pocket deuces. Ricardo Bono in the hijack, King 3 off. See you later. Lee Dong is also going to fold. And
Stev
if you don't mind.
Yep, no, Stev in the small blind, sitting here with 7-4 suited. He's got a pretty decent sized stack, so I don't mind if he gets involved in this. He does flat. Yifei with the king 4 in the big blind. All options available to him. He's going to check, so we're going to go see a flop here. It's just blind on blind, but it's a limp call. Flop's going to come out. Queen, Queen 6. Sorry, Yifei out in front here with the king 4. 7-4 of Stev. Stev is going to need any one of the 7s remaining in the deck, but it's not a comfortable flop for either of them. It's going to go check. One Fei here with the king 4, leading at the moment. I'm going to check behind. We're going to go see a turn here. We're going to get the ace. That's going to shut down all action for everyone here. Stev does somehow pick up the backdoor flush draw, though, 7 high. He might want to bet this just to protect his hand or take it down easily. He's got to bet 85,000 into the pot. I don't see how One Fei can continue here unless he thinks blind versus blind. He is full of it, which can happen a lot of the time in blind versus blind. The ranges are definitely uncapped. He is going to make the call here. King high can be good a lot of the time. I'm going to go see a river. He is going to get the king of clubs, but that is going to give Stev the backdoor flush draw and One Fei the pair of kings and queens with the ace. So I dare say he's going to go for value here. The pot is 320. I'd size up a pretty decent sized bet here if I was him.
Guilherme.
Guilherme
is how you pronounce it. Guilherme.
He is. He's going to bet 240,000. 75% bet into this pot. Now, unlucky for One Fei, he did end up picking up the king on the river. But Stev's picked up the backdoor flush here. So I do like the bet here. It's a good sizing. Very hard for one Fay here. Wouldn't surprise me if he called. A lot of those cards are not in the small blinds limping range.
So
In deep thought here, one Fay.
Steph is just backdoored straight into a flush. And Wan Fei Chen has hit the king at the river, making kings and queens using the ace as the kicker. And facing a 240k bet from Steph, who has backdoored into it, and flicks in a call. Steph's going to show him the backdoor flush with a 7-4 of clubs, and that's going to be good enough. He's going to pick up a pretty decent sized pot here too. And he's going to add an extra 425k in to his chip stack, courtesy of Wan Fei Chen. And we have got confirmation it's pronounced Guilherme. Here's how you pronounce the name, just in case you're wondering at home. And funnily enough, it's the equivalent to William in English. It's a Portuguese name.
Well, there you go.
And actually, you can shorten it to Gilly, or Guile, I believe, is the same way of pronouncing the correct pronunciation, I should say, of Guilherme. But we're going to call him by his full name, Guilherme, because it just shows a bit of respect for and to his parents who gave him the name. As Don Parker takes a seat in the dealer's chair, the cards at this particular time of the night do get a little bit sticky.
I hear it's a lot of the time the humidity.
Yes.
It's not so much the
change in the room temperature and the humidity, correct. And they are slightly fatter or thicker cards than that of the regular cards, and they do get a little bit sticky from time to time because they do have an RFID reader in them so that we can actually bring you the information on what they're holding. As we get back to the action here, Li Dong in the hijack has picked up the the 10-3 offsuit. Guilherme has picked up the king-3 of clubs in the cutoff. He's going to fold. Steph's going to fold the 9-3 round to Wan Fei Chen in the small blind with a 5 deuce off. It's not good enough to compete, I should say. And Jackson's going to get a walk from the big blind.
Now, if you were joining us just now, which it's very late to be joining us, but if you are, we are on YouTube and Facebook. But if you want the high def version, you're definitely going to get over to YouTube and get that. And you can see how high def this actually looks. Pretty much I'm putting this on one of these big 85-inch screens. This would look Mickey Mouse, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, when we get home a bit later on, Berkey, because I know you're staying with me this evening.
Can't change it.
Where I'm staying in the Airbnb has a massive TV, so...
Oh, does it?
Yeah, wouldn't mind.
Put the replay on.
But yeah, sounds a bit narcissistic. But
nah, it actually
I wouldn't mind showing you.
It actually, it's funny, we do on our break sometimes listen back to what we're saying, making sure the volume's coming through correctly.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of the job.
And, you're always trying to improve what we're doing here, so... watching yourself back, and it's like people who watch themselves back with poker hands.
Yep, fair enough.
You're just trying to improve yourself. You're trying to learn on things, and we're always trying to get better at doing what we do. We're always trying to keep it upbeat, keep the vibe going.
Yeah,
especially late into the night.
Yeah, it's not really the easiest thing to do to commentate on poker. Especially when the dealers are super quick and you're trying to call the action as quick as they turn over the cards. Nonetheless, we try and do our best, and hopefully you people at home are enjoying what we are putting down. As we see from the small blind here, Jack Song picking up the 8-5 offsuit. Blinds are 25k, 50k with a 50k big blind ante. This is hand number 160. And Jack's going to fold and another walk for the big blind there.
We are down to our final set 27. We have been down to final 27 for a little bit now. We're down to the pointy end of the season, as they call it.
Yep.
So I don't expect us to be quick busts out, but...
especially when they're playing with so much money up top, Berkey. 105,000, 70,000 for second, and 44,000 and change for third. So big cheese up top as Kenta Ito under the gun finds the ace-jack offsuit.
Love a good six-figure score if you can get there.
Yep.
One day, hopefully, I will be the recipient of one.
One day, Berkey.
We'll keep punching through until we get there, but...
Yep. Lou Richards, keep punching.
Keep punching.
As Kent is going to raise it up and make it 100k to go. Guilherme is going to get out of the way with the 7-6, the offsuited connectors. Stev's going to fold the 10-5 round to Wan Fei Chen with the Jack 6 offsuit. It's no good. Jack Song picks up the half price 6 on back row with the 9-7 off on the dealer's button. He's going to get out of the way. Mike Johnson still can't find a hand. Picks up the Doyle Brunson, the small blind. He's not going to compete with that, I can't imagine. Mind you, it would surprise me if he makes me look like a fool, but he doesn't. He does fold. And
very tough to do against an under the gun